All righty, we're gonna wait a few more minutes, let everyone slowly roll on in here. Again, friendly reminder, we are not in Zoom, we are in Discord, but just wanna make sure I'm not talking to myself here on the mic. Drop a yes below if you guys can hear me. Just wanna do a little mic check. Make sure we're all on the same page. All right, Patrick, yes. Adrian, Andrew, Riza, Stanley, great to see everyone. Phenomenal. We'll give everyone just a few more moments to roll on in here. Class number 4. How time flies. It just feels like moments ago we were just starting class 1. We are already part way through HTC program. Time flies, isn't it? Time just absolutely flies. Now I want to see who has actually done their assignments, who's learned their gem types, who's been role playing, who has been in the dojo, meeting their brothers and sisters from all around the world, practicing, learning, trying different techniques out, and maybe learning a few new moves from a few other members. It's funny, I remember just shortly ago when I was season 4, I was trying out some of the moves and learning just like you, and I gotta tell you, these times are precious. So cherish them, maximize your time in the dojo, meet your brothers and sisters, and master those skills. And speaking of mastering skills, I am on the phone with one of those masters. His name is Sergeant Desmond Soon. Sergeant Desmond Soon, are you with us?
I am Vikas. HTC, we are back. We are back for another week. And type in the comments. I'm sure those of you that have been attending the class live, you have been pleasantly surprised by some of the role plays, some of the aha moments. Type in the chat, how was last class for you? Was it something that you expected, or was it something completely out of this world? All right. Super value. Good. Awesome. Fantastic. Now, was it also a little bit humorous? Some of the role plays seemed a little bit, ridiculous? Or was it maybe realistic? Or was there a lesson to be learned, even weaved into the humor? What was your biggest takeaway? Type in the chat. Even just one big thing that stood out. Doesn't matter whether it was the role play that I did or the one that Vikas did. Okay, we're seeing reverse psychology. Vikas, help me out with some of these ones.
Sure, let's
Tonality.
take a look here. Yeah, tonality for sure. I see that.
Qualifying. Good.
Humorous Indian accent.
Have you ever been part of any type of sales training? If you have, say I have in the chat. Okay, and nothing wrong if you've never. It's good that if you've never, it's also okay. In fact, those who have never been through sales training, you are actually at an advantage, because you will hear Sifu sometimes talk about this. You have less baggage, less bad habits with you. There are many amazing, great sales programs out there. We've all taken them, read sales books. But I can tell you that what Sifu teaches here in the High Ticket Closer program, he didn't say he created it himself, but what he's done is he's taken some of the best practices. He's also innovated those best practices, and it's very counterintuitive to what you learn out there. So pay attention always for the nuances. I remember way back in the early days when I first started with Sifu, he would say to me, he loves to give lessons, like as a Sifu in threes. And he would say, Desmond, there are 3 levels. Okay, and the first level is not getting it. The second level is getting it. And the final level, now the veterans probably know it, type in the chat, what's the final level? It's pretty straightforward, is got it. Now, if you ever found yourself at the got it level, then you need to empty your cup again. So in a way, it's very deep philosophical. You're almost always at the getting it level. If you got to the got it level, then you want to empty your cup and challenge yourself. For every level, there's another devil. So I want you to pay attention. Tonight, Sifu's about to come on, and he's about to teach you and show you. And some of you are going to be out the gates like jackrabbits. Some of you are going to come out like tortoises. And some of you are going to come out like sloths. Either way, you're going to go at your own pace. I'm going to challenge you and encourage you to build it into your habits, to go back and listen to recordings, because no matter how many times you listen to it, you may actually learn something new from it. Does that make sense? Type in the chat. Okay. So I want to share with you, because I know what tonight's content and curriculum and topics will contain. And they're going to contain many secrets on how to be successful. I'm going to ask you one or two more questions, and then we're going to get started. We're going to bring our Sifu back on. And we even have a special guest joining us this evening. How many of you have actually bought a course and it never panned out? You did something, you invested, you went to a conference, you went to a seminar, you bought a book, you got an ebook, an e-course, but you never, it didn't really give you an ROI. You didn't get a, was it the course? You know, I mean, I'm sure you know that those courses were legitimate. People had gone through it and they had gotten results. Why didn't you not get results? I want you to think about that. I'm not going to give you the answer. Just think about it. Okay. And you tried to do something, but it didn't work. It's a pretty wide statement. I think pretty much everyone can relate to that. Tonight, Sifu is going to show you the difference between closers who will get the success and closers who won't. And really what's going to be presented to you is a choice. So you have another choice. You have another chance. Despite any of your previous experiences, you have a chance right now. You can make a decision right now. If you empty your cup, you pay attention, you have a chance of becoming that successful closer. How many of you would like to be that successful closer? Type me in the chat. All right. It looks like a unanimous decision. Vikas, we have a very special guest here this evening. In fact, I felt a little bit nervous because this is a
Me
guest
too.
you don't want to mess with this guest. You know, it's like, you talking to me?
There's no chance it's coming from this man.
You talking to me?
You talking to me?
You must be talking to me because I don't see nobody else around. So help us bring to the stage our very special guest, Don Corleone, Seafood Denlock.
Well, thank you, Desmond. This is Don Corleone. My good friend Dan Locke asked me to be a guest tonight, kind of to introduce him and bring him on stage. There's not much difference between what we do in our organization compared to what you guys do. Well, you guys close with your mouth. We like to close with a baseball bat. It's much faster, much more efficient anyway. You know, we make offer people cannot refuse. They just buy from us very easily. But Dan Locke's a little different. He likes to ask questions with finesse. He's a good guy. I like the guy. Known him for many years. So with that said, let me bring him on. He's Dan Locke.
Like the close with the baseball bat? Oh my goodness, it's much quicker.
It's much more efficient. Here we go. Okay, who is ready for week 4? That was fun. That was fun. So we are going to talk about the art of high ticket closing. Last week, we've done some role play with Desmond, with Vickers, with new season, right? Where we were selling veggies, right? We're selling organic vegetables. So it goes to show you that doesn't matter what it is that we sell. It has to do with the process. You could use it to sell a product. You can use it to sell a service. You can use it to sell a process. You could use it to sell an investment. You could use it to sell low ticket, high ticket. Now, it works better if you're selling high ticket because we like to go deep. What do we like to do? We go deep. So tonight, how many of you want Seafood to do some more role play so you could hear the tonality, hear the language? Okay, so if we have time, we'll do some more role plays. How many of you have been doing role plays yourself? Minimum an hour a day. Who hasn't done role play yet? Be honest. Oh, I haven't had time. I'm afraid, right? I'm still learning. That you are still on the fence. So why haven't you done role play? Tell me, why haven't you done role play? What is stopping you? Time? A bit of fear? So what are you afraid of? This is a very safe environment. Wouldn't you agree? When you don't close a sale, there's no consequences. You don't lose money, right? This is why it's called a dojo. You got to prepare in a dojo. So when you actually go on in a tournament, go in the ring, street, you're ready to protect yourself. So this is fail safe environment. Now in the dojo, when we're practicing, is it normal? Maybe we get a little bit of bruises, right? We pull the muscles here and there when we are training. No different than in the dojo, you feel a little bit awkward. Oh, am I not saying the right thing? I'm not asking the right questions. That's perfectly fine. You will not learn high ticket closing without doing it. This is what makes HTC different. You can listen to Sifu, you can listen to Desmond, listen to us role play. You won't get it until you do it. It's one thing to hear us do it. It's a whole other thing that you can do it. I already can do it. I need to make sure that you get it. So don't be afraid. The first couple role plays, let Sifu tell you something here. Here's my prediction, okay? It's going to be 100% correct. Your first couple role plays, you're going to suck. You are going to suck. Guarantee. You would not know what to say. You would freeze. You would sound awkward. And I tell you, don't be like a green monster. You would be like a green monster. I guarantee the first couple role play, if you listen to yourself, you will want to throw up. But after 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, you're going to suck less. How many of you believe after 2, 3, 5, 10 role plays, you're going to suck a little less? And after even more role plays in the dojo, then you don't suck as much. Then you actually get pretty good. You got to get your first couple role plays in. Don't tell me, oh, I don't have time. That's BS. You don't have 30 minutes in a whole fucking week? That's BS. If you're listening to the class right now, you have time. What you're saying, what you're telling Sifu is, oh, I don't have time. No, what you're saying is, I guess the high income skill is not that important to me. It's never a time issue. It's always a priority issue. Isn't that true? Don't tell me you don't have time. Sleep half an hour less. Role play. Don't watch TV. Role play. Don't play that video game. Role play. If you are listening in and you're not jumping in, you could listen to 100 role plays. It's like you watch a basketball game. You can watch all the basketball games all day, or watch someone in the ring boxing. You watch a boxers all day. Does that mean that you can box? No. You got to hit the heavy bag. You got to do it. And with closing, the only way you get good is you do it. Does that make sense? So, how many of you promise yourself, promise me, by the time next week comes, you would have done at least one role play? One role play. How many of you are committed to do at least 1 hour a day? You will get so much more out of the class. Because after you've done it, you would have learned, okay, what you struggle with. Then when you come back, especially when we get to the objection class, it would make sense. If you haven't done role play, you won't get it. You got to get those role plays in as quickly as possible if you want to get good. Question: do you want to earn money faster, sooner with your HTC skill, or you want to do it later and wait? If you want to do it sooner, then how soon should you do role play? How much role play should you do? So on one hand, you say, oh, I want to learn this, Sifu. I want to learn this. On the other hand, if you're not doing role play, then you don't really want to learn this. You want to pretend you want to learn this. Say with me. Rich people do what is hard. That's why their life is easy. Poor people do what is easy. That's why their life is hard. Think about it. You've been doing the easy stuff. I'm not saying you don't work hard. I'm saying you're doing the easy stuff. That's why your life is hard. Easy in terms of not having to learn, not having to grow, not having to develop new skill set, not having to hang around with better people, not having to get out of your own comfort zone. Easy to stay in the comfort zone. Easy to watch 3 hours TV a day. Just a click. Easy to waste time. Easy not to set goals. Easy not to get rejected. This is why most people don't grow. Do you understand? Do what is hard. Do what makes you uncomfortable. You've been too comfortable. How many of you agree you've been way too comfortable? And with comfort, with being comfortable, what does that get you? Does that work? Does that bring you success? Does that bring you happiness? Does that bring you joy? Does that bring you peace of mind? Does that bring you security? It's very dangerous. Write this down. Freedom is not free. Freedom is not free. Freedom comes with a very hefty price. It requires sacrifice. Freedom is very expensive. To be able to live life on your own terms, that is expensive. Why is it expensive? Tell me. Why is it expensive to live life on your own terms? Because almost everybody else don't live life on their own terms in the world. Most people get up, go to a job that they don't like. They stay in a relationship they don't want to stay in. They're doing something they don't want to do. They can't go where they want, when they want. They don't have freedom. It's very expensive to have freedom to do what. So if someone, let's say, if when you travel and you want to stay in a 5-star hotel, but you can't, you have to stay in a fucking Motel 6, that's not living life on your own terms. But in order to stay in the hotel that you want to stay in, not because what you could afford, but what you actually want, that's expensive. Freedom costs money, costs a ton of money. And if you want to sustain the freedom, that costs even more money. You need money to do these things. Money is not everything. Money definitely is not everything. But money gives you comfort. And money gives you more choices in life. And money allows you to help the people that you want to help when they need your help. How many of you ever had, I hope you haven't, but how many of you had experience where someone you love, someone you care in your life, that they needed help financially, but because you couldn't help them, you just couldn't, because you don't have the financial means to do so. And that gives you a lot of regrets. Maybe that's why you're here. And you hate yourself. Even, I'm not talking about a big financial thing. I'm talking a small thing. I'm not talking about that person needs $100,000, $200,000. I'm talking about a few $1,000s. And you couldn't even do it. Not because you don't want to, you can't. You simply can't. So it depends on how old are you now? And there's some tough love. It's okay if Steve gives you some tough love. You know me. Not coming from a place to hurt you, but to help you. Everything I do is a wake-up call for you. If you are 35 and above, 35 and above, you don't have some kind of savings in your account and you're still living month to month, something is wrong. 20-somewhat years old, you're getting started. I don't blame you. I was broke. When you're above 35, like you're a man, you're a woman, you've got kids, and you got nothing to show for. You're leaving nothing to your kids. I'm not saying leave anything. You shouldn't. But I'm saying you got nothing to leave behind. You shouldn't feel too good about yourself. Because it means you pissed away many years in your life. You're an adult. And when is it time to change this? When you're 40? When you're 45? When you're 50? I know we have some that are, I know, right? If you're 50, you got nothing to show for. God damn. And I mean, I'm not like talking about like millions. I'm talking, how about 100K in the bank?
Sifu, do you mind if I chime in for a second?
Go ahead.
Right. So I think you've always trained me to also just be transparent, right? So even when you first met me, I was 36 years old, single parent, pissed away my life or, made mistakes and on the verge of bankruptcy, never filed bankruptcy. And then even after, I'd been with you for quite some time. Some of you, how many of you watched the video? I think YouTube, we posted on YouTube where Sifu talks about the buckets.
The buckets,
right?
yeah, how to manage your money.
Mm-hmm. Yep. And if you haven't, don't do it now. Do it after class, obviously. But go look for that and watch it. Maybe Vikas, we can post it in the Facebook group as well for people to watch it. It's very big learning lesson.
Pin it to the top after class.
Thank you. So yeah, even I was caught with I guess you can say my pants down. I was caught with I was not prepared. Even though Sifu had helped me, Sifu Jenny had helped me to recover and get things better, I was still not putting aside proper buckets and setting things up for my future, my kids. So in some recent mentoring I was doing with Sifu, he knew about some of the new devils at the new levels that I'm facing right now, which is to put aside and create that generational wealth. Forget even generational wealth, just even having the savings or the assets for my kids, right? So that's, how many of you can relate to that? If you're in your 40s, that's what keeps me up at night, that running out of time, the feeling of running out of time. So the high income skills, but not to go and, spend it, but how do you use the high income skills to create that security for your family, right? Is the big mission right now.
And thank you for sharing. It's not easy because first we need to acknowledge that it's a problem so we can change it. So regardless where you are, I'm saying that if you're 35 and above, we don't have a lot of time. You don't have a lot of time. So now is not the time where Well, yeah, I'll see how it goes. And if you can't even get yourself to do role play, then how are you gonna turn this around? How are you gonna face a real prospect? We're talking real money on the line. Closing a $3, $4, $5, $10, $20,000 sale. You can't even do it in a dojo. Think about it. And for my students, my mentees who you are like 50, 55, I'm going to give you a different message. Can I give you a different message? Okay. 50 and above. You have done a lot of things in your life. You've had successes in your life, failures in your life, but you've done a lot of things. And you have certain beliefs that you hold dear to, certain values you hold dear to your heart. Certain ideas, perceptions, how you believe the world works. You have a program. That's what got you to right now. Now, the only question you have to ask yourself is, you're now at 45, 50 and above. How's that working so far? How's that program working for you so far? And if it doesn't work as well, and it doesn't work the way you hope it would, what are you going to do? I know what I would do. I would have no hesitation deleting that, because it got me to where I am. It's not going to get me to where I'm going to go. And I'm not going to let my ego get in the way. I'm not going to let my habits get in the way. Oh, that's the way that I've been doing this for 50 years. Well, guess what? That shit doesn't work. It didn't work before. If you think about the average lifespan, take 75. Let's say 75. You got 25 years to go, if you're lucky. For some, maybe 20, 15 years ago. I don't know about you. That's not a lot of time. So don't feel like, oh, because maybe I'm a little bit younger. And I am a little bit younger. And you should be happy I'm a little bit younger. Because if you have learned in terms of creating success and wealth, do you want to learn from someone who's made it at a young age, or do you learn from someone who's made it at 70 years old? I don't know about you, but I would prefer to learn from someone at a young age who's figured this out earlier. Because there's something about speed. There's something about speed, right? Nothing wrong with someone making it at 70. I'm like, I just don't want to wait till 70, right? That works too, but if there's a way that I can kind of shortcut the learning curve a bit, right? That's right, money loves speed. Like, I would love to buy some speed, because especially now you're 50 and above, you don't have a lot of time. Does that make sense? And there's a big difference between hard work and smart work. So you've been doing hard work. Now I'm going to teach you how to do smart work. And I always want to give what we do a little bit of context. Oh, Sifu is so hard. I can't role play. I don't know. Oh, I'm afraid of rejection. I don't want to talk to strangers. Give me a break. We are talking about making more money in one phone call than what most people earn in a month. by flapping your lips like hello. Let's not blow things out of proportion here. This is not back-breaking construction, dangerous work. We're talking about dialing the number, asking some questions, and you get money. So don't tell me it is hard. Okay? It is hard emotionally because of low self-esteem, but this is not hard work. Okay? You cannot tell me this is hard work. You want to know hard work? Go stand up all day, be a waiter and waitress. Go work in construction site. Go move furniture. Now that's hard work. That's very hard work. I can't do those things. So can we appreciate that you have the opportunity to learn how to work smart? That you are making money using your intellect and your communication skill versus using your brute force, your muscles. What we do, we use our mind to make money. Write this down. We're using our mind to make money, not using our muscle to make money. Because it's always very limited when you're using your muscle to make money. But when you use mind, your creativity, your languaging, your questions, your voice, I mean, that's great. That's beautiful. What it's like why do companies pay you for $10,000 an hour? Because I can lift heavy boxes? Is it because I can lift 50 pounds? I can move the boxes faster? They're paying for what I have in my mind. That's it. So using your skill. So is it time to use our mind to make money, not use our muscles? But you have to commit. Are you going to commit? So don't tell me, oh, if it's hard. Really? Really? Go be a garbage person, garbage man and woman one day. Hauling garbage, take it to the garbage dump. Do that one day. I do have a student maybe who does that, right? That's good. Then you have the comparison. Then on the phone, this is like heaven. You're working from your home in your pajama with your honey green tea, looking over the garden, looking outside the view. I mean, come on, let's be realistic here, okay? Let's just be realistic here, right? You don't have much empathy from Sifu, please, right? Tease Desmond. Well, Desmond, you're still at the West Van. You're still driving an Audi. Let's not throw things out of proportion here. It's still a nice life, right? You're still, oh, Sifu, I work all day. Yeah, but it's in front of a Zoom, in West Van. It's still pretty damn good with, your wife cooking for you and, the kids running around.
Yeah.
That's
actually getting fatter because I'm actually spending like 12, 14 hours
right?
in front of Zoom.
Yeah.
But yes.
And then you can do your squats, you can do your push-up, and it's.
Oh, I'm telling you, Sifu, you got a camera in the room. How did you know I'm actually at my standing desk right now?
Yeah, see, right? It's like let's so for high ticket closers, for all of us, let's appreciate and cherish the opportunity that we have. We can actually make make a living doing this kind of work, using our skill set, using our mind. Because for most people, do they have the opportunities? Do they even know the opportunity exists? They don't. So let's do this, okay? Put up your right hand. Put up your right hand. Give yourself a little pat in the back. Do it. The pat in the back, right? Congratulations. Congratulate yourself for being here. Because most people don't even get the chance. Their awareness is so low. They don't even know there's another possibility. And all they do is just keep doing the same thing again and again and again and again. And they have no way out, right? But at least you're here. You made it, right? You made it here. You're learning a skill set. And it's a skill set you can see it would have a huge impact on all other areas of your life. It's not just closing, right? How many of you, after you've learned the gems, in fact, let me ask you this question. What gemstone are you? Share with me. We have ruby, we have pearl, a lot of pearl. Okay. Emerald, ruby, pearl, a lot of pearl. Wow. Sapphire, yes, of course. Ruby, sapphire. Do you see now when you meet someone after you learn this, do you find it you have a little bit easier time to identify and communicate the way that they want to be communicated to? Maybe to your parents, maybe to your spouse, maybe to your kids, right? That, oh, no wonder. How many of you now kind of have a better clarity that, oh, no wonder I have conflict with, my spouse or with my kids, right? Now you know how to talk to them, right? And they listen better, and you actually be able to get through to them. Or maybe you're getting compliments from them. Oh, dad, mom, you seem a little bit different, right? Very powerful. So does HTC just apply to closing or selling a product or service over the phone? Could we apply this in other areas of your life? In other forms of communication? That's the beautiful thing about it. So what Sifu is teaching you very much so is a life skill. It just happens that we're using this life skill to close high ticket products and services, and it just happens we earn a commission from it. Does that make sense? Right? It's just that. It's a way, a vehicle for us to earn money, but this is pretty much a life skill. This is why it has that transformational effect. If today I'm just teaching you closing, I give you some script, here's how you read the script, I'm not gonna have that kind of impact on you. But versus if I teach you life skill, i.e. HTC rules, no victims, no opinions, right? No BMWs, no excuses. That's not a closing skill. That's not a closing rule. That is a life rule. And that's going to help in all aspects, improves all aspects of your life. Because now you can take back control. Now you can take extreme ownership. It means that you could change. You could make things better, right? And this is why my students study with me for many years because of this. They stay with me because I'm teaching them more than the technical skill. And they want to, once they get a technical skill, they want to have other areas of their lives. Because we can always work on something, right? How many of you agree? We can always get better. We can always work on something in some aspect in our life, right? No one say, oh, I have a perfect life. There's nothing I need to work on. There's nothing I need to improve. Like, I'm just like fabulous. I'm perfect. No one says that. I mean, what if someone says that, you should punch them in the face. Like, that's a fucking idiot, right? They don't do that. So to continue from last week, oops. Can you see me?
Nope, Sifu, it's gone gray.
Okay, someone got cut off. Someone can hold on a second. Hold on a second. Just wait for me. Wait for me. Can you share?
Okay, it's come back, Sifu. Yep, we can see Secret 16.
Okay, perfect. All right, here we go. Okay. So to continue from last week, we've gone through 15 secrets so far. So 16, high ticket sales secret 16. Don't try to do high ticket closing. Don't try to do high ticket closing. Write this down. Don't try to do high ticket closing. You see, I noticed something very strange. Now I've done this for so many seasons and trained thousands and thousands and thousands of students around the world. And I'm always fascinated. And I noticed something very strange, that how could we have someone, the same program, the same HTC family, the same Sifu, and one would take what I learned and just skyrocket to success, closing big deals, increase the income, pay off the debt, and making all the items on the vision board come true. And someone would take in the same class, learning from the same mentor, and yet not a whole lot happens. And I always wonder, how could it be? It's the same technique. It's the same class. Like, why such a big difference? And what I realize is, if someone is a smoker trying to quit smoking, is always a challenge. How many of you know people like that? Or how many of you are a smoker yourself? You try to quit, and yet it's very easy to fall back into the bad habits, right? Like they say, yeah, I'm gonna quit. You know, I was smoking 3 packs a day, and I'm smoking 1 pack. I'm smoking a pack a day, and I'm smoking half a pack, right? And and then they go on and off, try to quit, and then come back to it, and then trying to quit and come back to it, right? It's very easy to fall back on bad habits. And the reason is, what they don't understand is, you smoke because you're a smoker. How many of you don't smoke? Put in the chat. Now, for the non-smoker, question: do you wake up in the morning and you say to yourself, "Oh man, I can't wait to, just like get a little puff, right? Have my morning cigarette. Like I can't wait." For the non-smoker, no. You mean you don't get up in the morning for the non-smoker and can't wait to go buy that pack of cigarettes and just light it up and have a little coffee? Like, you don't think about it? Interesting. Why not? In fact, how many of you can't even stand the smell of a cigarette? Like, you see someone smoking, you're like, ugh, you want to throw up. You feel it's disgusting. You walk around them. Now, isn't that interesting? So you don't smoke because you're a non-smoker. You smoke because you are a smoker. This is very deep. I'll say that one more time. You have a problem quitting smoking because you see yourself as a smoker. As a smoker trying to quit, it is always a struggle because it goes against how you see yourself, who you are. But if you're a non-smoker, you have no problem quitting because there's nothing to quit. You didn't even want it to start off with. In fact, you can't stand the smell of a cigarette. You don't even think about it. You don't spend your day thinking about, I can't wait. It's challenging. I want to have a cigarette. No, you don't even think about it. So, are you a chef trying to learn some high-ticket closing techniques? Are you a student trying to do closing as a side hustle? Are you a high school teacher trying to figure out a new career? And you can fill in the blank. Whatever profession, whatever job, whatever business that you have now. Are you a military soldier trying to figure something out so you can fall back on after you get out? Are you a software engineer? Are you an accountant? Are you a doctor? Trying to see how tight closing works. Are you a stay-at-home mom, stay-at-home dad, trying to make some side income? This is why some people succeeds and some people fail. Why? Because if that's your identity, that's how you see yourself, you're trying to do something that is not you. And it will always be an uphill battle. You're a smoker trying to quit, always uphill battle. Non-smoker, effortless.
Sifu, do you mind if I
Anytime,
jump in as
anytime,
well?
just jump in.
Yeah, and I think you know, a lot of the veterans, you guys can also type in the chat as well. You've been through this journey. At some point, you're gonna go through that not getting it, and then you got it, the aha moment, the light bulb will go off. This is a deep one. You know, really pay attention, bookmark this thought, write a note on your notepad, because this is gonna make the difference. It's not a script. It's gonna make all the difference with whether or not your conversions, whether you get on calls and you close versus you get on a call. If you're dipping your toes in the water, if you don't identify yourself as a closer, you will never be able to close well. And you might get a couple of lucky ones, but you may never do it strategically, predictably, sustainably. It only happens when you really see yourself as a closer. So this may take some time to reflect on the way you identify yourself. And we've seen this. I mean, the veterans will type in a chat when they're in Discord. We can see the difference between someone who is, you know, doing it part-time and who's just in the learning phase and they don't really see themselves as a closer versus people who eat, live, sleep, breathe. They communicate as a closer in all parts of their life and they identify themselves as a closer. So, you know, if we can give you one big massive tip is focus on this. It will really help you get, you know, success when you're out there closing.
So which one are you? Are you a student? Are you an accountant? Are you a dentist? Are you an engineer? Are you a chef? Are you a waiter? Are you a blue collar worker? And who do you want to be? And this is not just saying the creed, I'm a high ticket closer. That's one thing to say it. It's a different thing to be it. I'll say that one more time. It's one thing to say it. It's a different thing to be it. One of the greatest things I've learned about human being is as a human being, you will never outperform your internal self-image. You will never outperform your internal self-image. You see yourself as a smoker, you're always a smoker. You see yourself as just a housewife, you always just be a housewife. Because you'll never outperform your internal self-image. Everything is happening around you. It's always a reflection of that. This is why the things that, how many of you try some other ways to make money online in the past? Maybe is what? Tell me, give me some ways. Affiliate marketing, e-commerce, what else? Right? Drop shipping. That's right. Trading, email marketing, Forex, whatever it might be. Put aside the techniques, the mechanics, all of those. The reason it didn't work for you as well, because you never saw yourself as the e-commerce entrepreneur, as a stock trader, as a drop shipper, as affiliate marketer. You were doing those things, but you didn't see yourself as that's your identity. And given time, as a human being, you always fall back onto your old self-image, period. Consciously or subconsciously most of the time. So it doesn't matter what you do and what you learn and you try hard, doesn't matter. It's like smoker. I try to quit. I try to quit. I try to quit. It doesn't matter how hard you try. That is your identity. That's who you see yourself when you look in the mirror. Even though it's killing you. Is this making sense? And for some, you want to make, how many want to make six figure? You want to make more than $100,000, $200,000 a year as a closer. You want to be a six-figure earner. The biggest obstacle between where you are to where you want to be a six-figure earner, is you don't see yourself as a six-figure earner. You want to be a six-figure earner. You're working hard to be a six-figure earner. You put in a vision board, you're a six-figure earner. But deep down, you don't see yourself as a six-figure earner. It's not confidence. I'm not talking about confidence. Let this sink in a bit. I'm gonna make sure you get this. I'm not talking about confidence. I'm not even talking about belief. I'm not talking about, oh, I believe in myself. No, because you ask a smoker, do you believe you can quit? I believe I can quit. Then why can't you quit? We're talking something way deeper than that. Because if you see yourself as a six-figure earner, chances are you're already a six-figure earner. I'm going to drop the mic for a second here. If you truly see yourself as a six-figure earner, chances are you are already a six-figure earner. Because that would be identity. Sifu did a talk a number of years ago on TEDx. You could watch this. Don't do it. Watch it now. Watch it after class. I'll make that part of the assignment. Make that part of the assignment called the invisible force. The invisible force. There's a talk in front of probably 2,200 people at TEDx Stanley Park. Make sure you watch that. Make sure you watch that. The reason why you won't become who you want is because you are too attached to who you have been. Again, the reason you won't become who you want is because you're too attached to who you have been. You know why can't you do role play? Because you see yourself as before. Well, I'm shy. I don't know. If you are a high ticket closer, do you think you have any problem jumping and doing role play? Would you have any fear at all? Would you have any hesitation at all? So you don't see yourself as high ticket closer. Do you think a high ticket closer would say, well, yes, yeah, I don't have time to do role play? Do you think that's what a high ticket closer would say? Do you see? So on one hand, you say, I want to learn this. I want to master this. On the other hand, your identity is stuck to who you've been in the past for 10, 20, 30, 40, 50 years. And you can't get yourself to change that behavior. But if you are a high ticket closer, how many role plays would you do? You tell me. Do you see the difference? The biggest myth in life is this. You think, oh, when I get there, then I'll behave that way. Life doesn't work like that. It's a myth. It's not how life works. You got to be that way first. Then you'll get there. I was a millionaire way before I had $1 million in my account. When I had no money. It took me years for that to manifest into reality. When I had no money, I didn't complain about gas prices. I wasn't focusing on that. In fact, very much in the early 20s, my belief, how I operate compared to when I hit 27, 28, hit the millionaire status, I could tell you about the same. Except I have more skills, but my mindset about the same. I saw myself as a millionaire way before I actually become a millionaire. Not, oh, I get to become a millionaire first and then I'll see myself. No, it's the other way around. It is the other way around. Don't try to use closing techniques. In the beginning, you do need to learn the closing techniques. I'm going to give you all the techniques, all the script and different ways of asking questions. You get all of that and so much more. I'm going to give you so many gifts, right? You're going to get all of that. But if you're just trying to do techniques, your growth, your progress will be very limited. No different than someone trying to quit smoking. You can quit for a few months, then you fall back to your old habit. But the minute you make a decision to say, no, this is not what I do, this is who I am. This is not what I do, this is who I am. You are not what you do, you are who you are. I'll say that one more time. You are not what you do, you are who you are. You are a student because you see yourself as a student. So you do what student does. You see yourself as that, that's exactly what you'll get. This is why, think about Wonder Woman, Superman. Before Superman, who is Superman? What's his identity? What's his identity? What's his name? Clark Kent. For many years, the parents like, hey, don't show your power. Don't show your strength. You don't know how the world would see you, right? It's only when he wears the cape that he becomes Superman. But the question is it the cape that makes him the Superman? Or was he always Superman? But he has not he didn't take on the identity of the Superman. Batman is the same thing. Bruce Wayne, billionaire, until something happened. And said, you know what, I'm going to be the Dark Knight. I'm going to be the Batman, right? Tony Stark, Iron Man is the same thing. It is the same thing. Can you see the importance of wearing that cape? Not that you don't have the ability, but if you don't wear that cape, you will never fully realize and unleash your true potential. Even the potential is there, but you won't release the potential unless you wear that cape, metaphorically speaking. Take on that identity. There's a big difference. This is Sifu in Halloween, wear that cape. That's Batman. For fun. The Dark Knight. Where's Joker? You gotta wear that cape. You gotta wear that cape. You gotta wear that cape. So in life, we go through the be, do, have. You have to be a high ticket closer first. Then you will do what a high ticket closer does before you can expect to have the lifestyle of a high ticket closer versus you try to have the freedom, the income of a high ticket closer without first being. This is why some students, some graduates succeed. And this is why some fails. And it is the same process, the same instruction, the same assignment, learning from the same Sifu. It is the same. It can't be someone like Daniel Lin took what I taught her in 2 years, made $2.2 million in profits. $2.2 million. Some took what I taught them. 200,000, 300,000, 50, 100,000, $500,000. On the low end, 50, 60. And some made nothing. Why? I know why. They don't know why. Actually, they do know why. They don't want to admit it, though. How could it be? It is not like, oh, hey, Danny, I'm going to give you some secret techniques that no one else gets. Only you have it. It is the same class. It is the same instruction. In fact, she was just bits and pieces. She didn't even have as much time to do role play because she was just out there closing deals. And she speaks with an accent. If you have you watched, how many have watched Danny Lean's presentation at Closes in Black as part of the homework? You saw her story, her background. Very humble beginning. A lot of struggle that she went through. Right? Not an easy life. Wouldn't you agree? Not an easy life. And you know what? That 2.2 million compared to some of the things that she's working on now, she's working on 9-figure deals, $100 million deals now. I don't know. Does high ticket closing work? Probably not. Actually, no, it doesn't work at all. Only works at the $100 million level. It doesn't work at the 10K level. I'm sorry. It's not about who you become on a closing call. It's who you are in all situations. That's the question. See, how do you be? See, you're looking at the how. How? How do I do something? How do I do something? How do I do something? How do I quit smoking? Well, you can use those little pet thing, you know. You can try some other things, right? Maybe you do vaping instead of cigarette. How do I do it? Or how do I cut back? When it's just a decision, I'm a non-smoker. It's like non-smoker. I'm asking the non-smoker, how do you quit smoking? Please tell me. Put in the comment. How, for you non-smoker, how do you not smoke? You just don't smoke. No, come on, man. Tell me, how do you not even, how? Give me 50 ways that you don't want to touch that cigarettes, man. There has to be some secret. There must be a secret, some secret code that you have that so you don't smoke. Because you're a non-smoker. It's that simple. It's not the how. See, this is why human beings is so easy. Give me the how. See, give me the script. Fuck the script. Has nothing to do with the script. Doesn't mean you don't need the script. I'm going to give you the script. But if you don't have the identity, the best script in the world, you will fuck it up. You can't even say it. You cannot say it. I'm giving you word for word. Read this. You cannot say it without stuttering. You cannot say it without the wrong tonality. When you have the identity of a closer, do you see me using a script? Do you see me reading? Okay. So you say this, and I'll say that. I just close. Anytime, anywhere. On the phone, in person, with text, in print, in front of a group. Day and night doesn't matter. Makes no difference. Makes no difference. Half sleep, I can do it. In a fucking bathroom, I can do it. I can be shitting and closing at the same time. No difference. Makes no difference. Just hit the mute. Flush. Continue the conversation. So what would you like to do next? Right? Mute. Wash the hand. Okay, I'll send you all the contract. We'll get started now. Look forward to doing business with you. Hang up. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. Doesn't matter. It's not about who you be. It's not about who you become on a closing call. In the beginning, yes, you will need to wear that cape intentionally. Okay? When you're on a closing call, when you're in class, I teach all my students, dress for success, even no one is looking. Because when you're on a closing call, especially when you're role playing, this is very key. Pay attention to this. See if it's going to help you wear that cape. Okay? Do you want to help you wear that cape? Part of it is what you wear. I promise you, if you're on a closing call, you dress sharp. Guys, suits. Lady, dress. Professional. It makes a difference. Even though they don't see you, it makes a difference. When you look good, you feel good. When you feel good, you close better. Say it with me. When you look good, you feel good. When you feel good, you close better. Try it. In class, now I don't know what you're dressing now. How many of you are dressing in business right now? Who's dressed up right now? Okay, for those who are not, try next class. Dress up, even no one is looking. Full on. Dress up, come to class. You tell me if you don't learn more from class. You don't pay more attention. The smart ones, they know. Because they take it more seriously. You prepare. Doesn't matter if anyone is looking. It has to do with you, not anybody else. When you all dressed up, ready to go, just like you're going to an important event, you come to the class, fully prepared, fully engaged, ready to go, no distraction. I challenge you that you don't learn more. You don't retain more. You don't get more value out of it. Same class. Same class. Because you take it more seriously. Same thing with closing. In the beginning, if you lack some confidence, dress for success. It will help. It will boost your confidence. Some cases, hundreds of %. You look in the mirror like, damn, I'm sharp. I'm a closer. Makes a difference. That's one way you could wear that cape. Later on, when it is your identity, then it doesn't matter. You could be your pajama. You could be underwear. I've closed more deals in underwear than most people in suits. Because now I don't need that to define what I do. Took me years though. Took me years. I could close this as well. It would have no effect at all. I could talk to a CEO of a massive company in my underwear. Makes no difference. Because my financial confidence is so strong. It's who I am. Just like Superman, Clark Kent, with the cape, without a cape, I could still fly. I could still punch through the wall. I laser coming out of my eyes. It's just still Superman. It makes no difference. The cape is actually more a disguise when you get to that point. Before that, you dress for success. Can we agree on that? You dress for success before you get there. Even if it just gives you a little bit boost of confidence, a little bit more boost of focus, instead of you taking it casually. You're taking it casually where, I don't know, maybe. Even when you do role play, give it a try. So XTC is not really a course now, is it? Isn't it more like a philosophy, a new way of life? How many of you can see Sifu is teaching you a philosophy, a way of thinking, a way of being for the new world? I'm not. I haven't even gone into a lot of techniques. We've gone to techniques a little bit last class. It's not a lot of techniques. Not a lot. You don't need a lot of techniques and gimmicks. This is why it works. So flowing from every word, lesson, and process from Sifu is the new world of sales, what works today. And XTC is a key foundation to providing you with a lifestyle and income you've always dreamed of and the ideal clients you've always imagined and the client relationship that make for a fulfilling and purposeful life. That's what we're after. And that's right. No machine can replace that. No AI can replace that. Not in a lifetime anyway. In fact, the more technology we have in our lives, keep in mind, human beings, we crave connection. We want to connect. Doesn't matter how introvert you think you are. So the more social media, technology, device, all these things, the more people want to connect, more people want to ask questions. They want to be able to talk to someone before they make any major decision in lives, right? And the more people using the device, the less they would improve their communication skill. Think about where you are now, the next generation of kids who are now in kindergarten, when they grow up, of course, with social media. Do you think they would be a very articulate speaker? Do you think they would be a very articulate communicator on the phone? Or do you think they'll have a tough time? Forget trying to be articulate, just have a tough time expressing themselves. Right? So we have an edge. This is why you should be so happy, because you don't need to be that good. Because everyone else has no training. Everybody else just suck. You can walk into any industry. You could be the worst XTC student. You can walk into, if you train, you walk into any industry, you take in any sales position, you would kick everybody's ass. It doesn't take a lot. It truly doesn't take a lot. Doesn't matter. You want car dealership, insurance, right? Mutual fund, real estate. It doesn't matter. A lot of, actually, CU has a lot of top real estate agents. Learn from me. And I tell them, I ask them, so compare you to other people in your industry. What's the difference? Oh yeah, Sifu, they just open the door and they show shit. Here's the house, here's the bathroom, here's the kitchen, here's the right? That's it. Here's the price. That's almost everybody. They never ask. They never ask the buyer, what the fuck are you looking for? Why are you looking to move? When are you looking to move? Huh? They know nothing about the buyer. Even it's a few simple questions. You'll need to be that good. So wearing that cape, dressing up for success. You look good, you feel good, you close better. You close better. And then later on, I know we have so many of our students. Now they're asking Sifu, is there, because they know I always talk about wealth trigger. Do you know what a wealth trigger is? What is a wealth trigger? A wealth trigger is artifact, item, things that you could put in your environment or something that you use all the time, something you can touch, something you could wear, something that's on your wall, your surrounding, your environment that reminds you of your vision, your wealth, and who you want to be. You got it? So the keychain that you have, right? You go smell the leather, but I'm talking, smell the leather is what? It's good, but having something around you, right, that you can touch and feel. So because of that, and the students have been asking for like a couple years, literally like a couple years. We never had the time to develop something like this. And finally, then we launched the Dan Lok Shop. How many have seen the Dan Lok Shop? That we're able to develop a lot of the wealth triggers to help you to develop a new self-image, right? If you click on HTC brand, I know you want to shop, do it after class, right? Where they wear the hat, right? Where they wear the t-shirt, a little coffee mug, right? The little mouse pad. Because all those things, just like the mini creed on your phone, it reminds them, okay, I gotta focus. I'm a closer. All these little things, right? Very inexpensive. But imagine you have multiple of these items in your life. Can you see that helps you to take on that identity, right? To wear that cape and say, this is who I am. You walk out, wear the closer. Oh, what was the closer? Well, I close deals. What kind of deals? I close high ticket deals, right? It makes a difference. I know quite a few students, they have my top 10, my 10 closer commandments. It's like a frame poster they put on their wall. It has all the 10 key commandments as a high ticket closer. So when they're on the phone, they're looking at that so they don't forget that. Right? And also they feel like then I'm watching them all the time. Like don't be slacking off. It's very, very powerful. Very, very powerful. Like little things like that. It's like, think of wealth triggers. What it boils down to is this. You're playing little mind tricks with yourself. That's what it is. You're playing mind tricks with yourself. Because if you don't do it, then things just kind of happen accidentally. So why not be intentional, right? You wear this, you wear this, you wear this. Okay, I'm using a journal. Think about how many wealth triggers, when you use it, you use a little mouse pad, you wear the shirt. I know how many of you are closing right now wearing either HTC shirt or the closer hat. Put in the chat. Right? Yeah. Right? It's just like, this is cool. Like, this is who I am. If you don't feel like dressing in like full suit, hey, you know what? Real quick, I'm going to put on that shirt. Boom, I'm ready to go. Like, I like that transition. You're training yourself just like the Batman. You put on the Batman suit from Bruce Wayne. Boom, you're ready to go. Right? His voice changes. Same thing. Like, you know what? Oh, I'm just running around. I'm doing household work. I just pick up my kids. I got to jump on a closing call. Like, I'm a little bit frantic. Boom. Put on a little quick hat. Boom. Okay. I'm a closer. Let's go. It's a very quick way for yourself to get into that state of mind. Have fun with this. Have fun with this. Get a few of these. Have fun with it. And you see how it feels different. Right? Even when you make a little video, try that. Wear that and make a video. Don't wear it, make a video, and see if you feel differently. Right? It's all these little mind tricks we play with ourselves. Right? It's a lot of fun. Right? I have students who wear the I don't sell, I close. And people walk up to them and say, what does that mean? Right? We have students who go to events wearing this. By the time they walk out of the event, they got like a client. They got an influencer. They got a business account. Because it starts up conversation. Oh, what is that? What do you mean? Well, because I close. I don't sell. You know how most people sell? I close deals. Because you don't make money selling, you make money closing. Oh, I'm looking for closers. Oh, what do you mean? And they're doing the whole HTC routine, right? Get the phone number, go home, call, close the sale, boom. Right? And we keep adding. How many of you want to see more HTC products and wealth triggers? We're adding more. We're in the process of actually, probably in a few days, you will see in a t-shirt, actually literally a t-shirt that says wealth trigger. Yes, it says wealth trigger on a t-shirt. Right? We're adding more, and depends on what you, and let us know, like, because to see who's doing this for you. I can tell you that it is a pain in the ass trying to do stuff like this, because you have to, buy them inventory. I mean, it's a pain in the ass. Okay. And the margin is so little, but it's a nice thing. And it's a nice thing to offer. I know that's what you want. This is why we do it. Right. Otherwise, it's from a business perspective, it's not a very good business. Right. But it's a cool thing. It's a nice thing I want to be able to offer to you. High ticket sales secret number 17. 17. Don't think in money, think in commissions. Write this down. Don't think in money, think in commissions. Ties back to what we're talking about. Average people, they think in terms of money. As closers, we think in terms of commissions. I will explain. So think about your vision board, right? The different items that you might have. Maybe the car that you want to buy, the vacation you want to take, the house that you want to buy, the people that you want to help, right? And when you look at things on your vision board, and now by now you already have a revised version of your vision board, right? That the HTC Genie would understand what it is that you want with clarity and conviction and simplicity, right? Yes? Okay. So most people, they look at these things and they would say, well, I can't afford it. It's too expensive. It is not within my budget. All these things that they are saying, or maybe you are saying too, subconsciously, because you're looking at it from your current reality, you're looking at it from your current identity. I'll say that one more time. You are looking at it from your current identity. With what you're making now or not making now, ooh, that's expensive. Oh, I can't afford it. So if you are a high ticket closer, you wear the cape with a new identity, you don't think in terms of money because you don't even think in terms of how much you're making now. You look at, okay, let's say I'm closing a $5,000 sale. I make 10%. I make $500 a sale. So how much I make per sale? Right? $500. Let's say I want to get a car. I'll get a pretty nice car. And that is $1,000 a month. How many of you would agree $1,000 a month as a lease payment would get you a pretty good car? What kind of car could you get at $1,000 a month? A Tesla, yes, right? An Audi, yeah, a Model 3, right? A Jeep, yeah, that's nice. A Mercedes, absolutely. An SUV, Mustang, yeah, $1,000. So instead of, oh, I don't know if I could get, spend $1,000. I don't have $1,000 right now. No. Okay, it's $5,000. It's 10%, $500 a sale. I'm gonna make 2 sales. So I need to make 2 sales. So you don't think of how much something costs. From now on, we frame the way you think about this. I just need 2 sales. Done. Can you see how that's much more doable? Are you getting a aha moment right now? Instead of thinking, ooh, $1,000, I don't have. No, it's 2 sales. I need to go on a $10,000 vacation with my family. It's 20 sales. Done. Do that in a month. You see how it takes away the scarcity and the fear of I don't have 2 sales. 3 sales. Want to buy a new pair of shoes? It's 1 sale. Fuck, I can do it in the morning. I can do it in the morning, go afternoon and buy the shoes. Right? $500 to get you some decent shoes. Well, it's not going to get you the Christian Louboutin and shit like that, but it's going to get you some pretty nice shoes. You want those brands. You need two sales, right? Maybe 3 sales. But you see how affordable that is. You see, it's not far fetched now, is it? That's how I want you to think. So now, tell me, picture in your mind right now, in your mind, one item on your vision board. Okay, one, just pick one. Just pick any one of them. Maybe don't even pick a big one. Pick a one that's like a little bit smaller. Okay, a little bit smaller. So if you are closing a $5,000 sale and you're getting 10%, $500, how many sales you need to make to buy that? Okay, tell me. So 2 sales, 4 sales, 6 sales, 5 sales, 20 sales, 4 sales, 12 sales, 1 sale. Nice. 2 sales, 4 sales. Now, let me ask you a question. Okay. Is that a huge number or is that like a pretty small number? So if you're any good, if you're role playing, let's say you close 1 out of 5, 1 out of 4. So what do you have on your vision board? You're basically 4 to 10 phone calls away from getting that. Can you see how excited that you should be? Does that seem very far? Does that give you more motivation to jump on this core? Like, yeah, let's go. Right? Shit, you guys are not role playing. Like, give me the spot. Right? Get out of the way. I need a role play to get my item on my vision board here, right? You're not gonna be so polite and just observe. Like, are you going? Not go, let me go. Like you're cutting in line, right? Let's do it, right? You're not gonna win. Okay, Are you gonna now say to yourself, I don't have time? See, here, say for I don't have time. I'm afraid. I'm shy. I don't know how. I just watch. Hell no. No, right? He's like, you're getting in the way of my goal, right? Where's my money here, right? But you see, isn't that much more fun? It's not scary now, is it? It's not scary. This is a fun role play. You practice, you get on the phone, you ask some questions, you help people, you get paid. And then your next goal, it just boom, you do the same thing. I need 3 sales, I need 4 sales. When you break it down this way, now here's what's like ridiculous. You want to hear something ridiculous? What if you're selling something for $10,000? Fuck. Then you're making $1,000 a sale. Shit. Making $1,000 in less than 1 hour. How many of your friends work their ass off for the whole week and don't make $1,000? And you get on the phone, you let the prospect talk 80% of the time. You ask some questions with finesse. You walk away with $1,000 and you wonder why your friends hate you. I would fucking hate you. Fuck you. I work this hard and don't make $1,000 a week. You son of a bitch. You get on the phone in your pajama, drinking your honey green tea, looking over the view, looking over the garden, right? And you talk whatever. In 45 minutes, an hour, you make $1,000. No one, they should hate your guts. They should be jealous. You deserve the hate. How many would agree you deserve the hate? Okay, they should be jealous of you. And of course, who else are they gonna hate? They'll definitely hate you for that, right? And then and then you're like, well, actually closed like 3 sales today. I didn't make 1,000. I made 3,000. Fuck. Shit. I made 3,000. And one of those deals, I close when I'm in the bathroom taking a shit. Oh my God. I feel so sorry for you, man. What do you have to do to make 3K a month? Oh, I'm so sorry, man. No joke. No joke. So let's not take things out of context here. Please. This is smart work. This is smart work. And if they're smart, they will like, teach me some. What do you do? Can I join, please? And then you say, let me think about it. I don't even know if you have what it takes. So you don't have an income problem if you're thinking commissions. You have a skill problem. You've never, ever, ever had an income problem in your life. Your entire life, you always have a skill problem. You have an income problem because you never took the time to develop your skill. Are we talking about any kind of skills? No. We're talking about high income skills. You have, for some, you have invest your time learning some skills. Problem is, they are not high income skills, they are low income skills. So how can you get the high income when you spend your whole fucking life learning low income skills? Does that make sense? This is the problem. People attempt to change their income without upgrading their skills. So here's something that I want you to take away from. Okay. This is very, very profound. Don't downgrade your dream to match your reality. Upgrade your skill to match your vision. I'll say that one more time. Don't downgrade your dream to match your reality, where you are now, your old identity, your old self-image, where you are now. Upgrade your skill to match your vision. Your people, your friends, your parents, they're asking you, they are telling you, don't be so ambitious. You'll get disappointed. You should set realistic goals. You're not meant to that for that, right? We've never done that in our family. No one's in our family has accomplished that before. Versus, no, that's what I want. I'm going to upgrade my skill so I could get it. I know my skill set right now, I can't get to that 6-figure. Guess what? I'm going to make sure I could upgrade my skill so I could get to that 6-figure. Let me get to the 100,000. And I'm not going to stop at the 100,000. I'm going to set the next goal to do 200,000 a year. Because I could always upgrade my skill. Could you always upgrade your skill? If I could teach Daniel Lin to make 2.2 million in a couple of years, do you think I could help you get to 200K, 300K? And what if I tell you even 2.2 million is not a lot of money? To me, it's not a lot of money. I upgrade my vision for myself, right? Which is to build $1 billion company. I don't downgrade my dream to match where I am now. And I am where most people would love to be in their dreams already. But this is like a fraction of where I see myself. Like, I'm a student. Like, I can tell you, HTC, my mentee, I am, Sifu is just getting started. I'm a baby. I'm 38. I'm not even in my 40s. I'm just getting started. I'm just getting started. I am not even where I want. I'm not even 1% of where I see myself in my vision. Not 1%. Less than 1%, where I know where I could be. So if that's how I see myself, I don't know what you should be doing. If I'm not stopping, if I'm still upgrading my skills and learning and growing, I don't know. You tell me. You tell me. Because I want to walk the talk. If I'm going to teach you how to elevate your financial well-being, if our core purpose of the company is to elevate financial well-being globally, well, then I should keep growing. I should keep upgrading my skill, and so should you. You with me? Never. Just think about it. I'm not 1% of where I see myself, my identity, right? I have the vision. I'm challenging my reality to catch up to my vision. I'll say that one more time. It's not a goal that I want to get to. I am there in my mind already. That's how I've always been in my whole life. My mind is my mind. I'm a CEO of a $1 billion company. I'm just waiting and challenging my reality to catch up to my vision. That's it. Let that sink in for a moment. I'm not trying to strive to get there. I'm already there in my mind. I'm already there. The way I am building, the way I'm structuring, the way I'm growing my company, I'm building it for that. No, so when I say a billion, I don't mean. So I saw the question. No, I don't mean I don't mean a billion in net worth. I mean a billion in revenue. That's my vision. So if you think about whatever that is worth, or a billion revenue, probably depends on the industry. Well, by that time, it's probably the way I'm building my company is going to be conglomerate anyway. I don't know, 5, 6, 7 times, 8 times multiple. Right? Yeah, I want to. Why am I, if I'm teaching you how to upgrade your skills? Wouldn't it be great? You're learning from someone who's a $1 billion teacher, a $1 billion mentor, and I'm growing. And that's the best. Because then I can teach you. I know, doesn't matter what level I don't care if you're in debt. I don't care if you're starting from zero. I don't care if you're running 2, 3, 5, $10 million company. I could teach you a thing or two. You haven't made the money, let's give you the skill. You've made the money, let's teach you how to invest that money, how to grow that money. You have a business, let's talk about how to scale. Let me teach you how to scale your company, right? That's what I want to do. And I always want to be the cutting edge. And that helps me to grow because I'm going to teach you, I have to grow, right? But I haven't found that many people though. I haven't found that many people. And this is please, I'm not saying this as a blow smoke up my own ass and come across as arrogant. I'm just saying I haven't met that many people at this stage of my life that I felt, oh, you're so smart. Like, whoa, like they impressed me so much that I'm like, wow. No. In fact, I talked to my friend, Brian Scudamore, who's a founder. The other day we were having dinner. The founder of 1-800. How 1-800 got junk? How many of you have heard of 1-800 got junk? Yeah. So 1-800 got junk. The brand, they're doing about $400 million a year in revenue right now. 400 million. And big company, pretty big company. And I was talking with Brian, and we were just having him and I we have dinner, and I was sharing with him what I'm working on, my ecosystem, and we talk business. And he said, Dan, I guess I know his goal from his office. His goal is to build $1 billion company. And talking to me, I said, my goal is to say I want to build $1 billion company. You know what he said? He said, well, Dan, I think you're gonna get there faster than me, right? Because with franchise and everything, it takes a little bit more time, right? And this is not it's not like he's paying a compliment. It's just he knows me. He knows how I work. He knows how fast I work. And I've met so many other entrepreneurs, business leaders at that level, or billionaires. They pretty much say the same thing. So in some way, Siva came from a very humble beginning, but through time upgrading my skill, although I started off just like where you are, but at the same time, I am a little different. Like I would not be 100% honest if I tell you that I'm not unique. There is something special about me in some way. So let's do a quick role play before we do a break. Now, last week, I want to pick someone who you've done maybe before. Don't put up your hand yet. Don't put it. Let me give the instruction that you have done maybe 1 or 2 role play, but you are struggling because I want to give you the coaching so that everyone can learn from it, right? That you've done 1 or 2, but you're still struggling with a lot of things. Like it doesn't sound natural. It's not very smooth, and you felt challenged, because this is where I can give you the biggest contrast, so everybody can benefit the most, right? If you're pretty good, we'll go into more role plays into that. But I want you to be like you're like lack confidence. I want to help you with that because I help you. I help everyone else in this season. So I'm gonna pick a lady if possible. Okay.
Right.
And make sure your mic is good, your audio is good, because we need good audio, good reception, right?
Right. We'll have the new season as well, so you guys can raise your hand in Zoom and see who will pick.
Yeah.
That's right. And make sure if you're a veteran, give the new season members a chance, right? So it has to be a new season member.
Yes,
New
please.
season member only, please.
And let me just grab a pen real quick. Give me 10 seconds, okay?
Desmond, while Steve grabs a pen, what are some great things someone can do to prep for a role play before they jump on?
Absolutely. Well, you can hear the audio in Vikas's, myself, even Sifu's mic. So we talked about this in a previous lesson. So make sure if you haven't already done so, that's an investment. Okay. You want to know ballpark figures, put aside $50, put aside, $300, put aside some money. It's worth thousands and thousands of dollars for you getting a good mic. So make sure your mic is clear. Second, you do not want to be doing a role play while driving or while moving.
Yes.
If you are in a room, I know that Sifu has stood up and walks around, paces around. That kind of moving is acceptable, but you do not want to be in a vehicle, in a train, in an airplane doing a role play. That is unacceptable.
I want you to be safe. Right? So you can focus. So if you're driving, just drive.
Yes. And then last but not least, obviously, you want to give a chance to the, the junior members, people who have not done this. So if you are coming on, and we do realize that you are from a previous season and you're taking this opportunity away from your brothers, sisters, that does not reflect very well on you. So please do not raise your hand if you are already a previous season member. And if you are, coming up for this, relax, breathe, be yourself. Expect that you're going to make mistakes. That's absolutely fine. In fact, when you make those mistakes, it's a great opportunity for Sifu or us to give you some coaching, and then everybody learns from the process. So that's my 4 points there.
Yeah. Okay, so let's pick someone.
Okay, we'll pick Grace Fu. Grace, you are unmuted.
Grace, okay. Is it same Grace from last week? Or different Grace?
Yeah, the same. Hi, everyone.
All right,
Hi,
all right.
everyone.
Great, Grace is back. Okay. All right. Grace, have you been practicing?
Yes.
All right, all right. And this week, what do you want to sell?
Actually learned to sell HTC program.
Okay, so have you been role playing closing HTC?
Yes.
Okay, all right, all right. And so how about I would have actually I'll have Vikas. Okay, because I want you to be the prospect. And almost put yourself because back in the before even you join HTC, you gotta put yourself back, take yourself back there. Okay, where you were, and what were your struggles, and just picture yourself being back there that time. You're thinking about it, you booked the time, and now Grace is on the phone with you. Okay?
Sounds good.
All right. So go for it. And I'll mute and I'll take notes.
All right, Grace, ready to go?
Yes.
All right, ring, ring, ring.
Graceful speaking.
Hi, Grace. This is Vikas calling.
Hey, hi, Vikas. What can I do for you?
Hey, I wanted to learn more about this high-ticket closing program, so I thought I'd call you.
Oh, okay. Actually, now before we get started, maybe could you tell me a little bit about your situation? Because I want to make sure that this is actually a good fit for both of us. How does
Okay.
that sound?
Yeah, sure. That sounds good. What would you like to know about me?
Okay, so maybe could you tell me like what exactly are you looking for?
Well, really, I'm just looking for a way to, I guess, make more money and possibly a new career path.
Oh, so currently you are working a job or
Yeah, I'm currently working a job.
oh, okay, so you are working as a would you be
Sorry?
able to share more? Yeah. Would
Oh,
you be
yes.
able to share more with me? Yeah, on your
Yeah,
job.
I'm currently working at a car dealership right now. I'm in the parts department.
Oh, okay. So you need to do some sales or
No, sorry. No, as in I work in the back, I'll do deliveries, and I'll sometimes assist the front end desk people.
okay. So you actually wanted to change your career path?
Yeah, possibly. I'm also in school as well, so I'm doing that part-time.
Oh, you're in school right now. So what are you actually studying?
Yeah, so right now I'm in Douglas College. I'm just doing my first year of psychology and my first year of business as well.
Oh, that's interesting. So
Mhm.
actually, after studying, what do what's your goal?
Um, to be honest, I'm not really sure. I just kind of want to land somewhere where I sort of hit the six-figure level, and then maybe I could start to work on myself a bit more.
Oh, okay. Like for example, if today like if you were to meet your six-figure goal, right? Like you see yourself like traveling, what is it that you hope to do if today you actually hit the six-figure sales?
Um, honestly, I would probably like first thing I'd buy, like being real with you, Grace, I think it would have to be I really want a BMW M3.
Sorry, be in the.
BMW M3. It's a type of model of the car.
Oh, okay.
Hmm.
Wow, that's nice. So currently, do you have a car?
Yeah, I currently do.
Okay, so your goal is actually you hope to drive the BMW M3, is it?
Yeah, well, I'm one level below it. I'm at the BMW 330 CI. That's just one level below the M series, so I'm almost there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, understand. Okay, so from what I understand from you just now, you actually share with me that you actually saw some videos on this,
Hmm.
which is yeah. So actually from the videos, right? What actually motivated you to actually call in?
Hmm. Well, I actually had a friend that went through the program, and I've seen some of his success, and I kind of want to replicate what he does, and I've been really captivated by what he does. And honestly, I want to find something for myself a bit. I watch some of Dan's video, and I see him in the private jet, I see him in the Bentley, I see him in the red suit, and it just
Oh,
excites me.
yes,
I see that,
yes,
and it blows me away every time.
correct. Sifu is really, Dan Long is really damn cool, right? Boss in the
Yeah,
Bentley. So
yeah.
next time we will
Oh my
like see you
goodness.
Vikas in the BMW. Yeah. Okay, so maybe could you share more with me? Like, is your friend doing the same thing as you, or
No, he actually dropped out.
oh, okay, so he's actually now doing his own business,
Well,
or
no,
he's
well, he
doing
like
his.
he dropped out of university, just like what I was doing. He dropped
Mm,
out and went to go the more entrepreneurial route.
okay, so he has actually completed this HTC program and is now actually moving towards his goal.
Yeah, yeah.
Oh, okay, okay. I totally understand. So, actually, what do you hope that this, program, how do you see like this program working out for you?
Um, how do I see it working out for me?
Correct.
Yeah, I think. Well, I'm not really sure. I don't know much about the program. Could you actually tell me a bit about it? Because I don't really know how it could work out for me if I don't really know too much about it. If that makes sense.
Yeah, sure, no problem. Maybe I share a bit more with you. HTC is a program that teaches you skill set and
Mhm.
mindset. So, so it not only teaches you like high ticket closing, it's also the mindset. So because I want you to actually be successful,
Mhm.
in the sense that you meet your goal, which is to get your BMW. So what we notice is that from this program, right, all the successful students that graduate, they actually are very committed and very motivated.
Okay.
So yeah, so actually I wanted to check with you is that like how motivated are you if you were to let's suppose if you were to enroll in this course today.
Okay. So how motivated would it be if I enrolled?
Correct, like maybe let's give it on a scale from 0 to 10.
Again, like I'm motivated to do anything really that comes to mind. It's just if I see the value behind it, then I could really dive in. You know, could you walk me through? I mean, maybe what would motivate me in this course? Because I've seen what Dan can do, I've seen what coaches can do, but I don't really have. Actually, I have zero sales experience. I've never done that before. But people always tell me, "Oh, you're good at talking to people. You talk a lot, so usually it can work out for you." But I have no sales experience, so if anything, I'm a little nervous to go into it. So I don't really know if I could
Oh,
put a number down, if you know what I mean.
okay, I totally understand. Maybe let me share with you like some of our past graduates that have actually gone through this course.
Okay.
So in this course, right, actually it will be even better if you actually don't have any sales experience, because right, because you don't have all those bad habits that you have from the sales experience. So you go in only knowing what you learn from then.
Gotcha. Okay.
Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, that sounds okay.
Yes, and also most of our graduates, right, like I shared with you just now, the successful ones are the ones that are committed and they are willing to put in the work.
Hmm.
Like I'm sure like in your job right now, right, in order to get to the from the past till now, you have been putting in the work to move up the level, move up the corporate world.
Uh-huh.
Mm, is, is that what I mean? Previously, before your this job, what were you doing?
So before that, I was actually a manager at McDonald's. So I was 18 at the time, 19 now. So, yeah.
Oh,
They
wow. So
actually
you actually
they
work your way up?
yeah, it was actually really easy. I just knew a bunch of people there and I kind of just flew up the ranks. Um, and then I got headhunted from McDonald's to Chrysler, which I don't know why they're looking at McDonald's, but here I am.
Oh, okay, okay, that's good.
Hmm.
So I'm sure that in your work, are you the go-getter to actually get the work done?
Yeah, I mean, staying overtime for me is an issue. Putting in the extra work is an issue. I just wherever my work is, I want to make sure I win there and my team wins. If I
Okay.
win, my
Now
team wins.
pause. Good. Pause off the role play. So far, so good. Grace, see you can
Mm.
transition into money.
Okay. Okay. Hi, Vikas. From perhaps from what I share with you, how much do you think that this course is worth to you? If today we suppose this course is able to actually help you get your BMW.
Hmm.
Mm,
If it, like, how much would it be worth if I could get me my BMW, like my dream car?
correct. And do you
um,
actually meet the six-figure income that you're actually looking for?
yeah, so I'd need 6 figures to get that car. If I were to put a value on this course, I'd say it's kind of priceless if it could truly get me that. But that sounds a little too good to be true, if I'm being
Oh,
honest with you.
okay, I understand. So actually, why do you think that is too honest? Sorry, why do you think that it sounds too good to be true? Is
I
it
mean,
because you have some bad experience or?
no, I wouldn't say bad experience. I just thinking, like, okay, let's say I pick up a phone, I'm gonna start calling people and making money. Like, what? Like, how's that gonna work? And I have no, sales experience again. Like, maybe it'll work, maybe it doesn't. I don't know.
Okay, I understand. So because maybe can I share with you my story?
Sure.
I'm also a HTC student. So
Okay, cool.
before I actually joined HTC,
Uh-huh.
I do have a lot of debts. That means
Mhm.
when I came into HTC, I actually started negative, with debts.
Mhm.
So I actually have sales experience also, but the sales experience that I have is, I always thought that I have to go and meet the customer to be eager, to be hyper, to be energetic.
Mhm.
Yeah, but after going through this course, actually I managed to clear my debt. I think within in class 6. And
Solid.
also,
Wow.
yeah, cool. It's really cool. And we also, and the success stories is not only me. So I also have a lot of classmates, even past graduates. Some of them even clear their debt in class 3 and 4, which is why I actually wanted to check with you on how committed you are. Because for this course, right, then not only teach you the lesson, he also give you homework because he wants to make sure that his students are successful.
Mhm.
He wants to make sure that you are committed to do the work every day and implement it into your life.
Okay, cool.
Yeah. Does that sound good to you?
Uh, yeah, that sounds awesome. Sounds like you killed it.
Thank you.
That's
Yeah.
great.
So so back to the question. Right now, I would actually like to ask you, how much do you think this course would be worth if you are able to, achieve that goal, like what we did and the past graduates that did. So,
Mhm. Okay. Well, to be honest, Chris, I'd say it's priceless, but really, I'd just like to know the price. I've been hearing a lot of things, like sometimes it's 20K. I hear sometimes it's 10K. I've been hearing a bunch of prices. Could you confirm what the price is?
mm, maybe can I check with you? How much are you comfortable to invest in yourself?
It really depends, honestly. It really depends on what I'm getting at the end of the day, right? I mean, if I need to make money come, I can make it come. Really, like I could be resourceful. Um, but quite honestly, it depends on the price here.
Okay. Maybe would you be like able to give me a range of price that you're actually comfortable with?
Ooh,
Mm,
3K?
3,000 US.
Yeah. Ooh, US. Okay, I'm Canadian. So okay, that'd be like two almost. Okay, yeah. So I guess 3K. Sure, US. Ooh, that'd be a little bit of a stretch.
Okay, understand. So I'm sure that you watch dance video, right?
Yeah, I've seen
Yeah.
a lot of.
So maybe could you like give a guess, like how much is dance price per hour?
Uh, it's like 10K, I think.
Wow, you're so smart. You're really spot on. I guess the course that you're going for right now, the psychology course, is really good because you are able to know it.
Honestly, I wish my mom said the same thing. She looks at it, she's like, it's not working. I'm like, it is, but hey,
It is,
here we
and
are.
you're spot on, correct.
Thank you.
Dance time is actually 10K per hour.
Uh-huh.
So this course, right, this HTC course is actually 7 weeks,
Okay.
and there might be a bonus class. So you imagine per hour is actually dance time is actually 10K.
Mm-hmm.
So per class, actually the duration is 3 hours.
It's 30K. Okay. Wow.
Correct. Wow. So you imagine just one lesson and it's 30K. You imagine 7 lesson and 8 lesson. And from the video that you see of Dan, right? One thing is Dan, you will notice that Dan love to over deliver.
Mm-hmm.
That I can guarantee. Because I've gone through his class and through the classes like class 2 and 3, the class is actually 3 hours and he teach you 6 hours, 5 to 6 hours. Can you imagine? So you imagine the amount of this course?
Dude, 5-6 hour class. So I'm just like sitting there at the computer, just like taking notes, listening to like a multi-millionaire.
Correct. And
Oh my
and
gosh.
then yes, and Dan's course he loved to make it interactive.
Hmm.
So you are not just sitting there like normal like those usual courses that you go, you just sit there and then you just write notes.
Okay.
Dan love to be interactive. He wants to ask questions, and then you are able to share with even other classmates and other graduates.
Okay, that sounds pretty
Cool,
cool.
right?
I
Yeah.
just want to confirm though, Grace, what was the final price for this program?
Okay, for this program, right? It actually costs USD 2,500. Does that sound is that comfortable for you?
Oh, it's not too bad, but
Mm,
I gotta say that's a bit of a chunk. So 2,500. I'm looking at 32 Canadian around
okay.
there.
Understand. But right now, if let's suppose if we were to able to like do 3 payments, will that be helpful for you?
Uh, Possibly. Does that mean the final price goes up too? Because if I'm looking at doing a one-shot payment, I'm looking at around like, is it like 3,300? Yeah, it's about 3,300, right?
Mm,
Okay, and then with the payment plan, how much would I pay per month, and what would be my final cost with that?
okay, the payment plan will be slightly more a bit,
Okay.
but correct, but it will fit into if you are comfortable like paying per month, so that you won't be
So
so tied up.
I'm guessing like 997 a month for 3 months, if I'm correct. If that's how you guys
Correct,
structure it.
correct.
Okay. Interesting.
Does that sound good to you?
That adds up a bit more though. It's a little much. Do you think maybe I could think about this, head back, maybe talk to my parents about this, see if it's okay with them, and then call you back next week if that's cool? Because I'll be honest, it's a little much. I gotta still pay my college tuition.
Oh, okay. So you were saying that even with the like 3 payment, it's still a little too much for you?
Yeah, because at the end of the day, I'm paying almost 4K Canadian,
Okay.
and Vancouver is an expensive city to live in. I'll be honest.
Okay, understand. So so you actually just to confirm that you would actually like to check with your parents so that they would be able to help you with the financing.
Well, not
Is
I don't
that
know.
correct?
I just want to kind of bring the facts to them and maybe see what they think about it because I don't know. I'm still a little bit iffy on this program, to be honest with you. I want to do a little more research and stuff and maybe look into it and probably talk to my friend who went through the program.
Okay, I understand that perhaps it is actually a lot of money for you because, but remind me, why are we talking today again?
I wanted to learn more about the program and see if this is something that's for me.
Correct, and you actually wanted to reach your goal of having the BMW and also
Yeah,
to
yeah,
earn the six figure, right?
yep.
So based on everything that you share with me today, where do you want to go from here?
Hmm. Got me thinking, Grace. Got me thinking.
Hmm. It's like what would you really want to do to solve to actually not solve, I would say, to actually meet your goals today,
Hmm.
to get you nearer, to get you moving to your goal?
Gotcha. Yeah, I could still hit the BMW goal with my job though, like eventually with time, but
Hmm.
I gotta say, if I'm paying 4K at the end, like, is there any discounts or anything you could provide?
So actually we do not provide discount, but because actually, are we talking about value or discount here?
To be frank with you, value. I'm still a little skeptical in the program here.
Mm, maybe would you be able to share with me the part where you are skeptical about?
It sounds cool that I could make the money to get the car, but I
Mm-hmm.
just don't feel connected to the program. I don't feel like, oh, like this is it. I need to be there. It just seems like, hey, you know what? You can make money, dude. Go get your car. Boom, bye. Like, this sounds like like every other drop shipping course I've heard of, or Amazon FBA and all that stuff. Like, it sounds sort of the same to me. So I'm just, that's why I want to just like sit down, look at all of them, analyze it, see which one's the best for me, and then drop whatever amount I need, and then sort of budget everything out.
Mm, okay, I totally understand. So you actually is not sure whether are you able to like meet your goal. Can I put it that way?
As in,
Because
sort
if let's suppose if this program is really able to help you, like we have seen many successful graduates and also myself,
mhm.
but of course you have to really put in the hard work.
Yeah, of course. I think with
Be
anything,
really committed. Correct.
definitely, yeah, anything requires hard work for sure.
So perhaps would you be able to share with me like why do you think that you will not like be able to succeed in this if suppose this course is able to like make myself and the past graduates to be able to clear the goals, be able to reach our goals, be able to clear our debt.
Yeah,
So
I mean,
so
it really goes back to, I've seen other people go out there and win before, but
mm,
sometimes no matter how hard I hustle, sometimes I won't make it. It's the same thing with, like, if for school example, right? Like, if I'm doing math,
mm,
right? People are just absolutely killing it, but I'm
mm,
horrible in it. I hate math. But if it's like
mm.
public speaking, I'll wipe the floor with everybody. I'll be the best one on there. No one can touch me. Like, you see what I mean? Maybe it's one of those things where I win and I just sweep the floor with everybody, or it's one of those things that I'm just left behind.
Okay. Maybe would you be able to share with me why do you feel that you are being left behind? Was it because you're not so committed, or you
Okay,
just
good.
totally hate that?
Okay,
All right.
good.
Sorry.
Awesome role play. Good. Very
Grace, that was
good.
awesome.
That's good. That's good.
Thank you.
First of all, a number of great. I've written down some notes.
Mm,
Now, think about. I want to ask everybody listening in from last week, Grace. Now, Grace, how many role plays have you done?
I think maybe around eight,
Eight,
7 to 8. Yeah.
7 to 8 role plays. For
Yep.
fast forward, just in 1 week's time, how many of you could see a significant improvement? Put in the chat.
Yeah, big improvement, Sifu.
And,
Definitely
and
from
can you
last
can
week.
you see that Grace from last week, right? Even we did a very short role play, just her tonality. Can you see this is a learnable skill? Because last week you see Vikas, you see Desmond, you see we are good, but for someone who's new within a week, not even learning exact, we're not still having gone into techniques today with some very basic, right? Some basic role play. How much she could improve. Does that motivate you to want to role play more?
Sifu, especially too. I mean, even you started off the class, right? The very title of the class, right? Even with an accent, and I know, Grace has got a Singaporean accent. I grew up in Singapore, right? I was being born there, and I had to change it. And I know that some of you in the audience, you may not acknowledge it, but you probably secretly, subconsciously might feel some lower self because you think you have an accent.
Now, with the accent, does that prevent you from understanding what Grace is saying? Do you feel like she's not listening to you? Do you feel like she's not getting her message across? So it's not an issue now, is it? If we can reduce the accent, it helps with communication, but doesn't really matter. It doesn't really matter. So if you speak with an accent, you don't speak with an accent, it doesn't matter. It works. It works because, write this down, it's not about you. It's all about the prospect. When you think about, oh, my accent, this and that, you make it all about you. It's not about you. They're not buying you. That's the beautiful thing about XTC. Unless you're selling your own product and services, it's not about you. You're either selling someone else's products and services, right? Or selling their offers. So don't make it about you. Don't take it personal. Oh, VCAS is investing in XTC. VCAS is not investing in Grace. Do you understand? Grace is simply helping VCAS to make an informed decision. You with me? Right? It doesn't matter. Now, a couple key things here. First of all, right now, with XTC, the standard XTC is $10,000. It's $10,000. With a selective students that we have a lower tier, kind of like a basic version of XTC that only comes with the 7-week class and the role play platform that we have. But the 10K level, which is the standard, which is what most students invest in, that comes with the XTC manual that you get in the mail. It also comes with the Saturday class that you get, hosted by Sifu's internal closers that are closing right now. You also get the one-on-one role play coaching from the closers that are working in the internal team, right? The internal team, as well as an advanced course on how to sell business to business. That is the XTC course. So for those who are, your budget's a little bit tight, right? But you still want to learn. This is why Sifu has the option. I don't want to turn away a lot of students who are maybe they're not quite there yet. Maybe they can't afford the 10K. This is why we have the 3K version, that at least you can be exposed to what we do. You get it going, you develop your skill, you get some income coming in, you're closing some deals, then you can invest at a higher level. And maybe you want to learn more from me in the future. Does that make sense? Right? So then we're able, and there's a lesson here, because when you're closing for other business accounts, sometimes the business account, they might have one offer, or they might have two offers, or they might have three offers, right? Now write this down in closing term. Okay, I'm going to teach you a terminology here. Okay, I'm treating you like a professional. Okay, not just a student, you're a professional. That is called a downsell. Okay, it's called a downsell, meaning that this is what we have, but there's a downsell for people who cannot afford the core program, product, service, whatever it might be. Here's a downsell. It's like you go buy an expensive watch, right? It's a very expensive watch. You're looking at it is a I don't know, $10,000 watch, right? Oh, I want it. It's a Rolex, but if you can't afford it, the watch dealer maybe, hey, you know what? We have another Rolex here that doesn't have, maybe not as, as prestige, but still looks pretty good. It's only a $2,000 watch, a $3,000 watch. That is called a down sell. No different than the exactly first class, business class, economy. You got it? Right? So understand when you're closing, there's that possibility. It's good because at the very least, why is it nice to have a downsell? Tell me. Why is it nice to have a downsell? You give them options, yes, right? Yes, you can still add value, right? You could still, like, instead of, oh no, you like, it's like, oh, you can't afford what we have. Oh, it's no, right? But no, you know what? Maybe we could help you in this way, right? It's still be able to help them in some way, right? They can't buy the expensive, they can't buy the normal, but he's at least something that you could start off with. It's like a basic jumpstart guide, if that makes sense, right? Yeah, give them, just help them to get them. Maybe it doesn't get them to from A to Z, but it will get them to A to C or A to D, right? So it's very powerful when we offer something like that. Now, I also took down some notes here, okay, that where I hear from Grace, Grace, when you listen to your own role play, okay, sometimes you have a lot of
Yeah.
okay.
Mm.
So when see right there, okay. So when you're agreeing somebody, when you like when you want to agree with somebody, instead of saying just silence. That's good.
Okay.
Just listen and just you see how that. Okay, do you hear it? Do you hear it? You see how that gives her more power. Just from to like to just silence. Like, see, Grace wants to say that I know she's withholding it. It's good. Just silence. Very little subtlety. Okay. Or you could say yes. Yes is very good. If sometimes I say is that just that's fine. That's like I'm in agreement. That's fine. You see the difference? To
Mm-hmm.
yeah, right. Okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay. That's good. Now, Vikas also, I noticed when he is, you see where you're asking questions, and I noticed in the first maybe 1/3 into the conversation, you were rushing a little bit into it. Okay, you're listening, but you were a little bit rushing into getting to his pain point, his hot button, little bit too rush. There's a tempo. So as a high T closer, you have to pay attention to the tempo, right, of the call, the rhythm. There's a natural rhythm. You notice when Sifu was flow playing last week, you notice there's certain rhythm. You don't want to do it too fast, right? Because then you feel like you're rushing it. You're trying to get the commission. You do it too slow. Then if you do it too slow, it could drag on and on and on and on without going into the steps that which I'm going to teach you in just about probably an hour or so. Okay. One more tips is when he was talking about, I'm going to do a quick 2-minute role play. Okay. So Grace, pay attention. Okay. So Grace was saying, so Vikas, you can just do it one more time.
Yep.
Okay. And Grace, you do it one more time too, because I want to show the contrast. So you say again, because I don't have any sales experience. And then Grace, you go ahead and handle that again.
So Grace, I don't have any sales experience at all.
Oh, that's actually wonderful because we actually want our student. Sorry, again.
Again?
Yeah, sorry.
Just like the dojo, it's like, okay, again.
So because it's actually good that you actually don't have any sales experience because it's because you don't actually bring any bad habits in. Like myself, like I share with you the story that, I actually have a sales background where I believe in, being hyper, eager, energetic. So without this sales experience, you actually learn more and implement more because this is the only way that you know.
Okay.
Does that sound good to you?
Yeah, it does.
Now, that is, how many will agree that's not a bad way of handling it, right? That is not a bad. Oh, one thing before I show that is Grace, when he was talking about the debt, one of the things that we want to do, because you were talking about all students that come in, even for you, if you are paying off the debt within a few weeks in the class, most students don't need to exaggerate. When we're closing, do not exaggerate, because most students do not pay off the debt during their week 4. Now, they do pay off the debt after a certain period of time, after they put it into work, maybe months from now, right? Depends on how much debt they have. So I do not want to exaggerate. If anything, by the way, XTC, under promise, play it down. You'll see when Sifu is closing, play it down. You don't need to exaggerate. I would tell the way, because most people, it takes them a while to make 6 figures. It's gonna take some work, right? And some maybe they never get to 6 figure, but they might make an additional $20,000-$30,000 a year. How do you feel about that? You see how that builds more trust, right? Versus, oh no, actually, some might take a long time, but would it be okay for you with additional just 10, 20,000, 30,000, right? So then because it's thinking, yeah, but I'm gonna work harder to get to there, right? Versus you exaggerate. So promise, Sifu, especially when you're closing for me, I would rather you play it down.
Okay.
We don't need to exaggerate. We don't need to hype. We don't need to do any of those things. I like to be very upfront with people, because I don't want to be able to use these crazy promises to get people in, because it brings the wrong student for me. I want the right student with the right attitude. Make sense?
Yeah, sure.
Right. So I'm gonna do the same thing. I'm gonna demonstrate. Pay close attention. So, because go ahead, tell me. I'm gonna be Grace.
Sounds good.
Tell me no sales experience.
Gotcha. So Grace, I actually have 0 sales experience.
Because when it comes to high ticket closing, one of the things that Dan teaches is that we don't want to sound like a typical salesperson, right? When you think of a salesperson, what comes to your mind?
I think of that super pushy car salesman, like buy now, buy now.
And you work in a car dealership, even you work in a parts department. You've seen those guys every day, right?
Dude, I see it every day, every day.
Yes. Do you want to be one of those guys?
God, no.
No. And so when it comes to closing, we actually do everything the opposite of what we call typical traditional sales. So with no sales background experience, do you think that actually helps you or that actually hurts you?
That actually helps, because I don't pick up their bad habits and I'm not pushy like them,
You're correct. Boom. Do you see the difference?
Yes, totally.
Right? It's like I'm asking, it's very smooth, and I'm turning into the next question. I don't want me to convince him. Do you think it helps or it hurts? Oh, I think it helps me. See, now it's him saying it, not me saying it to him. Right? Now it's like, yeah, I don't need to be a slimy salesperson, right? So you see the difference, right? It's one little line. I'm just demonstrating how that you could improve, right? What about you that are listening? Do you see the difference? The role play, right? That's the difference. A little subtle change. That's very good. Grace, good job. Good job. Let's take a quick 2-minute, actually, let's make a 3-minute break. Okay, 3-minute break, and we'll come right back. Good job, Grace. Good job.
All right. So while we take that break, so I want to do a quick, sorry, just do a little quick
ahead,
little housekeeping here. So again, now that role plays are in session, we do have Discord rolling out. The bot sweep is actually going to happen tonight. So please be sure to have your first and last name along with your profile photo in Discord. Please don't have a photo of a Lamborghini, a Ferrari. As much as I love cars, as much as we all love cars, we want to see your face. We want to see who we're interacting with. If you do not meet any of the 3 criteria, you will be removed from the bot, and you will have to contact support once you are removed to be able to be reinstated. So again, please drop a yes if you understand, if that makes sense, that we are going to make sure we have our first, last name, and our profile photo within Discord. Desmond, over to you.
Yes, and of course, we are still measuring the attendance for classes, and I think that everyone is pulling together so that we can get that bonus class going. So make sure you're doing whatever you can in your power to attend class live. We're saying this actually because some members are actually catching this as a recording because they may have missed the class live. And for the members, I mean, in the chat, I'm sure you can type in here, just attending and being able to participate in the chat and getting your answers, your questions answered on the spot in the Discord chat. I'm telling you that's probably better than anything else than to try to go through a recording later on. So attend class live, work together as a team, hold each other accountable, and help to unlock the bonus class 8. Now, if you haven't already done so, quickly go and grab your drink, your coffee, stretch, move around, go do a bio break if you need to, and type in the chat your biggest takeaway already from this first segment of class. What is one thing that you know now that you can implement right away? Okay, I'm seeing, yes.
Thinking commissions from Garrett.
That's
okay.
right. Yep. Rhythm, be a high ticket closer. B, that's right. Yep.
Under promise, play it down.
Replace the ums with silence, like the ums or ahs. Yes. Tempo.
Of the goal. Yep.
Yep.
Role play more. Yes, you can never ever get enough dojo time.
You know, this is something I'm going to give you guys an insider tip. We can actually track how much time you actually spend in role plays. Right, and we've had people in the past try to game the system, so please don't do that. But and because we can also see that, and it is one thing that when we are considering the business accounts, or when we have clients that are requesting for closers, or the internal sales team, or even the business development team, we definitely do look at those records. That is one of the, we have about a 21 touch point system in measuring closers, and that is one of them. So do invest the time now. I'm giving you probably one of your first tips, that it's not the be all end all, but being in role play, and it's the quality of the role play. It's not about the, just the number of hours you're in role play. It's the quality of role play. Sifu will probably tell you, if you're practicing the wrong punch and you're just practicing it over and over and over again, well, that's not helping you either. Okay, so focus on the quality as well. Okay, we're getting ready to that 3 minutes mark there. Everyone, get ready to get back in session, get in mode. Maybe some of you have even put on your high ticket closer shirts, or even suits to dress up now for your second half of class. Sifu, are you back?
Yes, and that's a great reminder. So this is why you don't want to just post your schedule link, link or Calendly link, because if you're not in Discord, we would not be able to see the hard work, the labor that you put into your role play. Because one of the things, how many want to join Sifu's team, or you want to be closing for on a business account, right? A lot of those opportunities we look at. If you say, "Oh, Sifu I've been role playing a lot," we look into Discord and say, "Oh, I just see 0 hours." No, but Sifu, I role play outside of Discord. We can track. We don't know. You know what I'm talking about? So make sure you stay. So then because then it's easy. Then I know. Oh, okay. I'm thinking of giving you a business account, or here's another opportunity for you to close. And I look at you've logged 30, 40, 50 hours. I know you're a serious student. Then all we need to do, another touch point, is look at all the homework that you've done. I'll give you another tip. Okay. Do you want to give you another tip? If you want to be on our team, you're really closing for the account, is we look at how you treat support. I'm giving you a big tip. Because if there's a student who is very nice in class, very nice in the community, but is a jerk talking to support, what does that tell you about that person?
And not just support Sifu, sometimes even the community members. We have seen, past students who are no longer with us, who are rude to the community members as well too. And we're all humans. Sometimes I think mistakes can be made, or miscommunications happen, but it's the way you deal with it, and how you're resourceful, or even members who have contributed to help, diffuse the situation. We can also see that when we see those in the chats, right, Vikas?
Yes.
That's correct. We keep record of any students who cause disharmony, or any students who actually help. We have a permanent record of that, so that stays forever. So anytime Desmond or Sifu are looking for a closer, they come to the community team and say, "Oh, hey, look out for XYZ," or "They've done these 3 things good."
Correct. Because why would we? Okay, here's an account that is worth X amount of dollars that could generate so much revenue and profit and income for you. And if someone, why would I give this to someone that is like two-faced pretenders, or they treat certain people, important people, on the surface very nicely, but behind the scenes with what they perceive as less important people in a different way? So that to me tells me that's a non-team player. So Steven looks at that. How you do anything, how you do everything. I see all of that, right? I see if you're submitting your homework. We keep track of all of that. Because I know if you're not submitting your homework, you're not attending class live, you are not a person of full commitment. Then I'm not so comfortable with throwing those business accounts to you. Does that make sense? Right? So I never, one of the things that when I teach, I don't listen to what you say or watch what you do. I don't listen to people. Oh, I'm committed, Sifu. Yeah, I won't disappoint you. Well, you have role played 2 hours in total for 7 weeks. You submit your homework late and you're rude to my staff. Well, guess what? I don't think I'll be giving you any business account. You can learn from me and you can go out and do your own thing, but I'm not comfortable having you on my team. It's very simple, right? Even little things. I'll tell you one little thing. If I could see a student that is not resourceful, meaning they are even little things where, oh, where's this thing? Where's that thing? What about this? That doesn't work. And it's just creating a lot of issues with the support. If I have someone like that on my team, holy fuck, that is not going to be stopped. Like I want someone on my team to help me solve problems, not create problems for me. I'm not going to babysit anybody, right? I'm here to help you generate more income and be more successful. I'm not here to teach you like how you like the proper basic manner, right? I am giving you the benefit of a doubt that you have that. Make sense? Right? Very key. So Sifu, I look at all of that. And they wonder, oh, how come they weren't chosen? It's very simple. I can name 20 things that they did. Secret number 18. Closing, it is not something that you do to a prospect. Closing is something that you do for a prospect. Say with me. Closing, it is not something that you do to a prospect. It is something that you do for a prospect. Sifu, what does that mean? It means this. Now, how many of you, if when you're on the phone with somebody, okay, and you're talking to them, and we're selling high ticket, aren't we? We're selling high ticket, high price point. Most of the time, depends on who you sell to, but I could tell you most of the time, who you are talking to, it's never ever going to be a very simple thing, meaning it is not a stretch for them to invest at a high level. And you would get resistance and you would get price objection because what we sell is high price. We're not selling a $2 store thing, right? This is not dollar store. So understand that 1 week when it comes to high ticket closing, we will see these every day. And you will hear example. So I want you to think about this, okay? Focus, think about this right now. You're talking to someone on the phone, just like Vikas, saying, ooh, it's like 4,000, there's a lot of money, right? You might hear sometimes the prospect would tell you, well, I have to get into debt to afford this. I have to borrow money, like to invest in this, or I have to mortgage my home in order to buy this. Now, pearls, I'm going to talk to the pearls. How many of you would be a little bit uncomfortable knowing that they have to stretch themselves that much in order to invest in whatever that you're closing for, right? You'd be like, I don't like. Then I don't know. It feels like are we taking advantage of people, right? Are we? I don't know. I don't want them to feel like they're being pushed. So I want to teach you something very profound, very very profound, and this is for you, for your pearl. This is also for your sapphire, for all for gems. Okay. This will have a profound impact when you're closing. One of the most valuable gifts that you could give someone, I believe, is asking them a profound question. I'll change many people's lives by asking them a profound question. Not a gift, not something, a question that makes them think in a completely different way, say things that they didn't see before. So let me tell you the difference between a traditional salesperson versus who we are, what we do, high ticket closer. A traditional salesperson sells products and services. A traditional salesperson sells what? Products and services. A high ticket closer sells a desire and a vision. A high ticket closer sells a what? A desire and a vision. A traditional salesperson lives in his or her world. A high ticket closer lives in his or her client's world. Write this down. It's a big distinction. A traditional salesperson changes a life situation. A high ticket closer changes a life. If you're selling something like a traditional product or service, your typical traditional salesperson, then yes, if you see some of those resistance, maybe you shouldn't go deeper. But here's the thing. If you want to help someone, a new question allows your clients, your prospects to see and imagine what their life could be. A sales pitch only allows them to see life from their current framework. I want this to sink in a bit. Why they are scared, why they have scarcity, why they say they can't afford it, because they are only seeing their life from their current framework. If they're looking at the current framework, of course, they cannot afford anything because they have lower self issues. It's our job to help them remove that filter. How many have seen Sifu's the removing the penny demonstration that closes in black? They have those pennies in front of them. It's our job to help them remove the pennies. So of course they can't see it. And here is the thing. Here is the thing. Think about if you don't close them. This is why I said it's closing something you do for them, not to them, for them, because to help them get out of their own way. If you don't close them, take a guess, a year from now, those with debt problem, do you think anything would change? Do you think that debt problem would disappear? If they have money problem, do you think they only have money problem this year, or they've always had money problem? So how are they going to change? How are they going to improve? How are they going to provide better future for their family? How are they going to pay off that debt if you, as a high ticket closer, you don't close them? Then you're being a selfish person. Why you are not helping them to get out of their own way? Because you don't want to ask the right questions. Why are you projecting your scarcity and your values on them? That's one life that is not being saved. I want you to imagine that person. How many of you getting into HTC is a stretch for you? It's not easy. It's a lot of money. So Sifu's question is, so you don't invest in HTC. You keep whatever that you have. For some, you have to get into debt. You got to use the credit card to be resourceful. Let's say you don't use it. You're not here. You save that money. Where are you going to be at 6 months from now? A year from now? 2 years from now? Still with no high income skills. So you keep the money. What's going to change? So things will magically just work out? Suddenly you will solve the money problem? You are no longer worried about income? Now finally you can take care of your family? Does it just happen like that? So do you see, like, when Sifu is closing, this is why I could close with such conviction and confidence, because I know you don't even know what you need yet. Here's my belief. I'm going to sell you something that you don't even know you need it yet. By the time I'm done, you're going to say thank you. You don't even know what is closing. For some, a few months ago, you don't even know what closing means. I have no problem to promote, sell, close what I have, because I know what it would do for you. Closing is something that I know I do to a prospect, is something I do for them because they don't know any better. Their lives are not working. I could teach them how to make it work. Do you see the difference? So when I'm on the phone, so Pearl, let me ask you again now. So if you're on the phone, someone's like, oh, I know it's a bit of a stretch. I probably have to use my credit card to buy this, or I actually have to get into debt to buy this. So do you want to be selfish and say, oh, that's okay. It's okay. Maybe in the future, then you think about it. Or are you going to use the right questions with the right tonality to help them remove those pennies? And sometimes you have to be tough. Sometimes you have to push a little bit, say, you know what, Sally, I understand it's a stretch. Can I ask you a question? And I don't want to push. If you don't want to do it, that's fine. So you don't invest in this. What's going to happen 3 months, 6 months from now? What's going to change? I guess I don't know. I guess I hope things will work out. Do you think hope is a strategy? What will happen if you keep doing the same thing over and over again? What could you expect? Well, I guess you're right. But just what if? What if this program, this product, this service is what you've been looking for? Just what if it works? Forget everything that you've seen, the success stories. What if it just works 10%? 10% as good as you imagine. Not even 100%. Just 10%. Would that be worth it? And they'll say, it would definitely be worth it. Then what should we do? What do you want to do? Let's do it. See, now you're helping them to see and imagine the possibility. The no limit, the vision versus the current framework. Because every single person you'll get on the phone with, they all have a problem. Otherwise, they wouldn't be on the phone. Doesn't matter. It could be a weight loss problem, could be a relationship problem, could be an income problem, could be a debt problem, could be a career problem, could be a confidence problem. Depends on what you're selling. But they're on the phone for a reason. Wouldn't you agree? They are on the phone for a reason. And they are stuck because they see life from their current framework. When our prospects are down and out and focus on meeting the safety need of food and a roof over their heads, they're focusing on survival. What are they focusing on? Survival. And when they're unfocused and looking for variety in the wrong areas of their life, alcohol, cigarettes, drugs, when they just want to be loved and connected with their relationships, because all else is failing, everything else is failing. When they only want to feel important for a few moments because they want respect from people around them, from their spouse, from their kids in their lives that they're not getting right now. Say this with me together, please. It is our role as a high ticket closer, our privilege to help them imagine a bigger future, a future that they cannot see themselves right now, one filled with promise and purpose and growth and potential and contribution. This is the life that everyone wants to live. And who are we? How dare we are being so selfish that when we can give this to people and you don't, because you're afraid to get rejected, you're afraid to push, you're afraid to ask the tough questions. Then Pearl, then tell me, do you actually want to help people or just pretend you want to help people? If we want to help people, isn't it time to get out of our own way, our own feelings, our own self-interest? They settle for less because they have to find a way to make a living or pay the bills. That's why they settle. That's why you settle. How many of you are experiencing an aha moment right now? How many of you will not be that selfish? See, everybody talks about, selling this and that. If you're selling something you believe in, if you're selling something that truly empowers people, I have no problem. You shouldn't have any problem. You will love to do it. I love to sell. How many of you could tell? People love to sell. I have no problem selling. I don't care if I'm selling HTC, I'm selling a business account, I'm selling a CEO. I don't care if I'm selling a t-shirt. Even I'm talking about the shop, I'm excited. I'm selling a $20 t-shirt. I make a few dollars on. I'm just as excited because I know you will feel good wearing that t-shirt. And maybe you'll close more, you'll feel better. Maybe it's easier for you to adapt the identity. Maybe you strike up conversation with someone that might turn into a business account. That feeling, you need to be able to transfer to other people. When you have that much conviction, people want to buy. Now, I'm not talking about hype enthusiasm. Do you see the difference? We're not talking about hype. I'm talking about conviction. Hype is, yeah, this is great. You should get this, man. It's awesome. This is going to change your life. Like that's fucking hype. Conviction is, like they need it. They don't even know it yet. They don't know it yet. So as a high ticket closer, we must, what do we need to do? We must take on the responsibility for helping our prospects imagine a life that they never could have imagined on their own. Because if they could, they would already taking action. They've already been doing something about it. They could not have imagined on their own. We must help our prospects dream their way out of their current circumstances. Why did Sifu teach you the vision board? Because I need to help you to imagine a life that you could not have imagined on your own. To dream your way out of your current circumstances so that you will do what it takes to get there. You notice if I just tell you, you just do some role play. How much fucking time am I spending to close you, to convince you need to do role play? I could just spend 1 minute, do role play. Because I know you have resistance, you have fear. It would be, as a mentor, it would be very irresponsible of me not to address it, to ignore it. It would be doing you a huge disservice if I don't address it. So here's why you should do role play. Here's why it's fun, Sapphire, right? Pearl, here's how you can help others. Ruby, here's how you can get to that money faster. Emerald, hey man, by the time you do 3, 5, 10, you're gonna have an X amount of percentage of closing. We must envision with them. I'll say it again. We must envision with them, not for them, but with them. I'm envisioning with you a new reality, not your current reality, not your old identity, not your old self-image, but a new reality, a new world of possibility. And when you could do that, you have become a high ticket closer. There's nothing more nobler on the planet. There's nothing more nobler. Be able to envision with a prospect, a new reality. There's more noble thing to do. And art is science to help other people get out of their own way, imagine life that they could not have imagined on their own. Do you see our roles in society, in business? We make things move. Products sell, services sell because of us. You talk about helping the economy. Well, XTC, we've done about our students, graduates from XTC, measurable, trackable until this point. They spent how much money that we've added to brands, companies, products, services that would not have been sold. It wasn't for our students. It wasn't for the skill set that I've transferred to them. What's the amount?
It's a simple number, Sifu, about $34 billion.
Just $34 billion.
Yeah, just $34 billion. And given, I mean, 30 billion of that, was through Danny Lin, right? I want to make sure we acknowledge that. That is ultra high ticket. But even if you were to remove that, $4.4 billion from our high ticket closer community.
Just a few billion. And we're just getting started. We're just getting started. That's why this is powerful. So what have you learned? What have you learned? Put in the chat. Closing is a noble art. It absolutely is. We help them. You can help them if you don't sell them. You're helping nobody if you don't sell them. You're helping nobody, I'll say it again, if you don't sell them. This is why. This is why the investment for XTC is what it is. It's not cheap. Because cheap doesn't get anywhere. If today XTC is $100, do you think you stay up late, going to work late, and join the class and participate in role play? I don't fucking think so. It needs to be at a decent amount, it's a small amount for me, but a substantial amount for you, that you take this seriously. And by the end of 7 weeks, you tell Sifu, forget the 7 weeks. We're now week 4. Was that worth the investment? No bullshit, no exaggeration. Just speak from the heart. Is that worth your investment? Is that worth your time? Is it worth more than we expect? How many believe you already, like right now, we're halfway, you already got your money's worth? Without a bonus class. Sifu, if you start right now, I've already got my money's worth.
And Sifu, I know that we even have students that have already been applying and getting results, already from what they've initially invested.
Class is not even over. Just think about with what we do, we can do that for people. We can help them. We can help them see the vision. We can provide products and services. They'll impact them in a very profound way. And we can use our skill to, we'll talk about helping the economy, stimulate the economy. And at the same time, helping our own family be able to walk into any situation, selling any industry, selling anything, really doesn't really matter. That's the power. That's the power. And I'm just giving you a fraction of fraction. I'm just teaching you a fraction of what I know. Fraction of fraction. The students been with me for a while, they know. Like TC is like 1% of what I know about closing. Maybe. I'll be generous, 2%. And that's enough for most people. That's enough for most. And that's just closing. I'm not talking about my other skill sets, copywriting, speaking, marketing, investing. Like there's so many skill sets. And that's if I'm not growing anymore, which is impossible because I'm addicted to learning. High ticket sales secret number 19. You want to master the high ticket closing staircase. I call it the XTC staircase. Now, so imagine a staircase, there's steps, right? So think about this staircase. What we want to do is when we're closing, we want to take it one step at a time. This is a very powerful formula or framework that you always want to remember. When you're closing, sometimes we're asking questions, but Sifu, how do I know what question to ask and what are the steps? You would take the prospect essentially one step at a time through this entire staircase all the way to the close, and you laugh all the way to the bank. Who wants to laugh your way to the bank? Right? So high ticket closing is not about jumping around, being enthusiastic and memorizing scripts or trying obvious, embarrassing gimmicks and techniques. In the beginning, is it okay to use a script? Is it okay to memorize some lines until you say it often enough that it becomes a part of you so you no longer need to use a script? Yes, perfectly fine. In the beginning, see who uses a script too. Perfectly fine, right? For some, maybe after a few months, you don't need to use a script. For some, you still, maybe after a few months, you don't use the full script, but you use some of the scripts. Depends on how many hours, how many role plays you do, how many calls you've done. The more you do, the faster you can forget about the script. It is exactly like going into like playing a chess game. What you would do, what move you will make, very much depends on what your player, your opponent, who you're playing with, right? So as a prospect, depends on what the prospect does. Like it's very difficult to go in with a predetermined idea. Okay, I'm gonna do this. You're gonna do this. I'm gonna do this. You're gonna do this. Well, how do you know they're gonna do that? So the difference. Do you know the difference between a master chess player versus an amateur chess player? An amateur chess player only thinks 1 or 2 steps ahead. A master chess player thinks 10, 15 steps ahead. So when I am asking questions, I already know that the prospect is going to say this or that. Then I already know that I'm going to say this, and then she's going to say that. I'm going to say that, and she's going to say that. Like I already know. Like my mind is already at the close. I already know how this is going to go. Right? It's so, once you've done it so much that you just know. This is what a master chess player is like. I'm going to do this, and I know you're going to say that, and maybe you're going to give me this objection, and then I'm going to say this, and you're going to say this, and I'm going to say that, and then by the time you're done, you close. It's very simple. And this is not by accident. Because through repetition, and repetition is the mother of all skills. You have heard that before. Through repetition, you'll be able to get that good. This is why it is so relaxing. I need to hit the mute button. I just drink my tea, right? I got a little tea here. And just close the sale. It is not stressful. It's not scary. Because if you know the 10, 20 moves ahead, I know you're gonna do this, I'm gonna do that. We're just going through the motion here. I know the outcome. You're gonna take action. You're gonna buy. I know the outcome already. But I need to go through a process to take you to the outcome. Can you see if you can get to that good? Now, I'm not saying you're gonna get to that good. Not many people get to that good. But if you just get to, you can think 2-3 steps ahead, that this is gonna be a very fun, interesting skill to have. Right? And it's a combination of science, of human behavior, and finesse. And Steve is going to talk a lot about finesse, right? Because as a high tick closer, you need to understand finesse using your tonality. And it is about connecting with your prospect on a deep level, on a very, very deep level. If you have this is why everything that we teach, why Vika is asking you to use your real name, use your real photo, because transparency sells. Write this down. Transparency sells. Authenticity sells. Using fake name, you hide your photo, well, good luck closing high ticket sales. Would you buy from someone like that? Would you give someone $10,000 if they're like that? You have to show on a deep level. Why is Sifu so hard on you on a lower self? Because if you have lower self issues, and you will have some, doesn't matter, but if you have a lot of lower self issues, then how the hell are you going to help your prospect to overcome their lower self issues? If you lack clarity on your vision board, how the hell are you going to help a prospect to get clarity on their visions? Please tell me. How you do anything is how you do everything. You think a little fucking script that will help you? Hell no. This is why XTC is such a powerful personal transformation journey. Because when you're closing, when you're role playing, when you're doing actual phone call, all your fucking insecurities, all that shit comes out. I love that. All of your past negative programming, everything is like extremely transparent. You say you don't have negative association with money. I listen to when you role play, you have problem asking money, you have problem with money. You're not comfortable selling to people more successful, wealthier people. If you're selling B2B, you have negative association with people with money. So as you're role playing, you actually is a cleansing process. All this shit comes out. It's not about the role play. So I noticed last week, I applaud you for that, that more and more students, you post your introduction video. That's good. And I said, it's not about introduction video. It's about you are so insecure and you're so uncomfortable with your own skin. You are not comfortable posting a video. You see how the whole program, posting a simple video, tells you and tells me, but tells you a lot about yourself and your current reality and your existing self-image. So don't tell me You want to learn closing, you can't even do that. It is extremely obvious. I can listen to your breath, your tonality. Oh my fucking God. Do I know you or do I know you? You will be shocked how much I know. I just don't say it because it scares people. It literally it scares people. Right? Like, what the fuck, right? I look at people. Sometimes I look. Now this is something I noticed that I had many years ago. It's just a gift that I have. I don't know what it is. It's just a gift that I know if I'm speaking to a room of audience, Desmond's seen it, where I would see, let's say 100 people in the back row. I see someone sitting there. Someone is not getting it or certain things. I just know, okay, in the back of the room, I can sense something here. I can see it. This is why I could ask you a question, I can ask a question for you before you can answer. You can ask it in the chat. I'm that intuitive. Even virtually, I'm that intuitive. Forget in person. In person, you're like naked in front of me. May not be a good thing. Yeah, I mean, it is incredible. I read people very well. And that's partially what makes me a very effective closer. Some of this is learnable, but there's a higher level intuition. I don't think that's learnable. I think something that I'm born with, that I just have the intuition. And this is why I cut through the clutter. I just look. And very often, when I'm in front of somebody, they know I know. They try to dance the way around. They know I know, right? And Desmond's been with me long enough. He knows how scary that is. I just see through things, right?
Yeah.
But I don't always say it though.
Mm.
I don't always say it because I just don't. It's just.
Well, you can see right through me almost all the time, right, Sifu? So we talk about it. It's like, but it's definitely happened a lot. We'll be at events. Jenny's also very perceptive. That's why Jenny doesn't actually say a lot, believe it or not. And she's actually watching people, and she sees things with a different filter. And then Sifu, he's picking up on things. It is the smallest things, the way you stand, the way you talk. He'll pick up on it, and it's almost as if he knows your whole life story just from a few things you do.
Mm-hmm.
You'll pick out someone that's sitting in the back room, crossing arms, or even if they're disconnected, or where they sit, they purposely where they sit. You can tell whether or not they're interested or what's their limiting beliefs.
Yeah, that's what I think especially. Now, I would not know the life story sometimes, but I could guess pretty good. But I would definitely know what's holding them back. What is the lowest self that's holding them back? That I'm pretty damn accurate. Then that's my gift as a mentor to you, as your Sifu. That's what I'm good at, right? That's what I bring to the world. That's what makes me effective as a teacher, right? So there are 3 steps. We have the agenda step, we have the qualify step, and then we have the commitment step. That's it. There are not a lot of steps. How many of you can handle 3 steps here for the staircase? Okay, not 51. Oh, 51. I hate the fucking, let me teach you, 107 ways to close. Why the fuck do you need 107 ways to close? If it works, just give me one way to close. Like, why do you need 171 way to punch some guy when you just have one punch and you knock him out? Like, if it works, it works. So 3 steps. Can we handle 3 steps? What's the first step? Say with me. Agenda step, qualify step, and commitment step. Now, what is the agenda step? The agenda step is this step puts people at ease. What does it do? It puts people at ease while putting you in control. Put them at ease, put us in control. Say it with me. Put people at ease, put us in control. Okay? It also sets you up for a decision. A what? A decision. Okay. Most prospects come onto the call thinking they're going to get more information. Do you see those? Sometimes they get on the phone. Yeah, I just want more information on this, right? I want to find out a little bit more. Now, when Vikas and Grace are talking, right? Vika's saying, well, I just want to learn a little bit more about how does this work, right? What they don't know is by you doing the agenda step, oh, you're not giving information here. You're asking for a decision because only a decision leads to a sale. And you know it's going to be a one call close. Now, there's an exception to that. Would you like to know what is the exception? Okay. There's an exception to this. If we are selling B2B, business to business, and it's high ticket, ultra high ticket actually, then it might require a couple steps. You might need to talk to a few decision makers. Okay. We're talking about that, right? That's a little different thing, right? It requires a few more skills. It's a big transaction, obviously. Or if when we are doing what we call outbound, okay? When we're doing outbound. So if we are doing appointment setting, then as an appointment setter, you set up the appointment, that's one call. And then it would be up to the closer to close. That's a second call. So it's like think about like boxing. You know how boxing, you have the jab and cross, like a 1-2 punch. In fact, do it with me. Okay, just do a 1-2 punch. So remember this: 1, 2, right? 1, 2, 1, 2, right? So boom, boom, right? So the one call close is the second one, right? It's a knockout punch from the cross, right? Shoom, shoom, 1-2 punch, right? So 1-2 punch, right? So the first is the appointment. Set the appointment, set the appointment, and then boom, you go to the knockout punch. Now, what Steve is teaching you with an HTC is HTC in the very beginner level. You learn how to deal with inbound call. Okay, what kind of call? Inbound. That's the most basic level that will get you going, get you started. When you get better, and we'll probably do this week 6 maybe, actually week 6. We're going to teach you ways that you could do outbound. Because when you can do outbound, you're not just waiting for the call. You could create opportunities. Not the typical slimy, salesy. Is that what we do? Right? The bullshit call. No. How many of you like to learn how to do outbound the HTC way? It's going to be fun. You'll love it. It's so much fun when you do it the HTC way. Okay, we're going to teach that to you. So then once you get better, right? So it's one call close sometimes, but I say it's like a good fighter. A good fighter doesn't just always rely on one punch. We do the combination, right? We kick sometimes, we punch sometimes. We can do all of that, right? How many of you want to get to that good as a high ticket closer, a well-rounded high ticket closer? You can do inbound, you can do outbound, you can do B2C, you can do B2B. That's true financial confidence. I could sell a $20 book. I could sell a $2 million deal. Makes no difference. It makes no difference. See, it's more well-rounded. And you want to know if they're decisive or they're just tie kickers. So some of the ways that you could set the agenda, and I'm going to demonstrate in just a moment, okay? For now, let me go through a few more steps and then I'll demonstrate, okay? So take notes. So some very generic qualifying questions, such as, say with me, I want you to role play. Come on, say it with Sifu, okay? How did you hear about us? How did you hear about us? Now, this question is powerful because it teaches you maybe they have watched a video, right? Maybe they have watched a listen to a podcast, or they've read an article. You want to know, like, or maybe it's through a referral, right? It helps you to gather some information very quickly, right? How did you hear about? So let's say you're closing for Sifu, okay? Well, how did you hear about Dan, right? Now, one thing you have to be cautious. It's one thing that you need to be mindful of. If within our community you're learning, right? Which all the students, right? They call me Sifu, you call me Sifu, right? When you're closing on the phone, and Grace did that, to anyone that's outside of a community, Sifu doesn't make sense. And I know for some it feels unnatural. For Desmond, it feels unnatural, right? So when Desmond's on the phone with an entrepreneur running a $2 million business, he's not saying Sifu, he's saying Dan Locke, right? How did you hear about Dan Locke? So you need to be able to switch your vocabulary. And I know it feels a little unnatural. You need to speak a little bit more formally, right? Because to the outside world, they're scratching their head. What is this, like a martial art dojo? Like, what's this? See, like it's confusing for people. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Yeah.
And Sifu, yeah, even you hit on the nose there. It's being able to switch and switch to the more business vernacular, which we'll be teaching in other classes as well too. How do you feel about the Danlock organization or the high ticket
Yes.
closer program?
Yes.
So there'll be different things that you will want to address using the professional organizational name.
Yeah.
And also the terminologies that we use. We might use terms like boom in our internal community, right? That's an internal
boom,
jargon.
right? Yeah, boom.
Right.
You get a boom, but outside it, they don't. Outside our community,
It'll be a closed, a closed deal.
A closed deal.
That's right.
Okay, so knowing that if you are closing for Sifu, using my name is not disrespectful in any way when you're closing. It is what people understand. You got it? So understand the distinction. What attracted you to blank? Right. So let's say you are selling a software, right? Oh, what attracted you to this software? And they'll say, oh, well, yeah, I'm looking for this kind of features. This is a good one. Desmond uses it a lot. Sometimes I use this one as well. Say with me, what are you hoping to accomplish on this call today? Ooh, you like that one? Right? What are you hoping to accomplish on this call today? Now, we know we're going to close the sale, but now by asking this question, they'll tell you, well, what they want to get out of it.
If anything at all, Steve, I think personally, this has been one of the most pivotal questions for not only setting the agenda, qualifying questions, but it sets you with an authority, because salespeople don't ask these kind of questions. They're trying to convince someone. But when you ask a question like, what are you hoping to accomplish on this call? It puts you in the position of being the consultant, the doctor that's asking, what's the ailment you have? How can I help you? It's very much like that. So it puts you in that position, and then you shut up, you mute your mic, and you let them talk. You write notes, and then you revolve around. They're already giving you a clue of what they need, and then you can steer them.
Yes. And then this way also, there's like, because do you want to get on the phone and you spend 30 minutes, 45 minutes, and then you accomplish nothing? Like you haven't made any progress, right? No, what's the purpose of this? Right? We want to accomplish something. So ask them, so what are you hoping to accomplish on this call today? Boom, like right there in my mind, as a prospect, you're planting a seed. Oh, we're actually going to get some shit done here, right? We're going to get some deal close here, right?
Maybe see if I'm getting a little bit excited here as well too. These qualifying questions, you don't always have to just ask one.
Yes.
As you get better and better, more of a masterful closer, you will actually combo these. You will ask, one after another. So I might ask, well, let me ask you, Dan, what are you hoping to accomplish on this call today?
Yes.
And Dan replies, then I
want A, B, C, and D. Yeah.
That's right. I'll ask another follow-up question, another qualifying question to get more information. Again, the more questions you ask, the more you're in control and you're leading them.
Another one, how long have you been doing that or working there? And Grace asked Vikas that question, right? Oh, how long have you been working at that place? So that's a very good question. Can you see, these are very simple questions. I'm giving you very simple moves, but can you see how these moves are very, very powerful in the beginning to put you in control and put the prospects at ease? Simple, right? Is it doable? Is it doable for you? Nothing complicated. This is not a one-page script to set the agenda. No, it's a couple questions here. But it sounds so easy. Come on, Seafood. Really? That's it? That's how I set the agenda? That's how I can remain control? Yeah, pretty much. Pretty much. So this is a sample questions. Now I'm gonna have Desmond do it because this is a kind of a Desmond way of setting an agenda. And he took what I taught him, and then we actually modify it. So Desmond, I'm gonna have you kind of demonstrate this one. I'll be the prospect.
Okay.
So same thing. I just you do it your way. I'm inquiring about HTC.
Yeah. So Dan, this is okay. So we'll ring. Pick up the phone.
Hi. Is this Desmond Soon?
Yeah. Who's calling?
Yeah, this is John. I filled out the application.
Oh, that's right. Hi, John. Yeah, I have you here on the agenda.
Yes.
How can I help you?
Well, I want to find out more about the closing course that Dan has.
Okay. The high ticket closer program, is that what you're interested about?
Yes.
Okay. So why don't we do this, Dan? I'm going to go through. Actually, just pause there for a second, Sifu. I just called you Dan, right? So
Yeah,
guys,
John.
back John. Okay. So John, before we get started, right? I'm going to ask you a couple of questions. I want you to, be as transparent with me as possible. Now, I want to make sure you understand. At the end of this call, you may be a good fit. You may not be a good fit. Either way, I'll let you know. And even if you don't want to go ahead with this, that's absolutely fine. Is that okay with you?
Yes.
Okay. And at the end of this as well, too, you may go ahead with this. We may think that you're a good fit, and that's fantastic. But there's one thing I don't want you to do, and that is to say, let me think about this. Or, can you give me some time to, to talk to someone else? Can we agree on that?
Yes. So,
Okay.
yeah, perfect. So what Desmond's done there is what we call, right, that no decision is a decision. Okay? No decision. So we're not giving them a way out. We're telling them, hey, it's good, great. If not good, tell me. But what I don't want you to do is to say you want to think about it. So by the end, right? Because if they make a decision, it is a decision, because that decision, think about it, means it's a what? It's a no. Right? It is a no. So when they say they haven't made a decision, actually they haven't made a decision. It's a no decision. Period. They're not gonna act. So that's the problem. But when you set it up that way, then it's okay, right? And you can do a variation of this, like this one, where you can see like this is how this is. So I'm gonna read this. Actually, why?
Can we do another one? So we just one more, and I'll weave some of this in, because there's also another way of doing it. Again, guys, don't try to. A lot of people will listen to my voice, my tonality, and some of you will take it the wrong way, and you think being, I don't know how to put this in a more polite way, but you think being a little bit of an asshole. There's a very fine line between the tonality of a little bit of authority, a little bit of confidence, disconnected.
It's a fine line. It's a very fine line. And keep in mind, also depends on what I call positioning power.
Yes.
That if someone books a call with Desmond, that Desmond has more of a positioning power, right? When he's closing. So he could push the envelope a little bit more, okay? But you got to be very careful. Like you don't want to do too much of it, because I see students where they make the mistake. Oh, Desmond sounds like that, then I should do it like that. No.
Yeah.
This is for illustration, okay?
And so it depends on, you have to understand the funnel, what the process of your prospect has gone through. If you're working with a client that's a little bit more in the woo-woo space, or more touchy-feely, sort of emotional, or then you're gonna have to adjust. You're gonna have to be a little bit more pearlish about it. If you are speaking with a client that's more tech, you're dealing, or even in the finance world, you're gonna change that a little bit as well too. Okay, so I'll give you another example. Ring.
Hey, is it Desmond soon?
Yes, who's speaking?
Yeah, this is John Smith, and I
Oh,
wonder.
yeah.
Yeah,
Hi,
hi.
John. Yeah, I got you here.
Yeah, I
Hey,
book a time with you, and so I want to,
good, good,
learn more about the high tick closer program.
good. Yeah, I can see you called early, so well done. Hey, so John, what do you already know about the high ticket closer program?
I actually don't know too much. Actually, I have watched some of the videos,
Mm-hmm.
and I know that it's about closing for companies, high ticket like products and services, and getting a commission.
Okay.
And
Okay.
I have a sales background. I've been doing sales for a long time, but
Okay.
actually, I do sales for a company.
Got it. Okay, John,
So
let
it's
me let me
yeah.
just halt you there. That's some really good information. In fact, I'm writing that down. Now, before we get started, John, do you have a hard stop time that we need to absolutely stop by?
Yeah, I have I gotta go pick up my kid. Pick up my kid. So 45 minutes.
Perfect. Okay, so we've got 45 minutes also booked in here. So let's, we'll try to wrap everything up here within that time. I'm going to try to answer some of your questions. I'm also going to help map things out for you. But in order for me to do that, I'm going to probably ask you a couple of questions. Okay.
Okay, no
Now,
problem.
try your best to give me as transparent of an answer as possible.
Mm,
The more information you give me, the better it is. I can probably point you in the right direction. I want you
great.
to also understand that, if at the end of the conversation, it looks like we're not going to work together, don't worry about it. I'm not attached to it. I'm sure you're not attached to it. That's fine. We'll leave on good terms. On the other hand, maybe you might say, hey, this is something I want to do and I want to move forward. And I think you're a good fit. I'll help you and I'll guide you through that process. Is that okay with you?
Sounds great.
Okay. And there is one other step though, and that is sometimes from time to time we get someone who will say at the end of the call, oh, Desmond, let me think about it, or Desmond, can I get back to you? And
Mm.
usually what that means is they actually want to say no, or there's something else that they're not telling me, but they're just too polite to tell me that. Can we agree not to do that?
Yeah, that's fair.
Okay, fair enough. So,
Perfect.
John, you were telling me you're learning sales. You've already been doing sales. Let's continue with that. What are your expectations? What do you plan to get out of this call?
Beautiful. Pause off the role play. Now, do you see the difference from the first one compared to the one that he just did? Still setting the agenda, but you see the variation, right? You see the variation. Now, do you want to see one more? Maybe do one more. I want you to get this. Okay, this usually we don't do it multiple times, but this is I want you to get this. I'm going to do it multiple times. Okay. So the third time is Desmond. I want you to be Pearl.
Okay.
So make it very Pearl. I want
Yes.
you to see how if I'm a Pearl, you are going to be more Pearl and to make the connection because you see this is not about the words. It's not about like following the words like word for word. You see how it sounds. So pay attention. So Pearl. So I'll be Pearl.
Ring, ring, ring.
Uh, uh, Hi, is this Desmond soon?
Yeah. Hi. This is Desmond here. How can I
Oh,
help you?
hi, Desmond. I booked a call with you. I'm so sorry. I'm like 1 minute late. I'm just picking up my daughter from school. I just got home and I don't want to
That
miss the appointment.
that's okay. And sorry, who's calling? Just so I can check.
This is Michelle.
Michelle. Hey, Michelle. It's good to connect with you.
Yeah, and I just felt that I know I filled the application. I'm a little bit nervous, but I felt this is just it's meant to be because
Yes.
that I've been watching Dan Locke's video for a long time, and I just felt the connection with him. And when he talks about that, he actually teaches a skill set, a high income skill. It resonates with me. So I want to learn more. Can you tell me more about it?
Well, Michelle, you're in the right place at the right time. I just want to say thank you and thank you for trusting in us. You were here to support you. And is your daughter okay right now? You just picked her up. Is
Yeah,
she?
just from school, just get some, and then after this call, I'm gonna make some dinner for her.
Oh, sounds good. Sounds good. Is there a specific time that we need to wrap up so that I can respect your time and you have enough time with her as well?
Yeah, I mean, an hour should be okay, no problem.
Okay. Well, tell me, Michelle, I'd love to hear about your story. And obviously your daughter must be really important to you.
Yes.
Why are you interested in this high ticket closer program?
Well, it's because I'm a single parent,
Mm,
and my husband and I we got divorced about 5 years ago,
hmm
and now just me and my daughter, and I've always, had a very successful career, and I still work in the corporate world. But now I want to find ways to spend more time with my daughter, and be able to not have to work so many long hours, and especially also commute. It's very difficult as a single parent that I have to, take care of her, take her to school, and still focusing on career. It's hard,
Mm. I feel your struggle, Michelle. I was a single parent for some time myself,
Oh, you
and
are?
my heart definitely goes out to you. I definitely respect what you do, and if there's anything I can do to support you and help you, you have my full commitment, right? And feel free to open up and share anything. Be as vulnerable. Let me know what areas, what concerns you have. And just know that you already have a friend here who's here to help you. Okay.
Pause after role play. So, do you hear the difference in tonality? Still setting the agenda, but not too hard, right? Isn't that amazing? This is why HTC is very adaptable. It's not saying it in a certain way. So imagine Desmond sets up the tone a bit too ruby, a bit too strict, and it doesn't connect with me. But he's talking about, notice some of the key. So mention that's some of the key words that you said, right?
Support.
Support,
You can open up.
open up,
You can trust. You can.
trust,
Oh, by the way, your daughter must be very important to you.
important, love,
Yep.
yes.
Yes. Time. Your time is very important to you. How can we? I believe. I think those are the key ones. So it's definitely the support. Listening to her. I can relate to you.
Mm-hmm.
I can understand. I feel your pain. Yep.
Yeah, so you can see different way to set the agenda, and isn't it beautiful, right? You can
And
see,
rubies are going to get frustrated with this. Sapphires, you got to pay attention.
you got to pay
Rubies,
attention.
you're going to be impatient. Sapphires, you want to talk.
Yes,
With
yes,
pearls, you have to let them talk.
and slow down,
Yes,
and slow down. Like you don't go into, oh, so tell me what do you want to get out of this call today?
that's right.
It's like what, like what? It doesn't work that way. Okay,
Yeah.
we'll do some more role play. Don't worry. So, but for now, are you getting it? Great. And one of the things that we don't do as high ticket closer is we do not answer questions. We do not answer questions. Now, it doesn't mean 100% of the time, please, because I could see sometimes my students take it out of context. Oh, Sifu says never answer questions. I'll never ever answer questions, right? It's like, so how do I pay? Well, I'm not gonna answer any questions. It's
Or
like,
you reply like, I don't know. What do you think?
yeah, like
How do you think
I
you
just
can
want
pay?
to pay, right? So don't do that. I'm saying I'm giving you a general guideline. What is it? Right? So you can always, what we strive to do is answer a question with a question. The reason being is we can retain control. If the prospect is trying to take control of the conversation in the beginning, we redirect. So do this with me. Do a little, do like a Tai Chi move, like make a little wave with your hand, okay? Make a little wave. Do it with me physically, okay? I want you to remember this. It's like a redirect, okay? Where so a force is coming, we redirect it, okay? We redirect it. So here's something that you could say. Why don't, if they have questions for you and they're like drilling you, you could say something like, "Oh, John, why don't we wait to the end to ask to answer your questions? And by the way, maybe even during the conversation, most of your questions would already be answered. But I'll be more than happy to answer all your questions. Wait till the end. How does that sound?" Okay, you can do something like that. You redirect, okay? Redirect. So that's step one. Just setting the agenda, right? Setting the agenda. What does the agenda do? It puts the prospects at ease, puts us in control, right? Qualifying step. Qualifying is a balancing act between leaving enough time to build rapport, but not too much without waiting so long that you've wasted everyone's time. A lot of amateur salesperson, they spend way too much time during this stage, right? They're spending way too, hey, how's the weather? How's your kids? They spend way too much time without getting into the problem solving. Have you ever talked to those salespeople? Like they pretend they actually, like they're interested, but they're actually not interested, right? They spend way too much time. You're like, in your mind, like, just get to the fucking point, right? Just tell me what it is, right? So you don't want to be, now, doesn't mean we don't spend any time establishing rapport. We need a little bit, again, not just like salt, not too much, not too little. Yeah. And the harder you qualify, the easier it is to close. This is Sifu style. I love to qualify hard. I ask hard questions in the beginning. Okay. In the beginning, you may not be comfortable with it. Don't try to do it. Right. But the harder you qualify, the easier it is to close. In fact, when I qualify so hard, the close is automatic. I don't even need to close. Like, I don't even need to do anything to like really close. No, I qualify them so hard. By the time it's done, it's already done. Okay. So you want to qualify, but doesn't mean you're rude. Doesn't mean you're rude. You see how all these little distinctions, right? Little subtleties. How could you get them if you don't role play? Tell me. You listen to it, you understand intellectually, but how do you get them? How do you implement? How do you make it part of you? How do you become a high-tech closer? How to use these techniques if you don't role play? Right? You have to role play. I'm going to show you. I'm going to show you how to qualify hard in just a moment. Okay. So remember, the harder you close, right? The harder you qualify, the harder you close. So what do we qualify them in terms of what? We're going to qualify them in terms of their needs. And we're going to use our scale. Remember, 1 being not interested, 10 being very interested. We're going to qualify them in terms of money, right? Does the prospect truly have the money available to pay for the solution? Are they resourceful? If they don't, are they resourceful to find the money? Are they the decision maker? Can they make the decision, or do they have to talk to their spouse? Do they have to talk to a business partner, or B2B, business to business? Do they have to talk to the CEO, right? Do they have to talk to the board? Number 4, time. Do they want this now, or how urgent it is? Does the prospect want the solution within a reasonable span of time? That's it. So how many steps are we talking about? Let's quickly recap. 3 steps, right? What are the 3 steps? What's the first one? The first one is agenda. The second one is what? Tell me. Yes, agenda. Second one, qualify. The third, commitment. Okay. And within the qualifying step, we only have 4 parts. What are they? We have needs, money, decision maker, and time. That's it. Can you do it? That's it. And it's not 51 step. It's 3 steps. In the middle part, qualification 4. We qualified in terms of 4 things. So let's do another role play. I am going to, let's pick this time. Don't put up your hand yet. Listen closely. I am going to pick someone. Let's pick someone. Again, you've done a couple role plays, and I want to pick someone that you have challenges going into the money part. Like that's what you struggle with. Okay. You have trouble going into the money part. I am going to pick. Yeah. Oh, because you can pick.
Let's see. We'll pick Vadim. Vadim, you're unmuted. All right, Vadim.
Yeah, can you guys hear me?
Loud and clear.
Okay, Vadim, you ready?
Yes.
Okay.
Oh, before, can you hear me clearly?
Yes,
It's
I could.
Vadim, isn't it? Your name is Vadim.
It's Vadim or Vadim?
Vadim, yeah.
Vadim, okay. Vadim, okay. I'll make sure. Vadim. So, Vadim, you will. What would you want to be closing?
I'm gonna be the closer.
Yes.
I'll try business consulting.
Okay, business consulting. And who is your prospect?
Someone who's trying to increase their revenue.
Okay.
From $500,000 to $1 million.
Okay. So business consulting, and what is the price point of your consulting service?
$10,000 an hour.
10,000 an hour. Here we go. And Desmond, why don't you be the prospect?
Okay, so $10,000. Yep.
Okay. There we go.
Vadim, sorry, what was, just clarify for me again one more time the products that you have as well too.
What do you mean?
With
So
$10,000,
it's a $10,000 business consulting service.
just the business, but what kind
And
of business consulting? Just general business consulting or?
I believe so.
Something to increase you're calling me because you have a need to, you're kind of struggling with your business and you want to grow your business up to $1 million. So like from $500,000 to up to $1
Yeah,
million.
okay, so like a business consulting coach. Okay, got it. Okay.
Yeah.
Got it.
It's 10K an hour. This is what I charge. Let's
Yeah.
do it.
Okay, ring, 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 ring.
Hello.
Hi, is this Vadim?
Yes, it is.
Hi, Vadim. Desmond speaking. I booked you. I booked your consulting for the business scaling program.
Yes. How may I help you today?
Well, I saw your ad in LinkedIn, and I was curious. I think I saw a couple of my mutual connections, which are other entrepreneurs as well, that have been connected with you, and you seem to have some pretty good track record. My business has been taken off, and it's been doing quite well. But I'm just curious. I'm just looking around to see what what sort of services you offer. I mean, what sort of track record you have, and if you are able to help my business to get to that next level.
That makes sense. Desmond, may I ask you a couple questions before we proceed?
Yeah, go ahead.
How did you hear about me personally? Like from all other consultants around there? Like,
oh, just your LinkedIn. I typed in scaling coach, business consultants, and I'd seen your name a couple other times. I don't know where, but I can't remember. But when I looked at your profile, I could see that just from your list of services and things you've done. I got to be honest, I'm checking out a couple other guys as well, just to see. But you seem to be connected to a couple of my mutual friends, so people that I know. That's why I'm researching with you right now.
And from all of this, what are you hoping to accomplish in today's phone call?
Well, I think if you can give me sort of a high-level overview, a 30,000-foot point of view of how you've helped other business owners like myself, perhaps even some case studies, and if you have a specific methodology, then we can probably discuss pricing and timeline and sort of commitments and everything else after that. So hopefully, I mean, if I can get enough information, I don't think I'll make a decision today, 100%. But I make decisions pretty fast. If I feel good that I can work with you, I'll let you know.
Is there a specific time that you kind of scheduled for me, like, or?
I've got 30 minutes, and then I've got to take another appointment. And then I was going to consolidate all my research, probably make a decision by early next week.
Okay. So Desmond, the way it's gonna go is, I'm gonna kind of like tell you more about myself, and then we can like kind of proceed with that. So you want a true case of scenario of how I actually help other people, right?
Well, yeah. Which other companies have you helped? Which industries, which niches do you kind of tend to focus on?
Makes sense. Well, I kind of work, I'm like a general consulting, business consulting. I work in a different niches and different spheres. So I have clients that I've from a different kind of like stages in their business. Like, I provide, with my consulting, with my strategies, I provide value, like, and I increase the revenues by 50% So
how do you go about doing that? How do you do you have a specific methodology? Are you implementing
yes,
like an EOS system or a Rockefeller habits? What do you
yes,
do?
I have a specific strategies, tactics, principles that really focus on a specific ways of how to grow business. It's a couple of sessions actually, 5-day sessions a week. So
Wow, okay, 5 days a week.
Yeah.
Wow, that's a lot. Is it how many hours or what's the time commitment? Because I've got to run a business as well.
Yeah, so it's basically one hour a day.
Okay.
Yeah.
And do you have like an agenda, or what do we accomplish in those
Yeah,
sessions?
so a couple, the first 2 days, we really go deep into your business, analyze everything, like
Yes.
all the pinpoints, the struggle, what you're going for. And other next 3 days, we really, me and you really sit down and like I share my strategies, my methodologies with you, and
Hmm.
create this kind of like not a roadmap, because business is not always about a roadmap. It's more about like what exactly do you need for your business to go from that
Well,
much.
I'll tell you, just because I'm looking at the watch here as well. So I mean, I'll tell you what I'm looking for. I need someone. I get a lot of guys that they pitch me at networking events and other things like that. And I've been almost burned by another guy as well too. So I'm really looking for someone who knows his stuff. You don't have to be big and fancy. More so about just being able to look at what systems I have in place, what I'm missing, just because I'm too focused in my own business. And I'm looking for someone who has a track record, who's helped other businesses, maybe even just get what I'm trying to get to is we've touched the 7-figure mark, but it's not been consistent. And I'm looking for someone who knows how to, maybe I'm missing something. I'm not putting the right structures in place. I don't have the right people, whatever it takes. So I don't know if that's something that you can do.
Well, Desmond, it's all about you. Like, yes, my strategies have really improved other companies. I have records of them, and like,
Oh, do you have testimonials? Do you have something
yeah.
that I can take a look at?
So this, the business SpaceX, right?
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm.
They wanted to increase their revenue by $2 million,
Okay.
and we really sat down. It kind of took really kind of specific process, a couple of questions, and I share my principles.
Mm-hmm.
After like a year, he calls me back and he says, yeah, like, it was a big boom. Like, his business has been consistent and been growing so far.
Okay. And
And
do you mind if I ask what sort of prices? How do you charge?
well, I charge 10,000 per hours, 10,000 an hour. What do you think about that? Are you willing to
Wow.
pay that kind of price?
10,000 an hour, and we're talking about 5 days a week. So it's $50,000 a week. Is that what we're talking about?
Yes, we are. What do you think about that?
Well, it's pretty pricey, to be honest. I wasn't expecting to spend 10,000 a week. Sorry, 50,000 a week. Maybe 10,000 a month, but not 50,000 a week. So I don't know. Maybe you're a little bit too overpriced, and I'm not convinced that you have what I'm looking for. And I'm sure you're a good person. I'm sure you get some results. But even if you were, I don't know if my budget would allow for that. So yeah, I thanks, I guess, for the time. And yeah, if you have any testimonials, you can send it my way. I appreciate it.
May I ask you one more question?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
Is it the question of price or value?
Well, quite frankly, it's a budget issue. I'm even if you could deliver the value, and I appreciate you asking that. It's just a little bit too much for me. I think the fact that it's 5 days a week and time-wise and also budget-wise, I'm just not going to be able to, meet that.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so if it's the price issue, right? What do you think we might maybe do some kind of like a payment plan? Will that work for you?
I don't even know. It's very pricey. I mean, 50,000 a week. Do we accomplish everything in just 1 week with you, or am I spending this over a period of several weeks with you? I'm very pragmatic. I calculate my numbers, so I don't even know how long it would take for us. It'd be a significant investment on my part.
Mm-hmm. Well, it's all about you. Like, what do you really want to get from this? I've had people who invested their time with me, and they're having like high results. And then I had people who, like, I also share my strategies, but they've never implemented. Yeah, they've but it took them after, like, they wrote everything down and they went back to their office, to their businesses, and they never actually took this action to implement my strategies. And then they called me back, hey Vadim, it didn't really work. I was like, did you at least try to implement these? No, I didn't. Like, yeah, there you go. So
Well, so let's say I'm implementing all your stuff, but I mean, what sort of results can you guarantee me?
The results will it's all up to you. You know, like my guarantee is that how much do you want it? You know, like my guarantee is that I can increase your revenue by 50% in
My
like half a year. You know, but it's all up to you at the same time. You know, like are you willing to pay that price to? You might some of these strategies and principles might put you
okay.
out of your bubble zone.
So
You know?
I still got a couple of questions because I'm not quite clear yet. So I'm paying you $10,000 per day because we're doing 1 hour sessions. Do I do that and I have to do it for 5 days straight? What happens after the 5 days? Do I have to continue doing that with you before I see results? You mentioned 6 months, half a year. From the 5 days, does that mean I get the results in 6 months?
Yes, that whole 5 days, we really go in depth. It's not about actually like, and I'm not here to also like, just waste your time. So like my time is also valuable. So, yes, it's the 5 day period. And after that, you just, like take all these strategies, principles, tactics, and just implement.
What if I have questions and I need, as I'm implementing, I'm running into roadblocks or, do I not get any extra support or anything, or is it after
you
5 days I don't talk to you?
You're welcome to call me, make a phone call with me, anything like that.
Okay.
I'm always gonna be there for you to
Okay,
see
so I
it.
have another question. So you're saying that I can call you anytime if I'm, in the middle. It could be even on a weekend. You don't mind me taking a call from me on the weekend because I might be busy.
No, I have a specific schedule. I usually take phone calls on Fridays. That's like the day that I like leave for my phone calls from other
Okay,
clients.
so only once a week. I can call you only once a week. Is there a specific time that I need to call you?
Yeah, like usually like from 1 to 5 p.m.
Okay, so what if I have a problem on Monday and we're implementing a new system that you had recommended to me, but it's not working? Do I have to wait till the Friday and lose sales in between until the Friday till I get the answer, or can I get some immediate help, maybe even with an email or something more
Yeah,
specific?
email always works, and my support team will always be there for you to like if it's yeah.
Okay. And what happens if it doesn't work? Like what happens if, what I implement your stuff and it doesn't work? Are you gonna refund me money, or are you gonna come back in and rechange the strategy to make sure it works, or how does that work?
May I ask you a question? What makes you think my strategy and principles won't work for you personally?
Oh, well, I don't know, right? I'm shopping around. I'm checking out other consultants, and I'm just trying to find out who's going to be the one that I can trust the most. I mean, it's a big investment. I don't want to keep changing my business model, over and over again. Everyone keeps promising me that they can deliver stuff, but I've yet to see anyone that has been able to convince me. So,
Okay, pause off the role play. First of all, Vadim, what do you do now? What do you do to make a living?
I, well, right now,
Yep.
I kind of I'm just a sales specialist for this company, construction
Okay.
company.
Okay. So sales specialist, and how long have you been doing that?
Like maybe like 5 months.
5 months. Okay,
I kind
good.
of start from scratch. Yeah. So.
Okay, okay. And there, are you talking to a lot of prospects? Do you get a lot of leads working for this company?
Not yeah, like halfway. Like not. It's not. It's not been consistent.
Okay. And do you do inbound or just outbound, or both?
What do you mean by that?
Do you do you actually call prospects that you have to generate the leads, you set the appointments, or they just have inbound leads, you just take the call and you qualify them?
No, I actually call and follow up with them, make appointments. That kind of
Got
stuff.
it, got it. So you do the appointment setting as well as the closing part.
Yes, everything.
Got it. Okay, got it, got it. And you're the only salesperson in the company, or you've got a few guys you're working with?
There's maybe like 5 or 6 of
Five
us.
or six. Okay, good.
I don't
Good.
maybe like 10 max.
Okay, so got it. I took down a lot of good notes, and before I go into it, put in the chat what have you learned just observing Vadim's role play. Good job, by the way.
I don't know. I was kind of been like I don't know.
Here's the truth time. Do you want me to give you a pat in the back and say pretty good, or you want some no bullshit feedback?
Oh, just honest feedback.
All right. Now it's gonna hurt. It's gonna hurt. Okay, but I'm not here to hurt you. I want to help you.
Yeah, I appreciate it.
I want to give you feedback. So a few key things, and I'm going to go a little bit deeper. And anyone that's listening, right, you participate in class, that first of all, you use a lot of a lot, like a lot. So be very careful, just like what Grace does, like like same thing. Yours is Grace is so pay close attention. If you record yourself, you will hear that a lot. Okay, that's number one. So in terms of languaging, okay, the biggest issue. This is where I see a lot of my students. You're using some of the lines that I use. Or is it a question of value? Is it a question of price, right? Or are you willing? It's not about this. What are you willing to pay for that, right? This is where the fine line is, because what makes XTC so tricky in some way, if you do it, you need to get it almost perfectly right when you're using some of these techniques. Okay, the biggest issue, I could tell you a number of things, is your tonality is too sharp. Do you know what that means?
Yeah, it's not really smooth, like.
Yes. Now, when you're talking with Desmond, how did you feel? What did you get out of the role play?
Like when Desmond was talking to me?
Yeah, like when you were role playing with Desmond, how do you feel the call went?
Like.
You see how you see that?
Yeah.
Right? Okay, keep going.
Well, it was kind of, in a sense, he was asking a lot of questions, and he was like also like being insecure. So that was kind of, for me, like I had to like kind of prove myself that I'm the person who's gonna of the value, So.
And were you do you feel that in maybe halfway you were trying to justify the value of what you're charging, right? He was being a little bit skeptical. Do you feel that maybe halfway you kind of losing a little bit of control? Now you're trying to get back the control, right? I know this.
Kind of.
Yeah. And then so your tone is so sharp, so then it's very easy. Now doesn't mean, let me guess, what is your personality type? What's your jam?
Like Ruby Sapphire.
Yes, for sure. Quite a bit of Ruby, actually. Maybe Sapphire when you're with friends. At work, I can sense quite a bit of Ruby there. And even you're talking Ruby to Ruby, you're talking to a business owner like this, there has to be, it doesn't mean that we don't bottom line, that we are not talking numbers, and we're not professional, but your tone, when it's so sharp, it comes across you don't give a shit. This is why you're getting the resistance. If you replay and listen to this, how many of you can see, right? But that's not Vadim's intention, but it comes across not caring Desmond's outcome. It's just talking about what it is. He's what I do. Well, you want to take it, leave it, whatever. Like it came across like that. This is why he was skeptical about, well, is it going to work? Or what if it doesn't work? Because he doesn't sense. Now, remember, in the beginning of the call, on a scale of 1 to 10, where was he? Scale of 1 to 10. What's his number? Yeah. What's his number? Let me see. 2, 3, 4, 5. Good. Vadim, is he there? Did we lose him?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, yeah. On a scale of 1 to 10, where was he?
Are you asking me personally? Or?
Yes, you. Yes, where was he? Desmond. In terms of needs.
Yeah, I didn't really cover his needs. Like I didn't really go deep into his like, business wise.
But what's the number if you were to give him a number?
Like 5, maybe.
5? Okay. So if it's below a 5, what do you want to do?
More on his pain points. Is that what I'm supposed to do?
That's right. Reverse psychology.
Reverse psychology.
Yeah. So we don't talk money all the time until he's 9 or 10. This is why when you talk about price, or he's drilling you about price, when you give the price, you're losing control because his needs are not there yet.
Right.
right? So it's a bit too early. Now, another thing is where it's very subtle. Again, if you listen to replay, you will see where, well, Desmond, it's not about me, it's about you. Remember you said that? Right there, as far as I'm concerned, you've lost that sale. You lost that's probably the biggest one in that one line, because that line shows you really don't give a shit. Because you say, think about if I say, well, it's not about me, it's about you. Right?
Yeah, makes sense.
Makes sense. And one more thing is I would also notice the time. Oh, this is a big one. That this part also, I know we're role playing, but this is the part where we've lost the credibility. When you're saying my time is worth 10,000 an hour, 5 times a week. Oh, but of course you can call me anytime. Yeah, Friday I'm open. Right there, we've set no boundaries. We've lost all credibility. Because on one hand, you say my time's worth this much. Another time, like you can call me anytime. We didn't set the expectation. Okay, there's a 3-month follow-up in between. You can still set up a time with me, or like there has to be boundaries. So right there, I hate to say it, if it's a business consultant talking to a CEO, this guy's full of shit. Because how could you time you 10,000 an hour and then you say I can call you anytime and have questions? There's a disconnect. Right there, I'm like, forget it. Like he's running away, right? So versus a better way to do it, if they do need help, you could say, after the 5-hour session, hey Desmond, if you still need my time, I always give a preferred rate. So for clients who need a follow-up call, instead of $10,000 per hour, it's only $5,000, right? Or they could still pay me $3,000 a month for email access. Now, promise me you're not going to abuse it, but if you have questions here and there through email access, 2-3 emails a week, not a problem. That's only going to be $3,000 a month. You see how that works, right? If you set the value, then you don't want to discount the value.
Makes sense. Yeah.
Yep. Okay. Good. Good job. Good job. And I am okay. Okay. Let's move on. So, what have you learned? Paying attention. And see how tonality makes a big difference. Big difference. And I could see a few moments Vadim was turning into the green monster. There are quite a few moments. If you listen to it again, Vadim, if you listen to it again, you'll see later on where you will see. This is why HTC, you cannot do it bits and pieces. If you take a few lines that I have and you try to use it, it would be a disaster. You need to be fully a high tick closer from like A to Z, the habit, the tonality. From that's the only way it works. You can't do it where, kind of pick and choose, and then still the other stuff sound like a typical green monster. It doesn't work that way.
Sifu, do you mind if I also just I'll stack on top a little bit
as a prospect.
Yeah, and I want to stack on top of this for the closers as well, right? So obviously we're doing a role play, and Vadim did not have any time to prepare for this, but I think this is also a good time, which we'll cover later on, about preparation. The way, jumping into this, even I get caught off guard if Sifu asked me to do a role play, but I've got to get into the actor mode and be in the mode. What I could sense from Vadim was he wanted to do this role play, but he's never done this before. So like Sifu was saying, I could tell very quickly that he's full of shit. He does not know what he's talking about.
No.
He didn't have the vocabulary. He didn't talk to me as a CEO about the specific structure, the revenue, the things that, the things that a client like that is looking for certainty in what you're saying. And it comes through from the type of questions you ask. Not from you justifying and telling me about you. Well, it comes from you. I actually feel you know more about my business by the types of questions you ask me. Right. So when you're getting into these kind of calls, which we'll cover later on when it comes into more B2B or the dealing with the business owners, make sure you've done your preparation and your homework. Right. So Vadim, obviously in this case, I applaud him for coming out, and it's very difficult to do a role play in front of hundreds of people. But at the same time too, in the future, you can bet that Vadim, before he gets on a call, he's going to study the industry. He's going to find out more information. He's going to start asking questions that are related to my business. And, he's going to, Vadim didn't even ask any questions about what business I'm doing what's my revenues, how much money am I making right now, what's my biggest challenge. If we could do something and we could fix it right now, what would be the most important thing that we could fix right now that's most important to you?
Yeah.
Those kind of questions are important to a business owner. So again, those are more advanced. We'll cover that later on. But in this case here, it's a lesson to be learned as well. Okay.
And I want to give Vadim just one more tip for him, and depends on if he would take it too hard. That what would prevent him from getting this faster is a bit of a too much of a mask and ego. If you ask me, I can hear from the tonality. You need to put that down, because you will not be able to connect selling something for 50K for a week. Wearing that mask, I could tell it doesn't work, which I'll demonstrate. I'll say exactly the same thing in just a moment, and you'll see. I want to see the difference. But I would say to help you, it's that, and not just Vadim. By the way, how many of you have a mask when you're role playing? Right, afraid to go deep, and then you try to master with your fucking ego. That's the problem, right? It's so obvious. Anyone with half a brain can see that. Oh, that doesn't work. Right.
And I think maybe even Vadim could have got a better role play out of this if I know a lot of you want to close high ticket items, but it might almost have been better. I think it would have been easier if he used a slightly smaller
sell 5,000, sell 3,000.
Yeah, $3,000 an hour. Over a 6 week or over 9 weeks. I'll be there to coach you. And it's and if you don't know the answer to the business owner, you literally just say, you know what do you mean by that? Okay, we've not handled a case like that. However, we have handled other cases. Let me ask you a question. Have you ever encountered this sort of situation? Because this is something that we're good at helping business owners. And so then it's a redirect to something that he knows, but he's not bullshitting that it's something that he does not know. I felt many times during, I caught you off guard and you were trying to put fillers in there, which I could tell you are bullshit.
Anyone running even a small business, a million up, like they would see right through that. Like it's too fluffy, right? Good. It's always, it's not easy for something like Vadim doing a role play, right? It's not easy. Grace doing a role play, it's not easy in front of everybody, so that you can learn. You would become a master at helping clients, right, clarify what they want, and you would gain revolutionary insight into the driving force behind why clients buy. Why we need to have the idea of the scale 1 to 10, because we need to know what are we supposed to be talking about within the 4 steps. Okay, needs, money, decision maker, time. You don't talk about money unless they're up to 8 or 9 or 10. I'll say this one more time. You do not talk about money unless it's 8, 9, or 10. Before that, you talk about their needs. Then only when you feel like, okay, we've got a prospect that's like 8 or 9, now you can transition to money. This is the question I get the most often. Well, see, when they would talk about money, they talk about money when the needs are 8 or 9 or 10, ideally 9 or 10. Then you can talk about money. This is what I'm talking about qualifying in terms of needs. So most of the time you spend a good chunk of the time on the phone talking about their needs. So when people see a YouTube video, they copy my line, and that's why it doesn't work. It's like you copy a karate master, the way he punched something. Well, did you have the 20 years of punching a fucking bag, punching a stone? You don't, right? Like it's a very surface level. It's a very surface level. And they don't get it. Unless they're in HTC, like I'm explaining to you like this, they'll never get it. And on social media, I don't bother to explain because the awareness is so not there. It's a waste of my time. Okay, so surface level, right? Then I gotta explain all, like, how do I explain what we do in a 10-minute video or in a comment? You tell me, right? And then when what I'm teaching you is 1% of what I know. It's silly, right? It's not very productive. So I let them talk, I let them guess, I let them whatever, right? That's social media for you. Where they take a line here, oh, I'm going to use this line. I'm like, oh, this is a great line. What the hell do they know? Nothing. Nothing. Right? So you need to think about how you could internalize this. You got to become it. You got to become it. So step 3, commitment step. Now, the commitment is very short. This is the shortest step out of all 3. You've done your job, setting agenda. You've qualified them hard in terms of the 4 things. Now, we never ask for the sale. I don't like the traditional sales method where, oh, you got to ask for the sale. You got to keep asking for the sale. Why the fuck do I need to ask for the sale? If I've done my job, I don't need to ask for the sale. They will give me the sale. And I only use one of these 3 lines. Say with me, what would you like to do next? Where should we go from here? What would you like to do? What would you like to do? That's it. Can you say these 3 lines? One of these, pick one of these. That's your commitment step. They say yes, you go into payment option, like how do they want to pay, how do they want to commit, how do they want to sign. That's it. It's not difficult. It really isn't. It really, really isn't. Okay. And prospects lie. Write this down. Prospects lie. Don't always believe what they say and take things literally. Meaning they will tell you, oh, here's my problem. That may not be the problem. They'll tell you it's urgent, but actually it's not urgent. They'll tell you it's not urgent, actually it's urgent. They'll tell you they have a lot of money, no problem. They have a budget. Actually, they have a huge problem with the budget. Or they tell you I've got no money. They actually have the money to spend. All the time. It is our job, almost like an investigator, right, to get to the truth, right, what is going on. So clarifying questions. We need to get rid of the smoke and mirrors. When sometimes I like, especially B2B or B2C, that when I feel the prospect is dancing around, I could do something like this. What would it take for you and I to do business today? Now, Grace could have used something like that, the second one. When Vikas is like, I don't know, I need to think about it. Well, Vikas, before we go, what information do you need from me in order for us to move forward? You see how powerful that is? Just simple. Here's another one. Let's bottom line this. Talking to Ruby. What has to happen in order for us to do business today? What has to happen in order for us to do business today? And he will say, oh, I need 1, 2, 3. Okay. And if I give you 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, what will happen next? Oh, then we'll do business. You've just closed the sale. Boom. Very smooth. Very smooth. We're asking questions and the prospect is telling you what would it take to close the sale. You don't need to guess. So during that role play with Desmond, with Vadim, we don't know what he's looking for. We don't know his urgency. We don't even know why he's here. There are increased revenue, but there's something much deeper going on. We don't know. We don't know anything, actually. This is why he's like, people buy not because they understand what you sell. They buy because they feel understood. Write it down again. People buy not because of what you sell, not because the 50K, the 1 hour, all this, nobody gives a shit, right? They buy because they feel understood. We have to understand them first so they will feel comfortable and move forward, right? High ticket sales secret number 20. Authoritative posture and presence. Too much, you're a jerk. Too little, you lose control. For most, especially your new graduate, those with more lower self issues, tone it down. Tone it down. I don't want you to be too authoritative because of your insecurities. This is harsh talk. You might come across, you want to be authoritative. No, you come across as a jerk. This is how CFOs be able to connect. Look at my phone. Multi-millionaires, millionaires, billionaires. This is how I connect with them. You have to have the right presence. So don't do too much. Do too little, you have no control. So it's like if Sifu it's like a 9, like you do it like 2 or 3, please. Okay. When it comes to posture and presence, you try to do a 9. I could push and say things and get away with certain questions because of who I am. But you're getting started. You don't want to be, a little bitch, right? Wimpy little closer, but you don't want to be too much. So Vadim, probably a 7, but not really authoritative because I sense more insecurity than authoritative. Especially if you're selling to sophisticated business people. Oh man, they grill you. Damn, they grill you, right? And Desmond's being relative. What did you say, Desmond? You're being relatively easy.
Yeah,
He wasn't being a hot ass or like questioning. Like he was just asking some pretty basic question about right.
I was on 2 calls today with business owners that were under $1 million, and they were ladies, but they sounded probably more harsh than this guy that I played.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Which I personally I like the harsh one because I could redirect, right? But it takes a lot of skill. So think about a doctor, right? A doctor, if you go to see your dentist, I remember this dentist that Jenny and I we go see, and it's very difficult to make an appointment. So if you make an appointment, you don't show it up, you got to pay like $125 if the cancellation fee, and then you got to book it like months, 3, 4, 5 months in advance. Okay, and it's very difficult to get him. So because of that, when we make an appointment, I don't cancel the appointment. I don't show up late, right? You got to be there. Why? Because of his positioning. And he's one of the best in my city. Okay. One of the best. And yeah, I mean, you know how you lie down on the dentist chair? He's got a TV that's like on the ceiling. So you can be getting your teeth done, you're watching TV on the ceiling, like flat like that, right? And it's very, very good. Very, very good. Expensive, but very, very good. So authority versus everybody else. So we want to be authoritative, right? Specialist versus generalist. Specialist versus generalist. Ideally, we want to be specialist versus being a generalist. We want to ask questions as high ticket closer, a salesperson, just sell. Authoritative meaning walk away power. You could walk away versus desperate for business. So look at, again, Desmond's role play with Vadim when he says, well, walk away. And then Vadim is asking, well, can I ask you one more thing? And then he was offering him payment plan. But again, in that scenario, it doesn't quite make sense because 50K is 50K. Like it's already like, how do you split that into payment plan?
Another thing I can reveal, Sifu, I played a more Ruby Emerald. So you'll find the trait of, and actually, funny enough, I find that a lot of business owners, depends on the type of business, they tend to be Ruby Emeralds because they have the Ruby side to drive the business. They have the Emerald side to be accurate, the numbers. And when you deal with a Ruby Emerald, they tend to ask you a lot of questions. And if you do not know how to handle those questions or redirect those questions and take control back, I was controlling the situation because I kept asking Vadim all the questions. Yeah. And if you don't control or manage that with the Emerald, they will ask
grill you. They will grill you. Yeah, they'll keep grilling you.
And then you expose yourself, and that's it. You've lost the sale.
You lost the sale very easily. Okay. Inbound versus cold call. Now we do outbound. There's the difference between outbound and cold calling. We're going to get into it in a few weeks. Okay, for now, there's a difference because most people, they don't understand how to do it properly. Okay, so outbound versus inbound. Speak with certainty versus uncertainty, like or like a lot of that. Do you want to now? Sometimes this is Sifu. I do it on purpose. I will do ums and ahs little bit on purpose because I don't want to sound too sharp because I've made a mistake where sometimes I sound way too sharp. But it's too perfect. It's too, when you're too perfect, it's very easy to come across too slick. Okay. And I had that problem. Right. It's very easy where you have like you're too, have you seen those speakers? Like they're so polished on their platform. Like they're just no ums and ahs. You see this in Toastmasters, right? Like they're just almost too polished that you lose the connection. Right? They're too formal, right? So sometimes I do a little bit of, I know when I'm using, because I purposely use it. Like that. But actually I know in my mind, it's not a habit thing. It's a strategy thing. But I only use it once or maybe twice in a closing call. Because it's normal call, like it's normal conversation, right? Versus I'm so smooth, boom, 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 boom. Because playing chess game, I know how it's gonna go. But if I'm too smooth, then it's very easy to come across you're not paying attention, right? So I do a little bit like, yeah, right? If I want, I have zero. So I use it as a technique. Now, you don't want to use it as a technique. You want to eliminate it, please. The ums and ahs, let's get rid of those shit first for you. Okay, get rid of like no. You're thinking, just pause, silence. And when you're calling them, you are the salesperson. When they call you, you are the experts. So we are still focusing on the inbound. When we're doing inbound, ideally, we want to get the prospect to call us. The reason being is they are distracted when we call them. But when they call us, we have their attention. We know at least they're taking the time, right, to call us. When you get a little bit better, like you're beyond than just a beginner, then I could call people and still very quickly gain control and flip it around. When you're a little bit better, when you're beyond than just like kindergarten. You're kindergarten to me, right? When you're beyond that, then you can do that as well. So you see why you need to be a well-rounded closer. You want to have more well-rounded skill set so you can take advantage of different opportunities. So when a prospect emails you or PMs you, you could call them or you can also send them a booking link. Right, we use HubSpot, but you could use Schedule Ones or Calendly or Google Invite. I mean, there are many different software out there to book a time with you. So send them a booking link instead of what time works for you. Back and forth. No, just send them a booking link. You can do Zoom. You can use any of these softwares. Make sense? Okay. I'll do one more role play before the night is over. Actually, you know what? Let me go through one more secret first, then I'll do one more role play. Okay? High ticket sales secret number 21, the power of reverse psychology. Now, we talk a little bit about this, right? When it's below a 5 on a scale of 1 to 10, what do we do? What do we use? We use reverse psychology. So here's some of these questions that you could use on reverse psychology. And say with me, please. So you could learn this, okay? It can't be that urgent, can it? It's not that bad, is it? You don't want to do this now, do you? What's wrong with that? You're probably not comfortable with that, are you? You don't sound very excited about this. This may or may not be for you. Now, when you use this line, a lot of closers get it wrong. This line, you got to say it like you mean it. You cannot say it like it's a trick. I'll do it the wrong way. Pay close attention. Well, this may or may not be for you. You see how it's like, you know what I'm talking about? Right? You see how it's not very good. Okay, I'll do it the right way. Well, this may or may not be for you. You see that? Like, yeah, this may or may not be for you. The same line. This is how salespeople fuck it up. This is closers. We found that most people actually are not a good fit for this program, although they say they are. This is a very good one. This, you're not even saying to the, we just found that, most people are actually not a good fit for HTC, although they say they are. What? Why am I not a good fit? See how, like, in their mind, they think, who is a good fit? How do I make sure it's a good fit? That they're already going there mentally. You see how if you and I on a closing call, you hear this. Well, actually, we found that most people are actually not a good fit for HTC, although they say they are. Tell me why you're different. Right there. And then I drink my tea. I shut up. How many of you are loving this? Another one. Well, it's very possible that this program is not quite what you're looking for. Here's another one. Now, this one takes a little bit of guts. This is why the reverse psychology. I don't see how this program would benefit you. What? Well, I'll show you. I'll tell you how this program would benefit me. Let me give you all the reasons how this would benefit me. Oh, okay. You convince me. All right. Is that how that works? But you don't want to use these powerful reverse psychology questions to take control of a sale now, do you? It wouldn't be fun now, would it? You can't see yourself using any of these techniques, can you? See how much fun this is? Couple questions, couple simple moves. I'm giving you some very simple moves, but they are pivoting. They are powerful moves, right? They could turn everything around within a few simple moves. And they can make you a lot of money. A lot of money. People don't buy their way into something, they buy their way out of something. Say with me. People don't buy their way into something, they buy their way out of something. This is very, very important to remember. After bonding, they must feel their pain or they won't buy. A closing conversation should not be a pleasant conversation. It should not be a happy, clappy, yay. No. Now, sometimes it could be, depends on what you're selling. But most of the time, when you're selling high ticket, most of the time, I'm generalizing this, it's not a pleasant conversation. You should hear some silence. It is normal when the prospect's quiet on the phone, because they are finally be able to solve this problem that they have, or they finally discover the solution, and it's tears of joy. So it's very normal, right? Without paying, there's no sale. And one of the three most powerful words that you could use to redirect, it's called I don't know. Traditional sales talks about as a salesperson, you should know everything. No, you won't. Forget about it. Using I don't know is a very powerful way to redirect, right? It's like, again, do the Tai Chi hand with me. Do the Tai Chi move. Go ahead. Remember, do it. I'm doing it right now. Okay. Right there. Right there. You're acting ignorant on purpose, not by accident, but on purpose, rather than babble on aimlessly. Now, this is a very advanced closing technique. Very few salespeople know because we were taught that you got to know everything. The salesperson is always supposed to have all the information. No, by acting ignorant, you get the prospect involved and you redirect the conversation so that all of the pressure is where it belongs, on the prospect. Let me, again, give you a warning. I see HCC students, they overuse this. You might use this once or twice. So how does this work? I don't know. How much you charge? I don't know. When can I get started? I don't know. Or can I buy this? I don't know. Do you take credit card? I don't know. Right? Are you crazy? I don't know. Am I crazy talking to you? I don't know. You will be shocked. Some of the role plays, oh my God. Then what the fuck do you know? I don't know. Right? So people taught this technique and then they overuse it. Now, this is when this is one of those killer move, right? This is one of those killer moves. You gotta wait for the right time. And sometimes maybe the whole conversation, you don't even use it all. Sometimes you just use a little bit, okay? A little bit, quickly redirect, and then you go back to maybe qualifying questions. You got it? Make sense? No confusion, right? You got this. You're not gonna use it 10 times, promise me, please. Okay, don't be going to role play. Hey, are we doing role play? I don't know, right? How long are you gonna role play for? I don't know, right? Are you gonna be Ruby? I don't know, man. What the hell do you know? I don't know shit. No. Okay, you got to do it very. I'm gonna demonstrate. Okay, if you say this too much, you're having too much fun, dear. Okay, I'm exaggerating, but seriously, I've seen it. I have seen it more than once. I'm like, what? How did that call end up like that? Right? It's crazy. Right? It's crazy. So let's do a role play. I am going to, before I do the role play, I'm going to have Desmond come up, do it again, joining us. And
Yep.
Vikas, can you join us again one more time?
Mm-hmm. Oh, now I get retribution.
Oh,
No. I'm gonna role play. But
shoot! I thought I could go back against.
This is. I still remember because Vikas has a good objection. Would you want to know? Vikas was talking about the Canadian dollars and US dollars. That objection. Remember when Grace was role playing with him? I just wrote down. I just saw the notes here that I have a way to handle this, but you wouldn't want to know how you could handle the currency objection now, would you? You wouldn't be interested in anything like that at all.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know, man.
Okay, so Vikas, just give me the objection about I think was it a 3K and US dollars? Like,
It was 3K.
Like, just give me that. Okay,
Gotcha.
And by the way, it's a very simple. I'm going to give you a very simple way. I just came up with this on the spot. I never taught this before. Desmond's never heard of this before, ever. Okay, because I remember these things. Vikas never heard of it before. I just came up with it on the spot, based on my notes. I'm going to teach it to you.
I'm excited. Okay,
Right,
okay.
Here we go.
So then I found out this course is actually 3K US, so that's
Correct.
almost double my currency.
Yeah. You are from Canada, right?
That's correct, Vancouver.
So that's like how much in Canadian?
So that's almost 4K.
4K. Okay. And how do you feel about that?
That's quite the jump for me.
Yeah. I see. Well, but you also be making money in US dollars, though.
Oh, how? Really?
Mm-hmm. all our closers, they get paid in US. So if you get paid in US dollars, do you think you're going to get your BMW faster?
I'd actually double the rate. I'd get my BMW.
Hmm. So what should we do?
I'm ready to go.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm ready to go. Yeah, I'm ready to start.
Pause off the role play.
Boom.
Boom. Yeah. And that's a very real one too, Sifu.
Yeah, turn
We've
into
got
what are we doing? We're turning into an advantage. Yeah, you pay in US, but you earn in US.
yes.
And you
We've
pay
got
in
so
one
many
and you
clients.
pay one time in US, you earn US for the rest of your life.
Yep.
So for people who are from other countries, like, oh my God, if they're from like other countries, like they multiply, oh well, shit, US dollars. Damn.
Sifu, you're getting ahead of yourself. You're letting out the cat out of the bag for objection
Yeah.
handling. That's a
Yeah,
good one. I'm
that's
going to write
a
that
good one.
down.
Yeah. You also get
Yes.
paid in US.
Yes.
Oh, that's right. Like now they think, oh, that's right. Right now, so every dollar I make, I'm gonna make 1.5 in Canadian dollars, right? You see how that changes? Grace, do you see that? Right? Instead of we justifying and this and no, just yeah, but you make it, but you gotta do it in a way. But you make US dollars, you get paid in US dollars. Like it's just
Almost say that whole tonality one more time again, Sifu.
yeah,
Just
just like but you make money, you earn money in US dollars too. And I might ask the question that so Vika, so you invest in how, so this is one time, right? Yeah, one time. But after you develop your closing skill, you can use this closing skill to earn US dollars for how long?
Well, for a lifetime, I guess. It never
Are you
goes away.
are you sure?
Yeah, I mean, it's a skill, right? It's
Yeah.
it's like how you learn
And
to ride a bike.
would it be a problem for you if you get paid in US dollars like all the time?
No, not at all.
Would that cause any issues for you for your bank account?
No, it actually help it.
Right. So it's very simple. It's very, very, very simple. Yeah, that's like that. Would it be a problem if you get paid in US dollars? Yeah, I don't know, right? So very simple. Okay, so we're gonna role play. Thank you, Vikas. So Desmond, we are going to do the consulting again because I want to demonstrate. Do you want to close or you want me to close?
either way, you want to go for it? And you can demonstrate.
I haven't heard you closing for a while.
Okay, sure.
Okay. How confident are you?
Oh, damn confident.
All right.
But I'm always getting it, Sifu. So I'm open to coaching.
You know what? Because I want you to be the prospect because I want to take notes because I haven't heard Desmond role play in a while.
Okay.
It'll be good. So it would be the same idea about offering. Let's say you are actually, you know what? Why, Desmond, you are closing this prospect.
Yes.
This prospect wants to hire me for consulting, but you are my gatekeeper.
Got it. Okay.
Exactly what you do. So I'm going to give you the price point. It's $10,000 an hour, $30,000 for half a day, or $70,000 for one day.
Got it.
Okay. And I would also, and by the way, this is real rate. This is what we do now, right? So Desmond is doing this for real. And we will give them a 10% credit for traveling as well as for filming. If they allow us to use it on social media, repurpose, or taking a session that I can be able to reuse it or maybe offer as a bonus for something that I do in the future, they'll get a 10% credit.
That's right.
You got it? Okay, so you're listening to this. So 10, 30, 70, 10% credit if they allow us to film.
Got it.
Okay. So,
All set?
Yep. And because your business is doing about, you run $2 million business, an e-commerce business, and you want to take it to 10 million.
Gotcha.
Because you see, this is what happens when Desmond grows up and he eats his food.
That's right.
He eats vegetables. My e-commerce. Okay, yeah, sounds good.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, ready? Ring.
Desmond soon speaking.
Hi, Desmond. This is Vikas. Just following up for appointment at 10:45 here.
Good. Vikas, you're on time. Yeah, I got you here. How can I help you?
Hey, Desmond. So yeah, I was looking at Dan's packages and I was watching some of his content, and I actually wanted to learn more about his consulting rates and how he could help my business out here.
Let me ask you a question before we even get into that, because what time do you have as a hard stop? Because I've got you here for about 45 minutes.
Yeah, that'll work. Yeah.
Okay, good. I want to ask you a couple more questions, right? These questions are going to be important for me to pass on to Dan as well too. and by the end of the call, we'll know whether or not we might be able to help you scale your business, or if I know Dan's really strict, so he's going to ask me a lot of questions about you. So if you can open up and give me as much as possible, I'll take a lot of notes here, and I'll pass that on to Dan as well too. But we'll come to a decision at the end of the call, okay?
Sounds good.
One thing I don't want you to do though is by the end of this call though, just don't tell me, let me think about it, or I need to talk to someone else to make a decision. Let me know up front right now, if either yes or no, we're not attached to it. If it's yes, we'll go ahead. If it's a no, that's fine as well too, okay?
Sounds good.
Okay, so maybe why don't you start off by, telling me, I saw the questionnaire that you filled out, the products and services that you offer. You're in the e-com space. Tell me about your business.
So my e-commerce business has been running for about 1.5 years now. We're approaching 2 years. So we're looking at scaling things up now, sort of developing our staff, developing our team, expanding our outreach, and really seeing where we could take it to the next level. But we've sort of hit a plateau mark. We're at the 2 million mark. We want to reach the 5 million mark. We're doing okay, but we're not getting at the speed that we want it to be at.
And so, okay, so a lot of different important pieces of information there. You've got the 2 million mark. Let me just read back to what I've written down here, right? You've got a good team. You're trying to get to 5 million.
Yep.
Tell me, why is it important for you to get to that 5 million mark, and why, what sort of time frame are you looking at getting that done in?
Of course, yeah. So we're looking hopefully within the next year, we want to hit the 5 million mark.
Next
Is where we
year.
want to reach that. It's important for us because we're at that very crucial part in our business where this is either we make it or we're done.
Why do you feel that?
Most businesses, when e-commerce, when they hit that plateau, they
Yeah.
never recover. They slip
Okay.
and they fall.
What sort of courses, or have you taken any other kind of mentorship in the past before? Who have you done it with?
Nothing before. So far, it's just been me reading books and family and friends I've been very benefiting that have really helped me reach that next level.
Okay. So maybe in a nutshell, what are your expectations? Let's just say Dan does approve you. Put money aside. Let's just say even you can afford his rates, and you come out to Vancouver. What are your expectations? What are you hoping for him to help you out with?
Well, I'm hoping to have someone that could really just give me a scope of my business to see how I could scale it. Really just give me a step-by-step guide on how to reach that next level. Not give me some vague information. Like, you see all those gurus, and I'll be straight with you, Desmond. You see those gurus who charge a shit ton of money, but they give you no value. They just lead you on this loop, on this chase, where they make you keep coming back to them for more and more and more, and they don't take you anywhere. So really, at the end of the day, I'm looking for someone that could just look at my business from a different perspective and give me that solid plan of how I could reach from 2 to 5 million within my timeline of 1 year.
Yeah, I know what you mean about the gurus, but what makes you feel Dan is any different?
I've been watching his content. I've seen some of his courses as HTC people. I've actually worked with some of them. I've had some of them close for me in my other businesses, and they've done quite a good job. They hold themselves up to a very high self-esteem, very high regard. So it must reflect the person that's teaching them. So I want to learn more and see what would happen if I worked with Dan one-on-one.
Okay. What if I could peek through your computer right now and I just looked on your desk? I'm sure as a business owner, you've got a list of to-do items. What are the most top 3 critical items that need to get done? And give me the time frames for those as well.
As in for my business, or
Yes. Yep. Your
so
e-com business.
yeah, so right now we're looking at just restocking. So like stock is number one. We
Mhm.
want to look at just revamping our website, and we're going to look at having a new service area. So new, probably switch over to HubSpot,
Mhm.
maybe for support and probably our area. So that's sort of what we're looking at right now for
Okay.
top 3.
How many people do you have on your team right now to accomplish these initiatives?
Right now we're smaller. We're about 10 members right now.
Okay. And if you get to the 5 million, do you think you can accomplish that with the 10 members, or do you need to also increase your human resources?
Absolutely not. We need to scale. Like we need to get to 30, 35.
Okay. What's the culture like in your company right now? Do you have a lot of people, you've watched a lot Dan's videos. Have you ever watched any of the videos where he talks about, having a culture in the company? And are your people on part-time, full-time? Are they VAs? Paint me a picture.
So it's a bit of a mix right now. So we want to keep our budget as small as possible. So we have a couple of VAs that are hired over from the Philippines that we bring them in. We have a couple that are here located in Vancouver. Some are on volunteer basis because they want to learn. Others,
When you say a couple, can you be specific? How many people?
we have exactly 4.
Exactly 4. Okay. Are they full-time, part-time?
Part-time volunteers.
Got it.
So I'm just sort of
Volunteers. Okay.
correct,
Wow.
yeah. I'm teaching them the ropes, essentially. I want younger people to be able to scale up like I once did.
Mhm.
So, if they prove themselves, they show that they're worth their salt, we'll pull them into part-time paid and
Mhm.
then potentially full-time as well.
Okay. And with with all these employees right now, what are you paying out in monthly salaries? How much is that costing you?
Right now, we're looking at about 60,000 a month.
Okay. How do you feel about that?
It's a bit, you know, it's a bit tough because I want to be able to pay more, of course,
Okay.
and bring
Yep.
on more staff
Yep.
because they're stretched quite thin, extremely
Mhm.
thin. But it has to be done within our
So
business.
you have a lot of people, like loyal people, who've been with you for quite some time. Who's the
Definitely.
longest? Who's been the one with you the longest?
Well, before the business started, we've been in for about 1.5, almost 2 years now.
Mhm.
I'd say about 3 years. I've had one of my closest friends with me. His name's
Mm.
Tisu. He's helped me build my business up. Previous
TC.
ones that have failed,
Yep.
but you know what? He's been with me for this one, so we want to make sure this one succeeds.
And what does TC do?
So right now, he is my social media expert.
Okay.
Mhm.
How's he
So,
doing? Let's just put the friendship aside for a second. How's
yep,
TC doing as a social media director?
I'd say phenomenal. He scaled our Instagram from 1,000 to 500,000
Okay.
within the
So
year.
I'm going to throw you a hard question.
Mhm.
Hypothetically, let's say you meet with Dan. Okay, this happens all the time. You meet with Dan, and he gives you a very clear blueprint. Building business is not going to be easy. I'm sure you can agree with me on that, right?
Definitely.
Okay, and I know you're probably emotionally attached maybe to TC. You've worked with him. You want to look after him, but maybe if Dan digs in and he discovers that maybe TC is the bottleneck in your business, how attached are you to that, or would you follow Dan's advice on, we're not saying get rid of TC, but maybe he might suggest to you that you might have to bring in an outside consultant or someone else who can outdo what he does. And how would you deal with that situation?
That worries me a bit because I wonder about loyalty then. So say I do get a consultant in, I do follow Dan's advice, um, that could potentially break culture with
Mm,
the company. That worries me, right?
mm,
That's someone who's been loyal to me and someone who is willing to give it their all, as opposed to a consultant who
mm-hmm,
doesn't understand the culture, doesn't understand you're going to put in the overtime, the extra work, and maybe not quite compensated for it now, but maybe down the line.
mm. Now, is that just your opinion, or maybe Dan has already told you that this consultant definitely can come in? He's someone that Dan would vouch for and says that you need that person to help you get over that hump, to get
Mhm.
through that plateau that you're at right now, that 2 million level that you're at.
I mean, that's fair. I'd be taking Dan's word on this, but is there any guarantee behind that? Because what happens if everything crumbles because that he's a very pivotal part of my company? What
Mm,
happens if it sort of collapses?
that's an interesting question. Let me ask you, what kind of guarantee are you looking for?
Well, at this point, I'd really want someone that if I were to get rid of TC and say he's not doing well,
I
I
didn't say
would
get
want
rid of
to.
TC. I didn't say get rid of
Mhm,
TC, but TC, would TC's pride be hurt if he had to maybe follow some structures, or completely revamp the way he's been doing things to take it to another level? But this knowledge and intrinsic knowledge would come from another consultant that would be put into the company, or maybe even Dan himself says you need to restructure this. How rigid is TC right now?
Egos would clash. Guarantee that egos would clash 100%.
Mm,
But it's something that's I'm sure if I had a good sit down talk with him,
hmm.
we could work something out and readjust things.
Okay.
And maybe if it's okay with you guys, is it all right if I pulled him in with the consulting calls? He could learn a few things and sort of understand the direction of where we're going with the company.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I don't think that would be too much of a trouble. But we can cover that in a little bit. Let's put a bookmark on that. We'll come back
Mhm.
to that question in a second. Let's move on a bit. Let me ask you a bit more again. Why is this so important for you to scale the business?
Of
Why is it so
course.
important for you to get from that 2 million to 5 million? I mean, 2 million is good. You're making money. I'm sure right now your family and friends are probably looking at you, and you're probably doing better than most people, better than
Mhm.
in most jobs. I mean, why all the struggle, the pain to go to 5 million?
Well, that's the thing, Desmond, is that you reach that point,
Hmm.
the last thing you want to do is fall,
Okay.
right? Like I said earlier, the company's not doing great, but that doesn't mean it's going to do well forever. I don't want to plateau, which we are plateauing now. As our company rises, so do our expenses. And as I want to scale, my expenses go higher and my profits start to drop. Then I got an issue.
Hmm. Hmm. Okay. Um, okay. So if the profits drop and the company starts to go down, I mean, tell me what that would feel like for you personally. I mean, you've invested a lot of time into this. Why is that so important to not let that happen?
At the end of the day, I look at it as I have people I need to take care of. Staff
Mm.
members, team.
Yeah, I felt that. I mean, I could feel that, I know you understand business, but I can tell that, not just TC, maybe some of the other members. Are there any other key members that you really you've committed, you work hard to look after their livelihood?
Well, I think anyone that comes on the team, I care about.
Okay. Why is
Volunteers as
that?
well. They look up to me at the end of the day.
Mm,
I'm the reason why they're gonna make it in their lives. Maybe they were lost, they were scared, they didn't know where to go in their past lives. I'm
okay.
the vessel that they're on now. So I
And
need to make
you've
sure
been
that
able to see some success, but are they starting to enjoy some success themselves?
to a degree, yes, but not where I want them to be. It's not enough yet.
Have you communicated to them what that looks like? What would it take to get to that level?
Yeah, I always close them on the vision, how much we want to be, where we want to go, how
Okay.
much we want to impact the world with our ecom business.
hmm Does it feel lonely to be in that position right now, what you're doing?
It's lonely now, but I know if I make it to the mark that I want to make it at, I'll have such great impact that that loneliness will fade because I'll be able to
Okay.
pull up people to where I am.
Okay. Well, let's shift gears for a second here. Let's just say Dan goes ahead and he approves, and he says, "Yep, okay." Vikas sounds like a pretty smart guy. He sounds coachable. I mean, Dan's not cheap.
Mhm.
Dan's, have you ever looked into how much it takes to get Dan, even if you're lucky to get on his calendar, what it would take, what sort of investment it would take on your part?
Actually, no, enlighten me on this one,
Do you mind if I speak about money for a second?
by all means.
Okay. Well, so it's a minimum of a $10,000 investment just for 1 hour.
Hmm.
But that's provided that there is a spot in his calendar to take you on. On the other hand, though, there are other consultants and other entrepreneurs that have come in to speak with Dan, and to maximize and leverage their time. They usually, if they're going to fly all the way out to Vancouver, they might as well be with him for half a day, full day. At the end of the day, it's about value, right? So my question to you is: you go from 2 million to 5 million. What's that gap there? How much is that?
Well, that's quite a gap there. If I could make that there, that would be the make or
Well,
break of the company.
yeah, but what's the difference there? Just take 5 million minus 2 million. What's that? What's that in difference?
That's 3 million.
3 million. Okay, so let's just say Dan's able to help you increase your revenues by 3 million. How much are you willing to invest to get that?
At that point, realistically, that's priceless.
Mm, okay. I'm sorry, what was that?
That's priceless.
Okay. Um, Now let's just say Dan says, "No, I can't spend a whole day with Vikas," right? His whole day rate is 70,000.
Hmm.
Okay, he's saying, "No, I can't spend a whole day. I don't really know Vikas. I don't know whether he'll implement. Maybe I don't know. What would you say to Dan then? What do you want me to say to him?"
Well, realistically, whatever Dan gives me, I could implement. But of course, if it's tangible, does he have any experience within the e-commerce business? Does he know how to run that stuff?
You're talking about Dan Locke here.
Hmm. I know. I'm just making sure.
Well, I don't know. I mean, what if he didn't have experience in e-com? Do you think he knows how to scale businesses regardless of what industry they're in?
Well, I'm sure I've seen he's done it with previous businesses before, but e-commerce is a different beast.
Yeah, okay. Then maybe you don't need Dan then. What are you gonna do?
I don't really know. I guess I'll have to keep looking around in the market at this point.
Yeah, sounds like that. And let's just say, you look around and you're not able to find anyone who really knows how to scale businesses, regardless of whether it's e-com or not. What are you gonna do? I mean, if your company starts to plateau, sales start to taper off, what are you gonna do with all your staff and these people that have been loyal to you?
It's a hard truth I have to face, but at that point, it's I have to start cutting people.
Oof, you don't want to do that now, do you?
No, that's sort of the last resort.
Hmm. Okay. So again, let's just say Dan does know about ecom. What do you expect to get out of it? Let's say he spends half a day with you.
At this point, if I could get that solid layout plan for the next year to
Okay,
scale
let
it
me
up.
write that down. Hold on. Solid
Yep.
layout plan. Okay, what else?
So going from the 2 to 5 million mark,
Mm-hmm.
right? Understanding how to scale my team,
Mm-hmm.
understanding how to build a culture,
Mm-hmm.
understanding how to make sure we have key members,
Mm-hmm.
and ultimately building loyalty
Okay.
and building a secure company so we don't collapse.
Okay. Let's say he gives you all of that, and probably he'll deliver a couple more things if I know Dan, that things you blow your mind. You're able to then take that back to the team, and he may even allow you to have, a key member like TC or something there with you, so that the two of you are absorbing it.
Hmm.
How fast do you think you could implement it?
As fast as you need to, too.
I can
Whatever
tell
we
you, Dan doesn't care about the money. What he wants to see is whether you're coachable and whether you can implement. So when I speak with Dan about you, what do you want me to say to him about you?
that I'll probably be one of the fastest implementers he's ever seen.
I'm sorry, what was that?
I'm one of the fastest implementers he's ever seen.
Are you sure you want me to tell him that? He
Hey,
gets a lot of AAA players, man.
at the end of the day, my results show, I've able to scale a business to 2 million in that amount of time. Like, good luck finding that.
Yeah, it's pretty impressive, I mean, but he only works with the most exclusive top AAA players. So, I mean, do you count yourself as one of them?
Definitely.
Okay, I'll hold you to that. All right, so where do you want to go from here?
Desmond, it's quite a bite out of the wallet, but I think I'm ready to go for this.
But you don't even know how much you have to invest.
Well, it's the 70K, correct?
That's if he takes you on for the full day.
Hmm.
So I'm looking at his calendar right now, and let's just say he can take you on for the full day. How are you going to take care of that 70K?
At the end of the day, I'll have to pull a couple strings.
Hmm.
I'll have to speak with my bank, to be honest with you.
Hmm. How much time would you need to do that?
About a week. Probably take out a loan on the house.
Is this something you want to do? It sounds like you're not quite sure.
It's it's a bite, but at the end of the day, man, it's take a loan out of the house or actually lose the freaking house.
That, lose the house, maybe even a couple of your really close friends, loyal people that have worked hard for you.
Yeah.
Right.
So it's a sacrifice I need to make.
Is there anyone else that might be involved in the decision-making process?
Just me for today, Desmond.
Okay. Okay. And you're close to TC, right? TC's been part of your business a lot. What have
That's
you told
correct.
TC that you're going to be investing 70,000 to get this consulting? What would he say? What would he say at that point to you?
I think he'd be a little surprised, but whatever I say goes. But he'll have his opinions. But at the end of the day, it's my
You sure
shot.
it's not going to rock your boat? You're not gonna waver. You're not
Mm-mm.
gonna change your mind.
No. At
You're
the
not
end
gonna
of the
call
day,
me up, and say, "Oh, Desmond, I tried to go to the bank and I couldn't get it." It's never a lack of resources; it's always a lack of resourcefulness. So you're not gonna call me up and say, "This is not gonna go through," is it?
no, Desmond, it'll go through. I promise.
So I'm pragmatic here,
Mhm.
Vikas. I think you're a good person, but let's just say you're not able to come up with the 70,000. Then what?
Well, if I can't spend a full day with Dan at this point, how much, maybe half a day, maybe an hour, maybe 2 hours. Does he have any other rates or any other way I could get to him?
Well, the half a day is very popular. A lot of people jump on that because that's not the 70,000. You may be able to get the key important things that you need to implement right away, and then perhaps come back for a second session, of which now Dan is probably more impressed with you because you actually demonstrate that you implemented what you learned. So you'd have one shot to impress him. And it may be even a little bit easier. You don't have to take a loan out of your house. The half a day is not 35,000, it's actually 30,000. How do you feel about that?
It's much, much easier,
Hmm.
much more attainable.
Okay.
But my question to you at this point is, half a day, is he able to still provide everything that would be covered in the full day? That list I gave you earlier, would that still be actionable?
I don't know. You tell me. How effective can you be? How efficient and succinct can you be in coming in and being prepared? I know Dan can sometimes just in one sentence give you something that could change your business.
Hmm. Well, I'll have everything planned out from questions to any data he needs. It'll be available
Hmm.
for him, off
Okay,
the
so
bat.
you'll be prepared,
Of course,
right?
of course.
Okay, you'll be submitting all your assignments, everything in advance.
Mhm.
Um, I got a question for you as well too, because would it help? I mean, the 30,000 already alone, I can tell you feel a little bit better about that. Let's say Dan
Yes, yes.
approves that. How fast would you take action with that?
That one would be a little quicker. That one I could probably get with you probably within like two 2 days or so. I need to move around a couple funds, but I could then clear up one of my credit cards and we could place it there.
Okay. I've got a couple of calls going on today. I can tell you that his spots are filling up. So, 2 days max. And you're probably not going to be able to speak to him for another 6 months.
6 months.
Yeah. Some people are even trying to get him for next year. So,
Wow, I did not know
yeah.
that.
So how urgent is this for you? I mean, how important is it for your business right now to get this?
Again, like I said, we're on that plateau. It's the make or break kind of moment. So I'd say it's pretty urgent.
Okay. Okay. So 30,000 takes you 2 days. What sort of commitment can you put down today that shows me that you want this to lock in your spot?
Well, Desmond, what are you guys looking for at this point?
I don't know. You tell me. What's something that you can commit to?
Okay, well, how does, just because we don't really need to worry about it, how does like 2K sound?
2K, yeah. And then you put in the. Let me calculate here. Let me see what you do. The 2K, and then what you're saying is, in 48 hours you come up with the other 28K.
Yep, 28K comes after.
And if you don't come up with the 28K, I keep the 2,000.
You know what? Sure, I guess
Hey,
at this
some
point.
urgency, right? I mean, you said you're an A player, right? You're a pretty resourceful guy,
That's true. That's
business
true.
owner, right? Okay,
Yep.
fair enough. So, gentleman's agreement. Okay,
Agreed.
okay. So, where do you want to go from here?
All right, Desmond. So I will send over my visa information to you, and then you guys could charge me the 2K.
Yep.
And then
I'll have my right hand send you an email in the next. Check it out in the next 10 minutes. There'll be a link in there. Put in your information. We'll hold on to it like an escrow. We'll hold on to it, and then I'll give you that 48 hours. At the end of 48 hours, you don't follow through. We'll know what sort of how serious this business is for you. But if you do, then I'll make sure to put you in and I'll lock in your spot with Dan, and let's get prepared for your success. How's that sound?
sounds good, Desmond.
All right. Congratulations. I look forward to working with you.
Pleasure, Desmond. We'll speak soon.
Yep.
And that's
Boom.
very
Love it.
good. Very good. And that's how you sell, how you close business consulting. Now, question. Do you see Desmond making crazy, outrageous promises? Do you see him say, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this, I'm going to do this for you? Do you see any of that? Do you hear his tonality? It's professional, but not attached. It's like, okay, okay. Like, this is what he does all day, every day. It's not a big deal. You do it, you don't do it, doesn't really matter. Not that he doesn't care, because you could see as he's echoing back Vika's needs. And Vika's is very much opening up, telling him, not just going to revenue, what's the deeper pain point? What's the deeper pain point? Taking care of the team, right? Making sure the business would succeed, right? That's what it is. It's not the 5 million. And I like the what he did about the 2 to 5 million. You see how Desmond asked the question. So how much is that? 3 million. Because what he's doing is write this down. It's giving him a price to think about. So he's not thinking about the 70,000, the 30,000, whatever it might be. He's thinking about the 3 million. So he's comparing 70K to 3 million, 70K to 3 million. There has to be a comparison. Okay. It's called gap selling. There's a gap from where he is to where he wants to go. You also notice, do you notice the tempo, how precise this is? Just like a sniper. Does that in any way, shape, or form feel like it's very frantic, all over the place? You see how it's very like a chess game. You do this, he does that. You do that, he does this. You do this, he does this. Is this a pleasant experience for Vikas in the middle? Is he clappy, happy? Yeah, I can't wait. Or you sense a little bit of some pain coming through his voice, right? You see how Desmond also helps him to dream his way out of his current circumstances. So his current scenarios. Envision with him. This is what I told you, right? Envision with Vikas a new possibility. What is possible? What else have you learned?
Someone was asking Sifu, how many pain points should we uncover? So I think actually even with Vikas, I mean, Sifu, you can critique it on this one. I don't think I went deep enough. I think I could have made it more uncomfortable.
You could.
I could have.
You could. And now, but sometimes, remember what I said last time, sometimes you don't always have to go to the level 3 to close the sale. In this case, I think at level 2, maybe this is like 2.5, because you do talk about him losing the business, but then also if he doesn't make the business work, then he has to let his people go. It's very difficult for him, right? So like maybe not level 3, but I think it's enough.
Yeah, and he fluctuated. He went from, he tried to play a bit with me with his numbers went down and then his numbers went up. And I think I could have even played a bit on, what would it feel like? Let's say we get you there and now everything's doing really well. How would you feel at that point? And, how would that help the people around you? I could have done that also a little bit more.
And do you hear also the redirections he uses? I don't know, a few times, but it doesn't feel like he's overdoing it, right? It's like, I don't know, you tell me. Right. Well, am I going to get everything I need in 3 hours? Right. That's an objection. How many heard some objections? Right. Well, I don't know. Right. Also, Desmond is asking for a commitment, a 2K commitment on the spot. Right. I would probably ask for 5. Just more skin in the game. I would ask for 5. And
I gave it too easy, yeah.
I will ask for 5 because it's a 30K. If it's a 30K half a day, I would ask for 5. And I would also at the end where I wouldn't say I'm going to keep this 5K. This is the whole year spot. And by the way, I might bring it to Dan. He might turn it down. I'll just refund the 5K. Like I would do that because it's very likely I will turn it down. Right. I want to give him the possibilities, not just to pay the 5K you're in. It's not like that at all.
Yeah.
Right. And that's what it is. Right. So you got to see where, and then when he's talking about e-com and this and that, where I think we can throw in a little bit of the credibility with e-com, where
our own store.
Yeah. The Canada Post Online Retailer of the Year.
Yeah.
And you could talk, a member of YPO.
Yeah.
We now won the 40 under 40. Entrepreneur. So there are a couple of things
I could have woven in there, a little bit more.
A credibility boosters.
Yes.
There, but I mean, but maybe not, right? So I think that's what we could do. And he definitely edified very well. Definitely from there, and very, very, very good role play. I think it's a very. I would give this a probably 90 out of 100. Wow. Yeah, I was pretty high. I don't have a whole lot of notes. I just have a couple of things, but it's pretty good. I think great job.
Thank you, Sifu.
Great job. Getting sharp. That's good. Now I feel better. Have you closing?
That's the end of the bus right there. Yeah, always learning, always be learning.
No, it's good. It's good. Now,
always getting it.
So if you're listening to Desmond's role play, ask yourself this question: what if you could be that good? What if you could get half as good? You don't need to be that good in order to close. But I wanted to show you the gap, again, the possibility, not your current reality, but like, wow, like what if I could? Now, this one's been with me for a long time. Keep in mind, right? It's been role playing, right? He's a top closer. But we have a lot of closers, a lot of students. I mean, they're all very, very good. It is a learnable skill. Desmond, were you closing like that in the early days?
Oh, hell no. I still probably have the recording of it. It was accidentally on my phone, I think, and I played on the car, and oh my God, I was cringing so badly listening to it.
It is a learnable skill. Now, also Vikas, as a prospect, did he do a good job, right?
He did really
was it?
good.
It's
Vikas was
very,
good.
very good.
Thank you,
So
thank you.
when you're role playing, you're also honing your skills. So don't be like, oh, I'm closer. I'm playing the closer role, so I give 100%. No, when you're role playing, you're still honing your skill. So give you 100%, right? Because you will learn more. Okay, here's the objection. I wonder how this closer, right, your brother and sister, how they will handle it, and you're taking notes. Okay, you're taking notes. I think these role plays are very, very valuable. How many of you would go back and listen to it more than once?
Vikas played a very realistic prospect for all of you out there, and for those listening as well for this type of closing.
Mm-hmm.
He played a very realistic prospect, in my
Yes, very,
opinion.
very realistic, very
The
realistic.
objections he had, the questions he had were very realistic.
Mm-hmm. So promise, Seafood, that you don't get discouraged. That, oh, this is all my, right? Remember I said in the beginning, you're gonna hear some role play. You're gonna say to yourself, the lower self, well, what the hell? How the fuck am I gonna get that good? How the fuck am I gonna be there, right? You don't need to get to that good. Okay? Fuck this, like stop this lower self shit. Or don't compete. Don't try to compare yourself with Desmond, compare that with Vikas or Sifu, any of our top closers. Okay? They started exactly where you're starting right now. I'm asking for you to trust me and trust the process. Do you trust me? You practice. You follow the steps. Just do what's in front of you. Just do. If I'm asking you to do a role play an hour role play a day, just do that. Okay, I will get you there. You will do it, I will get you there. I've helped thousands, right? Their background, they're starting worse than where you are, less talent. I got them there. You just need to trust me and trust the process. You trust the process, you follow through just inch by inch. Maybe for some, you get there faster, for some, a little bit slower. I'll get you there. Just do the work. Just do the work. That's all I'm asking. Do the work. Bit by bit. Look at Grace. 1 week. Do you think next week she'll get better? Vadim? Do you think Vadim now would go back, listen to Desmond's role play? Do you think he would get better? Absolutely. Right? Absolutely, he would get better. Just inch by inch, inch by inch. And before you know it, looking back like, whoa, from not knowing what the hell closing is to now I have control. I can ask questions. I can close, and I can ask simple questions, and no objections would be able to kind of throw me off, and it's so easy. I don't feel difficult. And that, what it does, you have no idea what it does to your confidence. You have no idea what it would do. It is so incredible. So incredible. Secret number 22. There are 2 secrets before we go into the assignment. They're relatively short. Research your prospect ahead of the time. If you are closing bigger deal, you got to do your research ahead of time. So in this case, because it has filled the application, for Desmond, he would probably go check their social media, check their website. He said, okay, you're in the e-com business. He might have already looked at the product that he sells. If it's B2B, LinkedIn is your best friend. If it's B2B, who's your best friend? LinkedIn. Oh, LinkedIn. Oh, my goodness. Okay, that is your best friend if you're selling B2B. Okay, B2C, business means business to consumer, Facebook, Instagram, YouTube, Twitter, all of that. Check them out. One little tip that I use and I teach all my XGC students is if you want to make that connection before the call, it's actually go to the Facebook, go to the social media and look at the photos. So mentally, when you're talking, you already have that what they look like in your mind. That reduces your fear. Right? If you've seen this person with a family, with a dog, okay, like this is not a scary person. It just, oh, this is, and then when you talk to this person, visualize this person, even on the phone or Zoom, you visualize just with the voice, but with a face, you would make that connection faster. You see how this works? right? It's a simple little tip, but it's a very good tip. It's a very good tip, very powerful. Sun Tzu said, every battle is won before it is ever fought. If you prepare well, if you role play well a lot, and you've done your research, you already know kind of what is going to happen. You might also uncover some of these pain points that they have that they may not be aware of, that you could also possibly bring it up. The bigger the deal, the more research that you do. The bigger the deal, the more research you do. I'll give you a perfect example where we form a partnership with a huge influencer. And the research I've done is so in depth that when I met with this business partner before we closed the deal, and he came all the way to Vancouver, that he was so impressed. He said he's never ever, and he's been around a long time, okay? He's never met anybody that has done that much research and knows what he does, his frustrations and pain points more than himself.
I can
Okay.
actually verify this because this influencer that Sifu is talking about, this is not like a major person, has thousands and hours of materials. And Sifu was talking to him, and he actually, I believe he actually said, I've never met anyone who knows my material better than I do.
That's the difference.
Or as much as I do, yeah. Something as something that I said, like I've never met anyone who knows my materials as much as I do.
Yep. That's the difference. And knowing, and when I map out the plan, when I map out the structure, how the partnership would work, it is every single thing he could think of. Any questions, I was answering it, boom, 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 because I already anticipate all of that ahead of time. Anything that he couldn't think of, I already address it. So the partnership becomes a very much no-brainer. And this is probably a $30 million deal, I would say. Will make. But because I did the research. So whatever I'm teaching you, see if it's a practitioner. I teach you what I do. I teach you what I do. Okay? So, and that's 30 million in 1 year. So this is gonna grow. So that's what I'm talking about. Where I do my research, I do it so well, and it's a no-brainer, and it works. Now, if I didn't do the research, then it wouldn't work. Then I came across being unprepared. He was actually, and this person, influence, like complimented me multiple times. That and it's this person, I won't name, but it's very hard to impress. Let's just put it this way, right? He doesn't. It's very hard to impress. Okay, but he was very impressed with what I've done, the research. So I don't go into a scenario half-ass, not being prepared, well prepared. Okay. High ticket sales secret number 23. You want to take notes during the conversation. Here's what you don't want to do. I'm going to demonstrate here. Okay. With technology. Don't do that. Do not use your keyboard to take notes. Why don't you want to do that? If you're talking, the prospect's talking. You say, what? Okay. You see, it's very annoying, it's distracting, and also it triggers something very negative. This triggers those fucking telemarketers, right? When they call like phone centers, right? Right? You're taking notes and they fuck, man, where's the connection in that? Don't use your keyboard. Do not use your keyboard and type your keyboard, pen and paper. Good old pen and paper. That's it, right? You want to find out about the gems, right? The needs, 0 to 10. Where are they? What are some of the frustrations they might have, right? The pains that they have. What are their goals? What are the hot buttons? What are the possible objections? Just like Vika saying, well, maybe the budget is an issue, right? Oh, am I going to get what I need within the 3 hours, right? Does Dan know about e-commerce, right? All these things, which remember the gift that Sifu gave you, right? The gem tracking form. How many of you recognize this? How many of you are using it in your role play? Can you see how Sifu is providing you everything that you need to equip you with this skill, to make it so easy for you? So you look, oh, here's how I connect with Sapphire, a quick bullet points, and I'll make sure I circle. So if you're using this when you're role playing, you know, oh, I need to make sure to get to a 7. Now I'm talking to 2. Make sure it's reverse psychology, right? You see, do you see the under the interest scale? Under 5, we use reverse psychology. So you don't forget. Above 5, ask specific questions to find their needs. Find out their goals. What are their pain points? What are the hot buttons? Right? And there's a difference between the two. Pain points are, I know you're going to ask me. Pain points are, in Vika's case, is what if I go out of business? Right? What if I cannot provide? What if I cannot sustain the overhead for my team? Those are pain points. Hot buttons are what? Right? Hot buttons could be motivators. What are some of his hot buttons? Think about it. What are his hot buttons? I'm questioning you. That's right. The 5 million. From that 2 to 5 million, right? What else? What else? Recognition, not quite. No, that's not a hot button. He doesn't care. Yes, the culture. Yes, that's right. The team. That's right. The harmony within the team, like making sure, okay, the consulting is good, but I want to make sure it doesn't create disharmony, right? You see, that's a hot button right there. So if we need to be able to provide a solution he needs without hurting his harmony, I need to write that down, right? Very, very powerful. You see how powerful this simple one sheet is? That Sifu thinks of everything for you. And all you need to just print it out, 3-0 punch them, boom, you use it. This one simple tool alone. How much is this worth to you? Let's do, again, a value capture. I taught you this, right? Always do a value capture. So how much is this simple 1-page sheet, a tracking form, worth to you? $20,000. One cell, one sheet, priceless. Priceless. 100. 30K, 10K a month. See, this is why tools are so powerful. Tools very often look very, very simple. They look simple because they're well thought out. The most incredible things, they look so simple. If this simple tracking form could help you close 5, 10, 20 sales a month, just think about it. And what's powerful is integrates our teaching into it. Now, this, if you give it to a normal person, like a non-XTC, they don't, what? What is this? They will not understand how precious, how powerful this tool is. The fastest way to improve your high-ticket closing skill, here's a tip, is to record your own call. Listen to it afterwards and take notes. This is the fastest and easiest way to improve. You will be shocked how much you get better and how fast you get better. Now, for some, when you listen to your how many of you don't like your own voice? You won't like it. I just tell you right now. Okay? You won't like it. You want to listen to it. Now, it depends on what computer that you use. On Discord, there are many, because how do we record ourselves? What are some of the ways we could do it?
So one of the ways we can do it is you can download a program called OBS. Now, OBS is a fantastic tool that we use to record our voices and our screens as well. That can be used for both Mac and for PC.
OBS. OBS. So listen to it. And like I said, you won't like it. You won't like the way you sound. You won't like the way you talk. And in the beginning is almost always you sound a lot worse in actuality versus what you imagine. You might imagine it's not that bad. You listen to yourself, oh my fucking God, right? You listen to yourself, you want to like, it would give you a reality check.
And Sifu, I mean, even just using Zoom, you can record, it connects with your USB headphones, your headsets. If not Zoom, then Loom, Loom, and that's a Chrome extension as well too. So you can record. Again, you're recording your screen. You can turn off even the share screen, or you're just recording your voice, so you can hear how you sound on the call. If you want to, I'm not looking at the screen. I can turn on the camera, but I can also see how my body is, my body gestures, my reactions. I'm not looking at the camera to see myself, but it's recording me, my physical gestures, the way I'm moving. Then I know how my body gestures are. Now, fortunately for me, where I sit in my room, my office, I have a window right in front of me. So if it's dark outside, I tend to get a reflection. I see my own reflection in the mirror, so I can even see sometimes how I'm sitting during my closing calls. Those things are important because I can see if I do small weird twitches or weird, when they ask the difficult question, how did I react? These are things that subconsciously we don't even realize. But if you're recording yourself, you can actually see that. Now, naturally, when you're on a closing call, you're not turning on your camera. But I'm even the small things like was I biting my finger? Was I scratching? Was I twitching? Was I playing with a pen? Was I doing something? That all those things are telltale signs of you not focusing, and you can catch all those small things if you record yourself.
You see, this is why by being a good closer, it naturally elevates all your other attributes in life, right? Your body language, your facial expression, your tonality, your confidence, all these things. Through the act of closing, you learn a lot about yourself and you could improve yourself. Can you imagine this? We are 5 hours and 30 minutes in. This is insane. I don't know. Am I over delivering? Am I here for you? Are you learning something new? Are you learning something profound? Assignments. Actually, before I get into assignments, can Sifu give you just one more bonus tip? One more bonus tip when it comes to taking notes, okay? Here's a bonus. That when you are taking notes, sometimes as a closing technique, and Desmond uses it. He just used it with Vikas, and is this. Okay, wait a second. That sounds very important. Let me grab a pen and a paper. You are taking notes, and you actually tell them you're taking notes. Now, I learned this technique actually from another entrepreneur. Very, very profound. One time, this entrepreneur, and he is super successful. He's an exit specialist. He helps company to sell. Like when they want to exit a company, that's what he does. So I asked him out for dinner, and because I wanted to pick his brain about what he does, right? So the minute we sit down, he took out his notebook and he was asking me questions. So the whole night I thought I would pick his brain. He ends up picking my brain. right? I ask some questions, but it ends up picking my brain. And I always remember, like, he is this highly successful person. And he is taking notes. So I took that and it's like, okay, I want to apply this in closing because this is very, very powerful. Think about, when was the last time in your life that when you are talking, someone is taking notes? Your kids don't fucking take notes when you're talking. So the minute someone does that, how does that make you feel? You feel important, right? You feel special, like, whoa, I guess, yeah, I'm saying some important stuff here. You feel respected. It's a very powerful tool. So not only we use it, we tell them, hey, John, this sounds very important. Do you mind if I take some notes here? And this is, if you're doing it on the phone, you tell them. If you're in person, oh man, you bring out your notebook. Whenever I see a successful person I'm meeting, I am bringing not an iPad, I'm bringing a journal. I'm meeting a billionaire, I'm bringing a journal. And you will see them light up. You will see them get excited. I've done this so many times now with other successful people. It is startling how well it works, right? Like before, they're like, okay, you bring out the journal. Oh man, they are sharing. You want to talk about secrets? You want to talk about the best practices? I mean, they are giving you everything. I've done a 30-minute like one-on-one, a 30-minute thing. Turns out to be a 3-hour thing. They won't stop. They won't fucking stop. And here's my tip for you. If you ever get a chance to meet with someone, maybe Sifu, meet somebody, bring your notebook. I get excited. I see someone bring a notebook, you're learning, I'll talk more. I give more. You're not paying attention, I talk less. As a human being, do that, right? If you have a XTC journal, I like that. Oh, XTC, I could see, like, you're asking good questions, you're well prepared. I would give, I would keep giving. Like it makes me happy because it tells me you are taking good notes, you're paying attention, right? I'm transferring my skills, I'm not wasting my time, right? And I can tell you, even though I taught you the technique, it will work as well on me just as anybody else. You could use the technique on Sifu, it works. Hey, Sifu, that sounds very important. Do you mind if I go up and take my journal and take notes? And I'll be like, all right, let's go. Let's go. I'm going to share you some good stuff. Ready to take notes? Let's go. Like, it will work so well. It will work so well on me. I can tell you that. Okay. So do it. Is that a useful tip? Tell the prospect that. Say it. And you got to say it in a way is very, very sincere. You can't say, well, I want to take some notes here. Okay. No, that doesn't work. Okay, hold on. Oh, Desmond, you know what? That sounds very important here. So do you mind if I just take some notes here? So go ahead. What did you say again? You said, okay, you want to scale your business. Okay, let me write this down. Okay, scale your business. And what else is important to you? Okay, you want to make sure your team, you harmony with the team. Okay, harmony with the team. I got it. Okay. You see how that works? Like the tonality, and you echo back. And now clearly they know you're listening and you're taking notes. And you're echoing back my needs to me. A simple technique like this. Get a little notebook, get your HTC pen, boom, you're in business. Simple. Okay, step 1, write a regret letter. We've done vision board. We've done the money game. Now we're gonna go into some deep stuff. Now you're week 4, so I believe that you could handle this. This would, for some, this is not an easy exercise. Okay, you're gonna take some time with this. Don't rush with this particular one. You're gonna write a letter to your younger self. Now you can pick a period. So you're 30 years old, you can write a younger self to 10 years old, 15 years old, 20 years old, doesn't matter. Just pick a period of time. And I want you to tell your younger self about the regrets you've had in your life so far. Okay? and apologize for any mistakes you may have made and opportunities that you let pass by. And your younger self doesn't have to be 10 years ago, 20 years. It could be 2 years ago. It could be 1 year ago. But my guess is you probably have that 1 year that is the most important to you. How many have that 1 year in your mind? Like, yep, that's the year I want to talk to. That's when you fucked up the most. Or actually, before you fucked up the most. That right before that. That's who you write to. And what important advice and lessons would you tell your younger self? Well, Stephen, how long should this be? The longer the letter, the more effective the letter, the more transformation, the more powerful the transformation. Take your time. This is where you go deep. And the more detail, the better. Don't just say, hey, I wish I told you you should learn more. You should not have done that. You should not have wasted time. No, I want you to go deep. I want you to talk specifics. Like you're talking to your younger self. Remember that time. Like if I was to write a letter to my 1 year, I would write to my father, like say before my father passed away. I would go very specific. I would say something like, dear Dan Locke, the year that when you were chasing success and you thought what was important for you, and you thought that would bring you the greatest joy, and you thought closing the biggest deal would mean something, and you wanted to make your father proud. And unfortunately, because you were chasing that, and you thought you have all the time in the world, and you didn't go back to Hong Kong and see him, and he passed away, and you weren't next to him. And it pains you so much when you actually went to see him, going to the hospital, pick up his body, is all frozen up. You don't even recognize his face. You don't recognize that he's your father. You would have no idea how much regret you would have. You would have given anything to be able to rewind the clock, to not chase the deal, to just spend another hour, 2 hours with him. Like that's how deep I want you to go. That's how deep. If I was to write a letter, that something like that. Go deep. Knowing others is intelligence. Knowing yourself is true wisdom. Mastering others is strength. Mastering yourself is true power. If you realize that you have enough, then you're truly rich. Step 2, continue to reprogram your mind for wealth. How many of you are doing the attitude gratitude every morning? Middle of the day. The millionaire mindset. What about the program your mind, subconscious mind for success and wealth? How many of you are going to bed and listening to the subconscious mind programming and you actually fall asleep faster, more peacefully? Sleep better at night. And read HTC Creed, and you have the video that you could follow along, right? if you want to follow Sifu's voice and do it with me together, the creed, if that motivate, how many of you find that very motivating? Talking about the wear the cape, all these things helps you to wear the cape. The act of role playing, doing, it helps you to wear the cape. The wealth triggers, right? The little things that we do, dress up, wear the shirt, that helps you to wear the cape. It's not one thing that you do. It's all these things that you do, and making that decision helps you wear the cape, take on the identity. And just keep scratching that lower self CD. And before you know it, suddenly you wake up in the morning, you would feel that shift. And it's always a shift. I'm a high ticket closer. It's always a shift. Now, when that happens, that's up to you. I cannot tell you when that happens for you. For some, 1 week. For some, 1 month. For some, 1 year. I cannot make that switch for you. I can point you to that's the switch, but you got to make the switch yourself. I cannot do this. I cannot do the switch for you. I could only show you that's the switch. And if you don't make that switch, it will always be slower, and it will always require more effort, because it contradicts with who you are within. It contradicts with who you were. And most people don't get to become who they want to be because they're too attached to who they were. Step 3, I want you to ask yourself these questions every morning for 30 days. 30 days. Look yourself in the mirror every single morning. State the following. Now, this is not easy because you need to say something each time that's different in every single day. Okay? You're going to say, I am proud that you. I want you to state 7 things that you're proud of every single day. Ooh. How many of you cannot come up with 7 right now? You're going to have some challenges. So you're going to do this every single day, and each day is different. I forgive you for. I want to choose 7 things you should forgive yourself for. Today, I commit to you that. They don't have to be big things, by the way. They could be small. Today I commit to you that I will drink 7 glasses of water. Today I commit to you that I will role play an hour today. Today I commit to you. It could be very small things. But every single day is different. 30 days straight, I'm proud that you. When you do this exercise, it builds your emotional bank account. What is it? It builds your emotional bank account. It will help you when you're doing closing. It would help you to go deep. It would help you to remove that mask. And hopefully, if you do this faithfully, it will help you to reduce your ego, which would make you more effective as a closer. Ego, when it comes to closing, it is the enemy. Because when you have ego in front of you, you will not be able to connect. Number 4, you will role play with each other. If you have not role played once, what are you going to do in the next 7 days? What are you going to do? You're going to role play. Now, don't feel like, I know the Ruby's like, I don't need this shit. I'll just role play. I don't need to forgive myself. I don't need to do any of that stuff. Let me tell you something about life. Very often, the things that you don't think you need are the things that give you the biggest breakthrough. I'll only say that once. Chew on it. When role-playing, with a focus on close with absolute certainty and conviction. So use the staircase, right? Learn to qualify the prospects, use reverse psychology, practice taking notes, practice the note-taking close I just taught you. Use the note-taking close. Very powerful. And a role play a day keeps poverty away. The more you sweat in training, the less you bleed in combat. Doesn't cost anything to role play. Costs you something when you're losing a sale. When you lose a sale. Yes, when you think you don't need mindset, is that your higher self that's talking, or is that your lower self? Your lower self is telling you, you don't need mindset. You don't need any mindset stuff, man. This is why you said you think you don't need mindset. And you think it's you. No, it's your lower self fucking you up. Because your lower self knows, oh, don't do this mindset stuff, man. It is not good for me. You just shut my voice. You don't need that stuff. Just get the script. Just get the script. You're fine. If I'm working on my mindset, I don't know what the fuck you should be doing. Wouldn't you agree? If I'm working on it constantly and I have very, very, very little lower self issues, almost none, and I'm working on it. Maybe it's the fact that I have very little because I work on it. Maybe that's why. Step 5, you're going to create a closing script. You are going to create a closing script. A script to sell your own products or services. If you don't have a product service, imagine you're closing for HTC Emerald. Forget trying to get it perfect. I already know you. You're thinking, oh, what font should I use, Sifu? How many pages? Right? Be a progressionist, not a perfectionist. A great script should include all the possible questions, could be the 3 steps that you would ask and all the potential objections that they might have.
I think Sifu, even the Emeralds might be loving this, but they'll come back with an encyclopedia. Their script will be, but what if this scenario happens? Then I would say this, and if they ask me this specific question, then I would answer with this.
I need a closing script, not a closing book. Don't create a 100-page thing, because how are you gonna flip through that when you're on the call? You
That's
lose
right.
the connection, right? Being spontaneous.
Turn to page 364.
Yeah, the prospect gives you an objection. Wait, let me go to my page 55, line 4. Say the
That's
objection
right.
again.
Clause.
Yeah,
It looks
let
like
me
a
do that.
lawyer. Yeah.
Yeah.
Clause 5, subsection 3.
Yeah, you won't have time. Okay, you gotta have the rhythm, right? You gotta have the tempo.
And we tease the emeralds a lot, Sifu, but also for the sapphires, take it seriously. Take it from a sapphire to another sapphire. Do the work. This is hard for you. It's something that's not going to be natural. You try to wing it a lot of times. This has been the biggest lesson myself. I'm sure Vikas can speak to this as well. Us inherently coming from more of a sapphire background, that you need to do the work, the thinking time. You'll probably procrastinate on it, if I can guess you correctly. Then leave it to the last minute. Don't start now. Start writing it out. Get a notepad. Start writing things out. The more you do it, I guarantee you this will. If you want the recognition, if you want people to recognize you as a good closer, do this work. You will get the recognition you want.
Mm-hmm. And when I say make it as perfect, I don't mean making the script perfect. I mean making it look good. So it's not like your chicken doodle. Okay, make it look good, format it nicely, because this gives Sifu an idea and a team how you work. This is part of the touch point that we talk about. Look at how many hours role play you do. I look at how you treat support. Are you doing your homework? Are you submitting on time? Basic skill, right? You're gonna submit your finished script in PDF. I'll say that one more time. You're gonna send it in PDF. Okay, if I see it in Word, what does that tell me about you? What does that tell me about you? You're not listening. You're not coachable. Okay, you're not paying attention. I'm a Steven, honey, I convert my Word document to PDF. If you cannot figure that out, we got a bigger problem. We got a bigger problem than converting the PDF if you cannot figure that out. Okay, so PDF. Step number 6, make sure you connect with the HTC family, post videos, and share your aha moment. I always like to see what are some of the biggest lessons you got out of the class. Another great benefit of this is you will see your own progress, because you're posting, let's say, every week, that each class, what are some of the biggest aha moments for you. Again, I do not want you to summarize what you've learned. That's not the point here. It is, what are the biggest aha moments for you personally. You don't even need to talk about the lesson. It's not about the lesson, it's what it means for you. Now you have this. 3 months, 6 months later, you could do a search and go back and watch yourself 3-6 months ago. You will be pleasantly surprised, and you'll be very proud of how much you've grown. So as a document your process, can you see this is a great exercise? What are some of the personal breakthroughs that you experience, right? You want others to support you. They don't know you, they can't support you. Show your face. And don't forget the rules. No excuse, no opinion, no victim. And to unlock the bonus class number 8, we will need to hit 80% minimum attendance rate, right? And one thing that I noticed, if you want higher attendance rate, don't point fingers. Don't do it in a way that, because I see this is the wrong way. This is not high ticket closers. There's no finesse, right? Don't do it in a way that, hey man, what's wrong with you guys, man? Don't you value Sifu's time? You should be here, man. Right? We got to hit the 80%, man. Let's go. You're putting down people. How you do anything is how you do everything. Instead of doing that, share and encourage. What do I mean? Hey, you know what? This is John here, and just finished class 4, and man, I mean, they hit me hard. When Sifu talks about A, B, C, and D, I mean, here's what it means to me. I remember when I was a young kid, my father told me about this, and then from that moment on, something has changed. It's a little bit different now, and you shared your breakthrough, and that's the power of the live class. When you're there, when you are engaging, interacting, you listen to the role play, I just find that I get much more out of it. I don't know about you, but I get much more out of it. And I always listen to the replay ASAP when it's available. So come on, brothers, sisters, come to the class. We'd love to see you in the class, right? So we can interact. Do you see what I'm talking about? Don't condemn and put down others. Encourage, uplift, elevate others. Okay, that's that's the HTC high ticket closing culture. You got it? Support, right? And submit your assignments, all your completed assignments, your regret letter to your assignments at highticketsales.com. Support, you know what to do. You can send the email, and we will announce the attendance rate after 24 hours in the HTC Facebook group. I appreciate you. I love you. I will demonstrate through my action. And remember, you are closer, much closer than you think.